Boom, Chu Feng threw the metal meatball directly. The metal meatball smashed into the tunnel, rolled over and over, and soon disappeared. Call. Looking at the crawler meatball that was gradually moving away, Chu Feng couldn't hold on any longer, sat down and gasped frantically. Magneto's genetic ability is really strong, but because it is so strong, the consumption is also huge. With his current mental strength, he can't control it freely. You will have to practice more in the future. Chu Feng could feel that every time he used his ability, he was very tired. However, after enough rest, his next use will last longer. I believe that after he recovers this time, the next time he uses the same tricks just now, he will definitely not be so tired. Alice was tired but did not sit down. She looked at Ren, who had died at the front of the car. Her eyes were complicated and a little sad. After all, she still can't support it. Just as Alice was mourning, a large warm hand was placed on her shoulder. Chu Feng looked at Alice without saying anything and gave Alice a comforting hug directly. Chu Feng knows that at this time, no matter what he says, it's just stimulation and hurt. Sometimes, a comforting hug is more effective than 10,000 words of comfort. Feeling Chu Feng's warm embrace, Alice felt relief in her heart. The sadness on her face gradually disappeared, and she returned to the original strong and resolute Alice. Squeak, the train brakes sounded, the speed gradually slowed down, and after a while it stopped at the platform. Time is running out, let's go. Chad parked the car, left the cab, got on the platform and told everyone, "Take the box and let's go." Knowing that there is no time left, Chu Feng didn't say much and took the lead to step out. Alice, holding the box, followed. Matt followed Chad and left the platform. Everyone's footsteps were very fast, trotting all the way out. Boom! As they passed through the gate, time finally came to zero and the huge blast door began to slowly descend. Such explosion-proof door bombs are very difficult to detonate. Once closed, there is almost no possibility of going out. This is the Hive's last line of defense. Watching the door slowly fall, everyone let out a sigh of relief, feeling complicated. There is sadness for the deceased and joy for finally surviving. The two extreme emotions are intertwined, and it is difficult to say whether they are happy or unhappy. Come on, the real danger has just begun. Chu Feng saw that Alice kept watching the door fall and opened the door while opening the mouth. For the zombie crisis, it is easy to solve, just kill it. But for human danger, it is much more troublesome. Chu Feng, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it's just the beginning? Alice was stunned when she heard the words and she chased after her. She didn't understand what Chu Feng meant by saying this. Aren't they out of danger? Why is the danger just beginning? Ah, tilde. Chu Feng was about to explain when Matt suddenly fell down with a scream while clutching his arms. His wound kept twisting, and granulation sprouts grew out of the wound. It was the crawler's scratch, and apparently he was infected. You're infected, you'll be fine, we won't lose you. Seeing this, Alice hurriedly opened the box, took out the medicine, and prepared to inject the antidote for Matt. Boom! However, at this time the door was directly opened, and a group of people wearing protective clothing and gas masks rushed in. Help! Matt thought it was an ambulance, overjoyed, shouted. However, these people had no intention of helping at all and rushed up directly. Not only did he not help, but he also pushed Alice away. Start arresting people. What are you doing? Go and help him. Alice was immediately blinded. What happened to these people? Didn't they come to help them? Why stop her from saving Chad? However, there were too many of them and she couldn't resist at all. He could only helplessly watch Matt being controlled and ready to be taken away. Puff. However, just when those in protective suits thought they could control the scene, a cold light flashed, and a sword tip came out directly from the chest of one of the protective personnel. Forehead. The man turned back and looked at Chu Feng's icy face, dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have thought that these survivors would attack them without hesitation. And the person who attacked turned out to be an Oriental. How do Orientals run their labs? Too bad he will never know. Chu Feng continued to raise his sword, one sword at a time, completely ruthless. He is no longer the simple student who just crossed over. After all the slaughter, his nerves have become extremely firm. No one else knew, but he knew. These are not ambulances at all, but the experimental personnel of the Umbrella Company. They arrest people not to save them, but to experiment with them. In the original plot, Alice was caught by them to inject T-virus and installed chips in her head to transform her, including Matt, who was also made into a monster to kill. Now that he is here, such a thing must not be allowed to happen. So Chu Feng did not hesitate to kill directly. Chu Feng, are you crazy? Chad watched Chu Feng slash all the ambulances with one sword and was stupid, thinking that Chu Feng was crazy. These people are here to save them, but they don't understand the situation, so they cause misunderstandings. Murdered. The last person did not expect that Chu Feng would be so decisive and fled in panic. Chu Feng's long sword was thrown directly, passing through the last enemy in an instant. Chu Feng, are you crazy? Why attack the ambulance? Alice also widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Chu Feng in disbelief. It is difficult for her to associate that righteous Chu Feng with the current killing god Chu Feng. Do you really think those are the ambulancemen who came to save you? They are all experimenters of the Umbrella Special Program, and they want to arrest us for the experiment. If you don't want him to turn into a monster, quickly inject him. Chu Feng shook the long sword, shook off the blood on it, and spoke coldly. Alice is not stupid. She heard Chu Feng's explanation and finally reacted. These people are indeed suspicious. If they came to rescue them, why did they arrest them? After thinking about this, Alice's back was sweating. Fortunately, Chu Feng found it in time, otherwise they would have been captured by now. Quickly pick up the syringe and inject Matt. Sir, there is a problem with the special exit. Outside the house, in a temporary command post not far away, a monitor sitting in front of a computer suddenly stood up and reported. What's up? Kane was stunned when he heard the words and asked in doubt. He sent so many people over and it makes no sense that he couldn't catch a few. One of the survivors was an Oriental man. He seemed to see our intentions. He drew his sword and chopped everyone who sent us in. The monitor told the truth. What? Orientals cut down our people. Kane was dumbfounded when he heard the words. He was an executive of the Umbrella Company and knew the laboratory very well. When did their company recruit Orientals? As Alice gave Matt an antidote, Matt recovered quickly. It can't be delayed any longer, you have to leave now. Chu Feng knew that the Umbrella Company itself had its own army, and the longer it dragged on here, the worse it would be for them. Although Chu Feng has the ability to kill, he does not want to cause too many killings. If it wasn't for the fear that those researchers would go out and attract soldiers, Chu Feng would not have made such a decisive move just now. Seeing that Matt was all right, he naturally hoped to leave here early. Alice closed the box and nodded. Walk. Chu Feng took the lead and walked quickly towards the door. Alice, Chad and Matt followed Chu Feng. The door has been surrounded by a long sealed passage. Chu Feng and others can only go all the way out along the pipe. Not long after, Chu Feng and others came to the exit. Tier. Chu Feng grabbed the sealing zipper of the exit and pulled it hard. The sealed pipe is opened directly. The strong sunlight shone on everyone's faces, making it difficult for everyone who had been in the dark for a long time to adapt. They finally came out alive. It's really not easy. Kakaka. Before everyone could be happy, a large wave of guns was aimed directly at them. There were a lot of cars parked outside, and a wave of troops hid directly behind the cars and aimed their guns at Chu Feng and the others. Damn, how did I forget the camera? Chu Feng saw that the outside was already in full preparation, and then he remembered that there are hidden cameras in the house. What they just did must have been discovered. Put down your weapons. Your mission is over. In order to avoid the spread of infection, please cooperate with our inspection. If it is confirmed that you are all right, I will let you go. Please don't resist. Kane held a small speaker and shouted to Chu Feng and others. At this moment, he still didn't believe that their secret nemesis plan would be known to Chu Feng and others. In order to obtain in vivo research, he still hopes to capture Chu Feng and them alive. It would be even more perfect if they could fool Chu Feng and the others. How to do? Looking at so many special soldiers and saying that it is for their own good, the ghosts believe it, but it's definitely not easy to leave. You can get as close as possible to me later, grab the car and run. Chu Feng reminded in a low voice. He also understood that there were too many soldiers and most of them were mercenaries who had been killed. If he has enough rest, he can still fight, but he was fighting so many crawlers one after another and he was mentally exhausted and should not fight recklessly. Better to be able to grab a military vehicle and leave. Everyone nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. Kane, don't pretend you just want to use us as a nemesis experiment. Do you really think we are stupid? Facing Kane's pretended to persuade him to surrender, Chu Feng didn't believe it at all and directly pierced his true purpose. What? How could you possibly know? The moment Chu Feng's words came out, Kane's body trembled, his eyes widened, and he looked at Chu Feng's face in shock and disbelief. He didn't understand who this Oriental was and why Chu Feng knew about this plan that only the top of the umbrella knew. Say it directly. This is impossible. Who is he? Die. Seeing that Kane was shocked by his words, Chu Feng threw the longsword directly at Kane without any hesitation. The longsword turned into a cold glow and stabbed Kane straight. If this sword is stabbed, Kane will surely die. Then Kane came back to his senses, but it was too late to hide. Sir, be careful. A soldier next to Kane responded quickly and blocked directly in front of Kane. Puff, the long sword pierced the soldier's chest directly. It's a pity almost. Chu Feng didn't expect that there were soldiers who blocked Kane's knife in his sneak attack, and it was impossible to kill him again. Sighed, damn fire.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Fire me. Kane didn't expect that Chu Feng was deliberately trying to scare him, and wanted to take the opportunity to kill him and behead him, and was scared out of a cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the quick reaction of his subordinates, he would have been killed by now. Under the circumstance that he was killed, Chu Feng and the others could have escaped while taking advantage of the chaos. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered to fire. These people are too dangerous to kill. The big deal is to take their cell clone experiment body. Bang, 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 duh. Kane's order was issued, and the surrounding soldiers did not hesitate to fire at Chu Feng. Bullets spun out of the soldiers' guns as if they didn't want money and shot them at Chu Feng. In an instant, countless bullets rushed towards him. Under such a terrifying attack, even an elephant can become a plug in an instant, let alone a human being. Under such terrifying firepower, if it is an ordinary person, there is almost nothing to do except close your eyes and wait for death. However, unfortunately, they met Chu Feng, who had the gene of Magneto. Buzz. The Magneto gene in Chu Feng's body was activated, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded, protecting the surroundings. After the densely shot bullets entered Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field, they were directly affected by Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field and shifted. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, Chu Feng and others stood there like artifact of human body stroke, surrounded by countless bullets lasing, but none of them could hit them. What? This is impossible. My gun is broken. I clearly aimed at the enemy. Why can't it hit? It's not just you, we can't hit either. God, it's impossible. Why? What happened? Could it be that he was blessed by God? God, so many people, so many guns, so many bullets, how many ordinary people can't be hit? It's crazy, it's either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, the surrounding mercenaries, security guards, or test personnel are all stupid. All of them opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened, looking at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. They had seen something weird, but it was the first time they had seen something as weird as today. A small army can fire on several ordinary people at the same time, and with this firepower, an elephant can instantly become a hornet's nest. What's the result? Even a single bullet failed to hit Chu Feng. Not to mention Chu Feng, even the people around Chu Feng failed to hit. Countless bullets even drew their silhouettes on the wall behind Chu Feng and others. Collective body strokes, how is this possible? Could it be that Chu Feng and the others are protected by God? Otherwise, how to explain the sudden misalignment of so many people's firearms? Are they crazy, or is the world crazy? With Chu Feng's cover, everyone quickly grabbed a small military vehicle. Alice and Matt directly overpowered the people in the car and threw them out. Don't let him run away, where's my bazooka? Kane was shocked by Chu Feng's ability, but because of this, he was even more bound to win for Chu Feng. Seeing that the bullet could not move, he directly ordered the use of the bazooka. Several soldiers hurriedly carried out a box, opened it, one aimed and one loaded. Bang! The rocket trigger was pulled. A rocket flew directly towards Chu Feng and the others with a hot tail flame. Damn. Chu Feng's magnetic field vibrated, and the terrifying electromagnetic force directly affected the rockets that were launched. However, the thrust of this rocket is too great, and the force required to change the orbit is not known to be much more than that of ordinary bullets. So it seems very difficult. Go, Chu Feng shouted angrily. The rocket was finally completely changed when it was half a meter away from the car, rubbing the car and hitting the other side. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, shaking the world, almost broke everyone's eardrums. Boom! A bullet hole was punched directly into the car glass. Obviously, although Chu Feng made the rocket deviate, but the force is not enough, the electromagnetic force that can be controlled is also smaller. Now even bullets can't be fully defended. Everyone hurriedly bowed their heads to avoid. What's the matter? Hasn't the car started yet? Seeing this, Chu Feng called to Matt. Almost. Matt directly pried the ignition wire out and kept rubbing it together, hoping to start a fire. No way, they were unlucky and didn't get the car keys. Can only be forced to start. Chu Feng, can't you just collect those people's guns? Alice asked suspiciously. She was very surprised since Chu Feng was able to control the metal. Why didn't he just unload their weapons? I think so too. The farther away you are from me, the greater the consumption, and my mental strength is not enough. When Chu Feng heard this, he felt helpless. It's not that he doesn't want to collect the enemy's guns, nor is he incapable of collecting them. Rather, the greater the distance, the greater the use of energy affects the consumption. After a series of battles, how could he still have mental power to control such a long distance? Not to mention confiscating their guns, even bullets can't be completely avoided now. If they're going to die, fire me and keep firing. As a major, Kane had a vicious eye, and when he saw the bullet that had been missed, he actually broke the glass of the car that Chu Feng and the others hijacked for the first time. This means that although Chu Feng's ability is strange and scary, it is not omnipotent. Continued use is also unstoppable. As long as they continue to fire, it won't be long before Chu Feng and the others will be completely subdued. At that time, as long as the Chu Feng gene is studied, maybe he will also have the ability of Chu Feng. Duh. Hearing the words, the soldiers fired even harder. A large number of bullets blazed wildly and more bullets hit the car. Damn it, if it wasn't for Lao Tizu's lack of mental strength, I would kill you now. Seeing these people get carried away, Chu Feng was angry and aggrieved. He obviously has the strongest power in the world, but he suffers from not having the strongest mental power. It was reduced to the point of being bullied by a group of soldiers with rifles. If Magneto knew about this, it would be a joke for him to be incompetent. If he has enough mental power, he can kill these soldiers directly. Host, if you don't have mental power, you can go to the mall to buy mental power recovery potions. Just when Chu Feng felt aggrieved, the system's moving prompt sounded in his mind. Damn it. There is actually a shopping mall, and there is a mental recovery potion. Why didn't you say it earlier? Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words, and the heart of scolding mother already had. This abominable system, you said, since there is a mall and recovery potions for sale, why didn't you say it earlier? Why was he so embarrassed earlier? You didn't even ask. The mechanical sound of the system sounded faintly. I love you. Chu Feng couldn't scold anymore. The system seemed to be very mechanical, just like a computer. The system wouldn't prompt him if he didn't ask. It was just when he was scolding in his heart that he mentioned that his mental power was not enough. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't speak. Why is he angry with a program? Chu Feng's words of scolding the system just came out, and he changed it to love it directly. At least he now knows that there is a mall. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng said silently in his heart, "Open the mall." The next moment, a shopping mall interface appeared directly in front of Chu Feng's eyes. Not to mention, there are so many items in this mall. What pistols, rifles, Gatlings. What food, vegetables, soybean corn. All kinds of colds and fevers, hemostasis and anti-inflammatory drugs, etc. are available. Even the antidote for the T-virus is sold, all of which are the most needed survival materials in the end. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Alice on the side stretched out her jade hand and waved in front of Chu Feng, wondering. She couldn't see the shopping mall in front of Chu Feng, only saw the enemy outside while shooting and approaching, and she was about to come here. And Chu Feng seemed to be crazy, stretched out his fingers and waved and painted in the air in front of him. What is he doing? Mental problems, hallucinations? Don't make trouble, I'm looking for a mental recovery potion. Chu Feng was looking for a potion to restore his spiritual power, and he was not good at seeing Alice's hand blocking his vision. Mental power recovery potion. Alice was about to cry when she heard what Chu Feng said. Crazy? Chu Feng must be crazy. There was nothing in front of him, but he said that he was looking for some kind of spiritual recovery potion, which was absolutely crazy. Not only Alice, but Chad and Matt also had ugly expressions. Hey, you have to find a chance to get sick, okay? What time has it been? You actually fell ill, looking for some mental recovery potion in the air. Do you want to kill us? SHHHHH. At the moment when Chu Feng's words came out, the mall interface seemed to hear Chu Feng's words and even automatically turned to the interface with the mental power recovery potion. I found it. It turns out that there is a voice recognition function. I am Ott. Chu Feng did not expect that this system, which looks very mechanical and not very reliable, even has a voice recognition function. Immediately found the spiritual recovery potion he needed. Voice recognition? Chu Feng, what are you doing? Crazy, they're coming. Alice originally thought that Chu Feng was very reliable, but this time she really dare not say that Chu Feng is reliable. The enemy is about to rush to this side. As a result, Chu Feng has hallucinations and forget it. What is the voice recognition function talking to himself? What the hell is he talking about? I don't understand it at all. Ding, it takes 200 points to purchase mental recovery potions. Are you sure? Buy. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng just clicked to buy. After Chu Feng clicked to confirm the purchase, his original 850 points were immediately deducted by 200. SHH, a blue potion appeared directly in Chu Feng's hand. Huh, potion? Alice looked at the blue potion that appeared in Chu Feng's hands, her eyes widened with confusion. She originally thought that Chu Feng was crazy, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, a blue potion appeared in Chu Feng's empty hands. Could it be that this is the so-called spiritual recovery potion that Chu Feng said? Gudong gudong. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng unscrewed the medicine and poured it into his mouth. A dose of mental power recovery potion entered his stomach, and Chu Feng only felt a warm current pouring into his mind instantly. His originally sluggish spirit was madly recovering, and he felt full of energy in the blink of an eye. Cool. Chu Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, "Quick, quick, they're already dead," and surround the car. At this time, the soldiers finally rushed forward and surrounded the car where Chu Feng and the others were, the dense muzzle aimed directly at Chu Feng and them. Tread. Chu Feng directly opened the car door and faced everyone around him. Surrender, you can't escape from here. Kane found that the invisible electromagnetic force field on the car disappeared, and Chu Feng, who was about to escape, had also got out of the car, overjoyed, and issued a final warning. The research value of a living Chu Feng is definitely higher than that of a dead one. Surrender, hee. Chu Feng watched the corner of Kane's mouth rise. Not good, fire. Kane felt the danger and without hesitation ordered to continue firing. Buzz, however, Kane reacted too late. An electromagnetic force field exploded, covering the entire 100-meter radius. Those soldiers just wanted to continue to fire, but found that a huge force directly snatched the weapons in their hands. In an instant, a large number of firearms left the soldiers' hands and flew straight towards Chu Feng. With Chu Feng as the center, a circle of firearms is formed. The muzzle of the gun was directed at the surrounding soldiers. Damn it! At this moment, all the soldiers had their scalps numb, exclaimed in surprise, and ran for their lives without hesitation. Duh. However, the next moment, all the firearms began to spin wildly with Chu Feng as the center. The guns were spinning and firing. A large number of bullets were shot frantically at the surrounding soldiers. What's even more terrifying is that even the rocket launcher was controlled by Chu Feng. It's a burst of firing at the surrounding cars. More grenade fuses were lifted and flew to those cars. Boom! A large number of cars exploded wildly, killing and injuring countless people. Ding ding ding. Hundreds of guns were fired at the same time. Not only the shooting scene was spectacular, but the dropping of the shell was also exciting. A large number of bullet casings were ejected frantically as if it were raining and fell to the ground, laying a golden carpet directly on the ground. Puff puff. Help monster. I don't want to die. The soldier who had just attacked Chu Feng's Joy finally tasted the pain of being attacked by his own weapon. One by one, the soldiers who lost their weapons were beaten by their own weapons and wanted to escape, but the bullets roared, knocking them into stoppers. Huh. Didn't you say you can't disarm? How come you can suddenly do it again? Mumble. You can control the enemy's firearms to attack the enemy or control hundreds of firearms to fire at the same time. My God, Chu Feng, you are simply too strong. I suddenly feel some sympathy for these soldiers, but they were beaten to death by their own bullets. This should be the most unfortunate way to die. Sympathy, wasn't it arrogant just now? Come on, go on, K them bastards. Good job, Chu Feng is awesome. Alice, Chad, and Matt watched Chu Feng control hundreds of firearms to fire at the same time, and they were all excited. OMG, that's hundreds of soldiers. In this way, when Chu Feng said to disarm, he disarmed. That's fine, he can control hundreds of firearms to fire at the same time. This ability is simply absolute. They thought about Chu Feng's awesomeness, but it was the first time they met with such an awesomeness. It seems that every time they think that Chu Feng's ability has reached the ceiling, they can find that Chu Feng is more powerful than they thought. Kakaka. In a short time, the bullets of the hundreds of guns have been fired by Chu Feng. Seeing that there was no one standing around, Chu Feng was satisfied to get back into the car. What are you still doing, waiting for their reinforcements? Chu Feng looked at Chad in a daze in the driver's seat and said, Yes. Chad was awakened by Chu Feng's words, only to realize that the car had been successfully ignited at some point. Just because the scene of Chu Feng controlling hundreds of guns to fire at the same time was too shocking, he forgot to drive. Chad stepped on the accelerator. Boom. A large amount of smoke was emitted from the rear of the car and shot directly out, follow the road, and soon disappear into the distance. Boom. Until Chu Feng left and disappeared, a corpse on the ground suddenly moved and then was lifted up, revealing Kane with blood on his face. It was just in danger, but fortunately the soldiers blocked the bullet for him, and Chu Feng did not come to check the body, otherwise he would be dead this time. Looking at the corpses in the surrounding area, as well as many wounded who were not completely dead, Kane took out his mobile phone with a solemn expression and made a call. The changes in the hive are beyond our expectations. Send another team over. I want to restart the hive immediately. Kane's face was serious, and what Chu Feng showed just now was definitely superpower. Since Chu Feng can obtain this ability in the hive, so can he. He had to find out what was going on inside the hive. In front of an abandoned factory, the car stopped. The four slowly got out of the car. These four are none other than Chu Feng, Alice, Chad, and Matt. Raccoon City will soon usher in a Resident Evil crisis with zombies all over the place. What are your plans? Chu Feng spoke slowly. The origins of Resident Evil in Raccoon City are divided. Some say that the hive restart leaked, and some say that the rats escaped and began to spread in the city. But either way, the result is the same. Raccoon City was the first city to experience a chemical crisis. Then Raccoon City was blocked and most of the people became zombies. The Umbrella Company will start testing weapons at this time, and the consistent style of the top leaders of the Lighthouse Country is to wash the ground with nuclear bombs. The city is no longer safe. I want to go home. Chad wanted to follow Chu Feng, but he also knew that his abilities were limited and his leg was injured. What he is most worried about now is that the Umbrella Company will take anger on his family because of this, and he must take refuge. What about you, Matt? Chu Feng turned to Matt and asked, I hope to go back with the T-virus of the Umbrella Company and expose their conspiracy. Hatred appeared in Matt's eyes. For this mission, his sister is dead and he must expose the conspiracy of the Umbrella. Well. Alice, what are your plans? Chu Feng nodded, looked at Alice and asked, I don't know, I have no family. Alice heard the words in a low voice. Everyone knew what they were going to do next, only she didn't. Chu Feng, what about you? Do you want to go back with me? We need a freedom fighter like you. Matt directly invited Chu Feng. Their organization belongs to a free organization around the world, dedicated to fighting against evil corporations like Umbrella. He believed that with Chu Feng's ability, going back with him would definitely be reused. No, I want to stay. Chu Feng directly rejected Matt's invitation. Since this is the world of Resident Evil, it is very likely that it is not the world he originally lived in. In a wave of zombies that is about to sweep the world, he needs to get stronger. And there is only one way for him to become stronger, and that is to kill zombies. In the eyes of others, the extremely dangerous Raccoon City in his eyes is the nutrient for his upgrade. Now in the entire Blue Star, there is no place that suits him better than here. What? Didn't you say that a chemical crisis is going to break out here and zombies are all over it? Are you still staying? When Alice, Chad, and Matt heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Most people take the initiative to stay away from danger, but when they got to Chu Feng, they took the initiative to bump into it, which really made it difficult for them to understand. I'm different from you, I can't go back. Chu Feng knew that this was not his original world, and even if he returned to Kyushu, he probably wouldn't be able to see his family. In that case, it is better to stay and become stronger. I'm staying too. Alice saw Chu Feng's gloomy appearance, thinking that Chu Feng had no family like her, and a sense of identity rose in her heart. In addition, she was homeless, so she simply decided to stay and be with Chu Feng. Of course, what she didn't know was that Chu Feng actually had a family, just not in this world. With your ability, you really don't need to be afraid of anything. Since you have decided, I will not force it. If you change your mind, you can come to me. Matt saw that Chu Feng insisted on staying and knew that he could not persuade him. Moreover, with Chu Feng's ability, he can kill even creepers. An army can't do anything about him, and there will be no danger here, so he dispelled the idea of continuing to persuade. He directly gave Chu Feng an address and then left. Of course, Chu Feng did not let Matt take away all the viruses and antidote. He still left behind a virus and an antidote. Matt was very puzzled. Chu Feng left the antidote he understood and could prevent being bitten by zombies, but it would be strange to leave a virus behind. But he didn't ask too much. Without Chu Feng, he wouldn't be able to bring it out. After Chad said goodbye to Chu Feng, he also left. You don't have to stay. Chu Feng watched Chad and Matt disappear at the end of the street and said, he stayed to level up and become stronger while Alice stayed for nothing but danger. Chu Feng didn't understand why Alice insisted on staying. He didn't think he had the charm to make people fall in love at first sight. He and Alice had only known each other for less than a day, and the relationship was over. To be honest, I don't know why, but I just want to stay. Alice actually doesn't know how she feels about Chu Feng. Maybe it's because of her loneliness, or maybe she really has nowhere to go. But no matter what the reason was, her sixth sense told her that the world was about to change, and it would be safer to be with Chu Feng. This mysterious sixth sense saved her when she performed tasks again and again, and she trusted her intuition. Okay. In that case, let's go and open the room. Seeing that she could not persuade Alice, Chu Feng simply stopped persuading her. Her ability is very strong, but she just hasn't awakened, so it's better to follow him. Of course, the most important thing now is that he is very tired and needs to find a hotel to repair it first, waiting for the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Open house. When Alice heard Chu Feng's words, she was stunned for a moment. She thought of something and her cheeks were a little hot. Is this Chu Feng so direct? He even came up to open a room with her. Although she is not conservative, she still resists in her heart to ask her to be with someone she has only known for less than a day. What should I do? He has this demand. Should I agree? No, no, no. I only met him today. How can I agree? Doesn't that make me seem very casual? Then refuse? Yes, directly refuse. No way. Wouldn't he be unhappy if I refused? What should I do? Do I refuse or not? Alice froze in place as if countless thunders were intertwined in her heart. Her heart was numb, and heaven and man were at war. Why are you standing still? Let's go. You want to sleep in the wilderness at night. Chu Feng walked a distance and found that Alice didn't keep up, with a puzzled look on her face. He didn't understand what was going on with Alice. He just said that he would follow him, but now he was stunned again. If they don't find a hotel to stay in, should they be allowed to sleep in the wilderness? I'll come. Alice hesitated for a long time and finally followed up after gritting her teeth. Now that you've decided, there's nothing to worry about. Although this relationship is still a bit early, where would she go to find a second one for a hero like Chu Feng? Since he has this need, she should sacrifice it. After all, even her life was saved by Chu Feng, and it seems that it is not too much to ask for her body. Alice, who was hesitant at first, actually found a reason to convince herself after going through the storm of consciousness. Of course, if you let her know, in fact, what Chu Feng said about opening a house means literally. I really just wanted to find a place to rest and rectify. I didn't think about it too much at all, and I didn't know how she would feel. In order to avoid the umbrella companies tracking as much as possible, Chu Feng and Alice chose to take a detour and enter the old block. It was already evening, and the street lamps around were already lit. Maybe it's because it's an old neighborhood, or maybe people get off work at night, so there are very few pedestrians on the road. Chu Feng, we have no money. Alice looked at the hotel in the distance and said. She had just such a piece of clothing on her body, she didn't even have a pocket, let alone money. Alice was a little happy when she thought that she couldn't open a house without money, but she was a little tangled when she thought of living on the street without money. I think about it. Hey, isn't there an ATM over there? Let's borrow some first. Chu Feng has money, but he is not a lighthouse coin, so he doesn't have it. As for the bank card, it is not a country, and it is estimated that it does not recognize it. But it's okay. Isn't that an ATM? Just borrow some money to spend anyway. The end is coming. Who will care about this then? Borrow money from an ATM. Alice heard the words full of question marks. She can understand if Chu Feng wants to borrow money from a loan shark or something, but borrow money from an ATM. Do ATMs have this feature? Why doesn't she know? Let's go. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and walked to the ATM first. Are you sure this ATM can borrow money? The two came to the ATM to make money, but Alice still didn't believe it. She has lived in Raccoon City for a long time, and she has never heard of the so-called lending function of ATMs. Not to mention this old city, the entire Raccoon City, even the entire Lighthouse Country doesn't have an ATM with this function. It's a loan. Chu Feng smiled slightly and put his hand directly on the ATM. The Lighthouse Country harvests the world's leeks and transfers inflation to other countries. It shouldn't be too much for him to pick up some wool. Buzz, Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field unfolds. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding cameras were directly pinched by Chu Feng. Kakaka. Before Alice could react, the metal parts inside the ATM began to run wildly under Chu Feng's control. The exit for withdrawing the money suddenly opened, and a piece of beacon coins came out crazily, because there were too many too fast, and they were directly ejected on Alice's body. Oh, money, my God, a lot of money, enough, too much. Alice was so big, and it was the first time she had been slapped in the face by so much money, and she was still slapped in the face like a tide, and she couldn't stop her. Her mood was joyful, excited, and even more frightened. What are they doing? Robbery an ATM? This Chu Feng is too bad, but why does she feel a little excited? All want to kiss Chu Feng. Crash. Too much money came out, so much that she couldn't catch it. When the night wind blew, a large number of lighthouse coins drifted around along the wind, as if it was raining coins, not to mention how spectacular the scene was. Let's go. Chu Feng didn't want to attract attention, so he quickly pulled Alice and ran away. In fact, he didn't want to take so many. How could he be so resistant to his ability? He wanted to make the ATM turn a few times. As a result, the ATM seemed to be equipped with a nuclear-powered money printing machine, running wildly and unable to stop. If this is discovered, it will inevitably be troublesome. Alice was also doing this kind of work for the first time. She couldn't help but be nervous and hurriedly followed Chu Feng. God appeared. A few homeless people lying across the road saw this scene. They were dumbfounded, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. This amount of money is flying to their side. This is simply a manifestation of God. Start collecting money like crazy. Mine. Mine, hoo hoo hoo. The two ran all the way, walked a few streets, and then stopped. He ha ha ha. The two of them laughed when they looked at each other's embarrassed appearance. Laughing and laughing, Chu Feng found that Alice, who was laughing, was particularly moving under the streetlights. He couldn't hold back and kissed her directly. Alice didn't refuse either, closed her eyes, and the two kissed directly. Woo doo-doo. Just then, a police car honked from the street in the distance. Obviously, in Kyushu, there are few police cars patrolling at night, but in the lighthouse country it is very chaotic, so as soon as night falls, police cars are wandering around. Walk. Chu Feng was worried that the police car would cause trouble and had no choice but to stop the next step and drag Alice to the other side. Not long after, the two went to an ordinary hotel. Boss, open the room. Chu Feng came to the counter and said, "Want to open a house? Do you have any money? We don't charge here." The proprietress at the counter saw Chu Feng's oriental face. Her clothes were tattered and dirty like a beggar, her brows were wrinkled lazily, and she gave Chu Feng a blank look. What kind of homeless people also come to open a house if there is no money to lie down on the street? Boom! Seeing the sour look on the face of the proprietress, Chu Feng took out a few banknotes and smashed them on the counter. Yo. It turned out to be a guest. It's easy to say, let me register the ID card and I'll help you open a room. The proprietress was really open to seeing money, and when she saw money, she no longer cared about Chu Feng and the others. Swept away the lazy look and became enthusiastic. We have no identification. Chu Feng said helplessly, in fact he has it but he can't use it, and Alice really didn't, so it's like they don't have one. No ID proof, that would be troublesome. The proprietress saw that the two had no identification, indicating that there might be a problem with the way they came, and the originally enthusiastic smile immediately sank and her eyes showed embarrassment. Boom! Chu Feng threw Yital money directly on the counter. Oh, no identity, no identity. Don't worry, I'll open it to you immediately. When the proprietress saw the money, her eyes lit up, and she had thrown away all the proof of identity. This man looks ordinary, his body is sloppy, his clothes are tattered, but he can't stand the money. Money can make ghosts run the mill, so much money is enough to wrap her up here. How could she let go of such a business? As for the identity thing, just kidding, this is the old city who would come to check the identity. Even if she checked, she could have her own way to settle it. This money is like a waste of money. He hurriedly arranged a room for Chu Feng and the others. Of course, if you let her know that in a few days the money will turn into a pile of waste paper, I don't know if she can still be so happy. I want the best room. Seeing the power of the proprietress, Alice was not polite and said directly, 1. Chu Feng next to him was stunned when he heard the words. He originally wanted to arrange 2 rooms, one for him and one for Alice. Unexpectedly, Alice opened only one room. Chu Feng wanted to remind Alice, but Alice didn't care about sharing a room with him and offered to open a room. If he refused Alice, wouldn't she be very embarrassed? Of course, what he didn't know was that Alice actually misunderstood Chu Feng, thinking that Chu Feng was going to have a good time with her at night. This is just one room. Yes, yes, yes. Guaranteed to be the best here, the most spacious, the most luxurious, and you will be satisfied. The proprietress also mistakenly regarded the two as a couple and led the way with a smile. Not long after, the three came to a private room on the top floor. This so-called elegant room is definitely incomparable with the new city, but this is the best hotel. Not only can you have a wide view from a high place, but you can also see the bustling city in the distance. How is it? Are you two still satisfied? Let me tell you, this is definitely the best house in the neighborhood. You take this place as your own and you can call me if you need anything. The proprietress's mouth seemed to be smeared with honey and she kept talking. That enthusiastic look, as if Chu Feng and Alice were her relatives, made Chu Feng feel very uncomfortable. Boom! Chu Feng understands that the proprietress also looks good because of the money. If she really has no money, she will be as cold as a ghost, so she was slammed out by Chu Feng before she finished speaking. Oh, look at my head, I was wrong, a couple is in a hurry to do things. The proprietress who was blasted out was a little dissatisfied at first. She was blasted out before she finished her warm words. It was too rude. However, under the influence of money, she quickly thought about it and directly made up for Chu Feng and Alice and went downstairs happily. Without the long-winded mouth of the proprietress, the room fell into a dead silence. Neither Chu Feng nor Alice spoke. What should I do? After playing too much, it seems that we really want to live together, but he and she have only known each other for a day. Really do it? Will it make me appear impatient? Chu Feng looked at Alice with a complicated mood. There was a war between heaven and man in his heart, although he really wanted to, but I'm afraid it's too abrupt. His original plan was to develop feelings slowly. The ghost knew that Alice was so fierce and even opened a single room for them. Well, now they're in the same room, what's he going to do? Their relationship seems to have not reached that stage yet. What the hell is going on with Chu Feng? Why do you keep looking at me without taking the next step? Could it be that he wants me to take the initiative? But if I take the initiative, will he think I'm very casual? Alice's cheeks were hot when Chu Feng saw her. She didn't dare to look at Chu Feng and lowered her head. However, after waiting for a long time, Chu Feng did not make the next move. What the hell? It's you who said it was opening the house. For this reason, they also robbed the ATM, and now they are all open, but Chu Feng didn't move. What does it mean? Could it be that Chu Feng wants her to take the initiative? But how could she take the initiative in this kind of thing? If she took the initiative, wouldn't it look like she was very casual? Will this destroy her image in Chu Feng's mind? What to do, active or not active? Chu Feng hesitated and tangled, and Alice was not much better and was also engaged in a war between heaven and man. You, us. The atmosphere was really weird. Chu Feng wanted to explain, but just as he spoke, Alice also wanted to speak at the same time. Then something even weirder happened. Their continuous talk actually crashed the car. You speak first. Chu Feng played a man's demeanor and let Alice speak first. Needless to say, I understand what you mean. As for Chu Feng's words, Alice said she understood. I mean, woohoo. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words. Could it be that Alice understands that he wants to develop feelings first and then go further? It's great. He also feels embarrassed that the relationship between the two has not progressed to that level. I didn't expect Alice to be so understanding. However, Chu Feng hadn't had time to prepare to go out and let the proprietress open another room. Alice, who mustered up her courage, suddenly raised her head and kissed Chu Feng. Alice also gave up. Since Chu Feng needed it, she also decided to follow Chu Feng, so there was nothing to hesitate. Buzz. Chu Feng's mind roared and buzzed. It was like being bombarded by countless thunderbolts. With a look of disbelief, didn't this Alice explain him to kiss him suddenly? Wait, I'll take a shower first. After a long time, the two separated. Alice smiled at Chu Feng and calmly pushed the door and walked in. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Chu Feng thought that Alice understood what he meant, and she also said that she understood. But this action is completely different from what it said. If she really understood what he meant, why did Alice kiss him first and then go into the bathroom? Does she understand or not? Boom! When the bathroom door closed, the calm expression that Alice forcibly maintained instantly collapsed. She leaned directly against the door, covering her hot cheeks. Delayed for a while, what to do next? Do you want to be with him? He is so good, so strong. But I only met him on the first day, but he asked for it. Can I refuse? Of course I can refuse. No, I can't say no, no matter how long it takes, it can be reversed. Thinking of this, Alice said to Chu Feng outside the door, Chu Feng, I have no more clothes to change. You can buy some clothes for me and come back. Alice is very satisfied with her tactics of stalling for time. Maybe Chu Feng is calmer, she can take advantage of the situation and propose to date for a while before the next step. At that time, when Chu Feng proposed again, she would never refuse. Okay. Hearing that, Chu Feng didn't think much, took some money and went out directly. Thinking that he is not suitable for entering the women's clothing store, Chu Feng came to the counter and hoped that the lady boss could help buy some clothes for Alice. Don't say anything, don't worry. Don't you believe me? I will definitely satisfy you. The proprietress heard that she wanted clothes so easy. Full of promise, she called her younger son to watch the door and went to buy it for Alice in person. Chu Feng went out, found a shop that was open at night, changed into a set of normal tight clothes and bought an extra set before heading back. As soon as I arrived at the door of the hotel, I happened to bump into the proprietress who came back from shopping for clothes. Yo, I didn't see it. Mr. Chu Feng changed his clothes and turned out to be so handsome. I almost didn't recognize it. No wonder his girlfriend is so beautiful. The proprietress just wanted to send it to Chu Feng, but she didn't expect to meet at the door, and after Chu Feng changed her clothes, she looked so handsome. What a handsome guy. No wonder I was able to catch up with such a beautiful Alice. You misunderstood, I just met her today. Seeing that the proprietress had misunderstood, Chu Feng explained, he and Alice are not lovers, they just met today. Ah. I don't need to explain, I get it, it seems that I chose the right clothes. When the proprietress heard the words, she suddenly realized that she understood. On the first day we met, we opened a house together, and it really came out to play. If you have money, you can be self-willed, so she must have made the right choice. Chu Feng felt that the description was getting darker and darker, and in the end, he simply stopped explaining, took Alice's clothes and went upstairs. Have you bought your clothes? Hearing the door open, Alice's voice came from the bathroom. Well, I bought it. Chu Feng closed the door and said, leave the door. Alice just took a shower and had no clothes, so it was hard to come out, so she asked Chu Feng to put her clothes on the door. It is good. Chu Feng put the bag containing Alice's clothes on the bathroom door, entered the room by himself, and lay down facing the soft bed. After fighting for a day and working for half the night, I am tired, creak. The bathroom opened a slit and a jade hand stretched out and took the bag of clothes in. Yeah, when I get dressed, I'll make it clear to him. Let's date for a while before the next step. Yes, that's it. After taking a bath, Alice woke up a lot and finally decided to make it clear to Chu Feng. They have known each other for a short period of time, so let's meet for a while. When Chu Feng asks again, she will never refuse. Thinking of this, Alice directly opened the bag and prepared to change into her clothes. As soon as the bag was opened, Alice was dumbfounded. Uniforms, stewardess uniforms, sailor uniforms, maid uniforms. What the hell did Chu Feng buy for her? After waiting for a long time, Alice did not come out. Chu Feng was a little puzzled. A woman is a woman, why does it take so long to wear a dress? The bored Chu Feng got up and poured himself a glass of water, just about to drink it. Squeak, the door opened and Chu Feng raised his head subconsciously. A beautiful figure came into view. Puff, Chu Feng, who was drinking water, was choked directly and a mouthful of tea was sprayed out. Woman, maid outfit. Looking at Alice, who just came out of her clothes, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Originally cold, beautiful, and exotic royal sister Alice, she was wearing such a cute maid outfit. Cute didn't see it, but it seemed more beautiful, well-behaved, and submissive. Coupled with Alice's angelic face, it gave Chu Feng a feeling of dreaming back to the Victorian era. Okay, does it look good? Alice said shyly when she saw Chu Feng's blank look. Okay, good looking, but Alice, why are you dressed as a maid? Chu Feng feels that today is too exciting. This Alice is not sick, why is she dressed like this? Isn't that telling him, come on, crime, no man in this world can stand it. Don't you like this set? Then wait a minute. When Alice heard this, she thought that Chu Feng felt that the maid outfit was not suitable for her, so she ran back to the bathroom. Squeak. After a while, the door opened, and Alice put on an executive uniform and stepped out. The black silk high heels perfectly matched Alice's temperament, making her cold face even more beautiful. How about this set? It's just tight. Alice didn't expect Chu Feng to buy this kind of clothes. It seemed too tight and uncomfortable. Xingde and Xing are going to explode. Puff, Chu Feng's nosebleed was sprayed out directly. Okay, if you change me again, I will lose too much blood. Just tell me why you are dressed like this. Chu Feng couldn't bear it any longer and surrendered. What the hell is going on with this Alice? Can't she just wear some normal clothes? This is to kill him. Didn't you make me dress like this? That's the way the clothes you bought. At this time, Alice finally realized something. It seemed she had misunderstood something. Didn't Chu Feng make her dress like this? All the clothes Chu Feng bought are like this. What if she didn't dress like this? All is this all? Chu Feng ran over and dumped the clothes bag onto the bed. Crash. The pile of clothes were all of the same type, and maid outfits were the most conservative. Damn it, goddamn lady boss. When Chu Feng saw those clothes, how could he still not understand that he was tricked by the proprietress? He just wanted her to buy some normal clothes, but he didn't expect that the proprietress could play so well. You asked the lady boss to buy this. Yay, tilde. After listening to Chu Feng's words, Alice finally understood that she had misunderstood. Chu Feng didn't intend to play that kind of game with her at all. Screaming directly, he hid back in the bathroom, downstairs counter. Wow, it's so loud it looks like you're having a good time. The proprietress heard Alice's scream, showing the appearance of someone coming over, and nodded. It seems that she did not go out in vain this time, and the two guests are absolutely satisfied. The next day, Chu Feng went downstairs to buy breakfast with dark circles under his eyes. He didn't sleep well all night and his back hurt. Mr. Chu Feng, good morning, you look like you're resting well. The proprietress looked at Chu Feng's dark circles and smiled meaningfully. It seems that the two of them had a great time last night. Do I look like I'm sleeping well? Chu Feng glared at the proprietress and went out directly. It was fine, but I was hurt by this lady boss's clothes. Seductive is seductive, and the price is that you are kicked on the sofa after admiring it and you haven't slept well all night. After a night's rest and eating the breakfast prepared by Chu Feng, Alice's anger subsided, but still lingering anger. Alice felt a great shame in her heart. She is a female special soldier, female agent, who put on such shameful clothes for Chu Feng. It turned out that it was an oolong. Fortunately, there are no outsiders, otherwise she will feel that she will be embarrassed in the future. Alice glared at Chu Feng while eating the buns. Cough that, Alice. Chu Feng saw Alice eating the buns he bought as if eating his meat, feeling her scalp numb, and said, "What's wrong?" Alice was annoyed. "It seems to be saying that what I say next will not satisfy me. Be careful, I will hammer you. Do you want superpowers?" Chu Feng thought about it and said, "Superpowers, like you control metal, of course." Sure enough, when it came to superpowers, Alice, the Valkyrie, temporarily forgot the unhappiness of last night. As a former special soldier, special agent, she likes this kind of destructive combat skills from the genetic level. How many times she has longed to be like Chu Feng, who can control metal and control everything. It's a pity that she's just an ordinary person and can't control anything at all. Now Chu Feng actually asked her if she wanted to get superpowers. She didn't hesitate, nodded affirmatively, and looked at Chu Feng with a hopeful expression. Sure enough, it's the Valkyrie. When it comes to fighting, I forget everything. Chu Feng looked at Alice's glowing eyes and thought to himself, controlling metal can't do it. Chu Feng did not hide his words. Can't you? Alice listened to Chu Feng's words with disappointment in her eyes. She thought that Chu Feng would allow her to control metal, but she didn't expect it, which made her a little disappointed. But killing people in the air, manipulating flames, and dodging bullets should be no problem. Just when Alice was disappointed, Chu Feng recalled the ability that Alice gained after combining with the T-virus and added, "What? Killing people in the air, manipulating flames, dodging bullets." Alice really thought she was incompetent, but Chu Feng actually told her that she could kill people from the air, control the flames, and dodge bullets. Was this done by humans? Superman, with these abilities, who can beat her in this world? There should be strength enhancement, agility enhancement, physique enhancement, intelligence enhancement, combat talent enhancement, rapid healing, and idea wave. Chu Feng saw that Alice didn't seem to be satisfied with the ability she was about to acquire, thought about it, and continued. "Mumble, what are you waiting for? Teach me, teach me." Alice originally thought that Chu Feng said that killing people in the air, manipulating flames, and dodging bullets was terrifying enough. As a result, Chu Feng actually told her that she could also strengthen her strength, sensitivity, constitution, intelligence, fighting talent, rapid healing, and wave of thoughts. With so many abilities, does she have to become a superwoman? As the Valkyrie Alice, whose desire to fight is engraved in her DNA, she heard that Chu Feng could give herself so many superpowers. How could she hold back? She jumped up, grabbed Chu Feng's collar, and said excitedly. At this moment, the shameful thing about being tricked into wearing a maid costume last night was completely thrown out by her. Chu Feng didn't hesitate, just took out a tube of blue potion and placed it in front of Alice. "Wait, isn't this the T-virus you left behind when you separated from Matt yesterday? You don't mean to infect me with the T-virus?" Alice, who was still very happy, was startled when she saw what Chu Feng took out, and the corners of her mouth twitched. This is the T-virus. She had seen those people infected with the T-virus and they all became walking dead. What does Chu Feng mean by taking this thing out? Poison her? People will die. Do you know the origin of this T-virus? Seeing that Alice didn't understand why, Chu Feng thought about it for a while and probably understood. Alice understood that the origin of the virus was after she came into contact with Angela. Now that the zombie crisis has not started in Raccoon City, Alice should not know much about this virus. Sure enough, seeing Chu Feng asking, Alice wondered, "Origin? Wasn't this virus developed by the Umbrella Company? What other origin?" Alice was very puzzled. The reason why she became a security agent and guarded the special entrance was to protect the property of this Umbrella Company, the T-virus. Now listening to Chu Feng's meaning, the virus seems to have another origin. This made her curious. There was a doctor, Charles, named Charles, who had a disease that left him paralyzed in his lower extremities. And this disease will be passed on to future generations, causing her daughter Angela to also have this disease, and she can only walk on crutches since she was a child. Go ahead and she'll be paralyzed like her father. Seeing that Alice didn't understand, Chu Feng told what he knew. These things Alice will understand when the zombies in Raccoon City break out. Since she follows him, it is not necessary to understand in advance. You mean the T-virus was developed by this Dr. Charles to treat her daughter? Alice is also a smart person. She immediately understood what Chu Feng meant when she heard the words, yes. The T-virus regenerates dead cells and revives the dead into zombies, but it also has a role in making uncontrollable mutations in the living. However, when combined with an antiviral serum, it can make people stronger, allowing people who could not walk to walk freely. Chu Feng did not hesitate, took out another tube of antiviral serum and continued to explain. Direct infection with the T-virus will turn people into living dead, which is only the first situation they encounter in the hive. In fact, the original intention of this T-virus research is not to turn people into living dead. It was developed by Dr. Charles, who developed it to treat his own daughter. He also succeeded. It's just that his research was quickly snatched up by the umbrella company. However, what they value is not the healing ability of the virus, but the military value of resurrecting the dead and making the living body stronger. As a result, the first batch of experimental zombies and creepers were researched. Wait a minute, that's not right. Even if it is used at the same time, it is only to treat the infected person. What does it have to do with superpowers? Alice's mind is very flexible, and Chu Feng's statement does not seem to be a problem. After all, the behavior of the umbrella company really proves that they are not good people. But this has nothing to do with superpowers. Chad and Matt were also given antiviral serum after being infected, but they didn't see any special abilities. I don't know, maybe they were infected with a mutated virus, and I infected you with the original virion. Besides, your body's genes are relatively special. When you are infected by a virion, you can use an antiviral serum at the same time to allow your cells to perfectly fuse with the virus, giving birth to superpowers that you can't imagine. Chu Feng didn't pretend to understand things he didn't know and just said he didn't know. However, he guessed that it was because those people were infected with the mutated T-virus, and he wanted to inject Alice with a high-concentration T-virus that was not mutated. Of course, it is also related to the genetic cells of the individual body. Chu Feng remembered that after Matt was infected, the mutation could also restore human memory, and Alice's cells are even more special. They can be perfectly fused with the T-virus without even changing their appearance. Anyway, it's right to be injected at the same time. My genes are special, are you sure? Alice looked at Chu Feng as if she knew a lot and even knew about her special genes. But the question is, why doesn't she know that her own genes are special? Could it be that Chu Feng knows her better than her? Or Chu Feng secretly researched and tested her genes? This is terrifying. Alice's gaze towards Chu Feng immediately became alert. A man who knew her body better than herself, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't rest assured. How do I know that you won't believe it? Let's put it this way, you treat me as someone from another parallel world, I can see your future, and you can choose whether you believe it or not. Chu Feng was helpless, put down the virus and antiviral serum, turned around and left. His relationship with Alice never got that far. It is normal for Alice to have doubts. He didn't hide it from Alice. If she believes, then inject and kill zombies with him. And it makes no sense for an Alice who is incapable of doubting him to follow him. Wait a minute, I believe you. Alice saw that Chu Feng was about to leave, struggling flashed in her eyes. Chu Feng, in parallel time and space, can you see her future? Can you, Chu Feng, say anything more nonsense? How could she believe such a thing? But watching Chu Feng leave without hesitation, Alice seemed to feel that she suddenly lost something important in her heart. She had a hunch that if Chu Feng went out, he would never come back. After Tangled, Alice gritted her teeth and chose to trust Chu Feng. Without hesitation, she picked up the T-virus and antiviral serum and stuck it on her arm at the same time. Isn't it just injection of T-virus and antiviral serum? Even if Chu Feng is wrong, the big deal is that she will be infected and then treated. I don't know, that medicine is useless. Anyway, Chu Feng saved her life time and time again. Even if she died, she had nothing to be afraid of, she just paid Chu Feng's life. So straightforward. Chu Feng does have the intention of leaving, and it is really not a good idea to go on the road with a woman who can't trust him. But he didn't expect Alice to be so fierce, so he stabbed her upper arm directly. When Chu Feng turned around, Alice already had 2 more 6-hole injection ports on her hand. After a while, Alice screamed and her body began to tremble and twitch. In her body, the T-virus traveled wildly along the blood vessels and spread throughout the body. The antiviral serum is also activating Alice's genes to form antibodies along the way. It can be said that her entire body's immune system is fighting fiercely against the T-virus, and the virus genes that were broken during the battle began to fuse with Alice's genes. On the doorway, the proprietress who came down from the roof to dry her clothes suddenly heard Alice's painful voice from Chu Feng's room and said with a strange smile, Are the young people now unrestrained, after playing all night still in the daytime? Go on, be careful of kidney failure. Chu Feng picked up Alice directly and put it on the bed. Chu Feng, I feel so uncomfortable, don't leave. When Chu Feng covered the quilt and was about to leave, Alice directly grabbed Chu Feng's hand and said nervously, "Don't worry, I will always be here." Chu Feng smiled slightly, sat beside the bed and comforted. With the constant battle between the T-virus and the antibody, Alice has more and more viral genes fused, and her body has changed more and more. During this period, she also developed a high fever. Chu Feng could only pour some water on the towel and apply it to her. Every time he was about to leave, Alice would hold Chu Feng's hand in fear and would not let go. Chu Feng was helpless and could only accompany him all the time. After staying up until the night, Alice's condition improved. Alice, who had been twitching in pain, finally stretched her eyebrows and fell asleep. I thought it was because I didn't sleep well last night, and gradually Chu Feng got tired, squinted, and fell asleep. The next morning, a ray of sunlight fell, Alice's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and finally slowly opened. As soon as Alice opened her eyes, she looked to the side nervously. Seeing that Chu Feng was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking that Chu Feng was sleeping beside her, her mood was complicated, sweet, and more shy. Looking at the sleeping Chu Feng, Alice's eyes rolled, and while Chu Feng was sleeping, she slowly kissed Chu Feng's forehead. Chu Feng turned over. Alice, like a frightened deer, hurried back and pretended to close her eyes. After a long time, seeing that Chu Feng did not respond, he slowly opened his beautiful eyes. This time, she stretched out her finger and gently scratched Chu Feng's nose. SHH. Chu Feng suddenly opened her eyes. Alice looked at Chu Feng's eyes and was stunned. She didn't expect that this Chu Feng had just woken up and pretended to fall asleep. So your little actions have been discovered. Alice's face flushed at the thought of her small actions being discovered. Well, you little goblin, you dare to tease me and see how I fix you. Chu Feng said and went straight to scratch Alice's creaking nest so that she could also taste the feeling of being played with. He ha ha, yeah, don't, it's so itchy. I can't take it anymore, I don't dare anymore. It seems that Alice has become more sensitive after being fortified by the virus. Just scratching for a while, she laughed until tears came out and quickly begged for mercy. Okay. For the sake of your begging, I'll let you go for the time being. Chu Feng only let go after seeing Alice begging for mercy for a long time. Alice tidied up her clothes and pouted, I'm starving to death. Okay, I'll buy you breakfast now. Chu Feng was in a good mood, so he didn't care. He got out of bed and went out to buy breakfast. Not long after, he bought some bread and milk. Alice thinks she's starving and sees the food she devours in complete disregard for the image of a lady. She's a beauty. She doesn't seem to be a lady. Not long after, she ate all 3 breakfasts. It was also Chu Feng who had the foresight to buy 2 more copies, otherwise it was really not enough for her to fill her stomach. Belch. After 3 breakfasts, Alice hiccuped. Looking at how much you eat like a little pig, you should be fine. Seeing that Alice's appetite was so good, Chu Feng said that the virus was effective, so he joked. You only eat a lot, you are like a pig, go to die. Alice saw that Chu Feng even compared her to a pig, so she picked up the pillow next to it and threw it at Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't care that he was hit by the pillow and said with a smile, how about you, do you want to try your superpower? Okay, but how to test it? Alice was overjoyed when she heard the words and said excitedly, well, let's see. You can jump up and reach the ceiling first. Chu Feng thought about it and came up with the simplest high jump test. Okay, here I come. Alice was naked and stepped on the carpet, looking particularly sexy. She stood on tiptoe, stretched her fingers, and found that she was still almost 2 meters above her head. Afterwards, he jumped vigorously. Boom, ow, the 3-meter-high roof was directly hit by Alice. The whole room vibrated directly. Are you okay? Chu Feng didn't expect Alice's strengthened body to be so fierce. He just wanted her to jump up and touch the roof. The result was good. She jumped too high and hit the wall directly. Chu Feng was worried that Alice was injured, so he stepped forward to check. But I saw a big bag bulging on Alice's forehead. Woo-woo, it's all your fault. If you don't do a good test, you have to let me jump high. It hurts me to death. Alice burst into tears in pain, looking at Chu Feng's aggrieved face. Sorry, I didn't expect you to hit the roof. Chu Feng hurriedly apologized when he heard the words. He tested it himself and his physique improved a lot. However, he jumped up so hard that he could barely touch the roof. Yeah, I can hit the ceiling. I can hit the ceiling, I'm stronger. Alice was reminded by Chu Feng and finally reacted. This roof is more than 3 meters high. It's incredible that she jumped up and hit the roof. Go to the roof. Chu Feng was very interested in Alice's abilities, so he directly pulled Alice out and went upstairs. They lived on the top floor, so they got there pretty quickly. As soon as he got to the top of the building, Chu Feng took out a metal kerosene lighter, turned it on, and said to Alice, "Try to control the flame and see." Chu Feng knew that Alice had the ability to control the flame. When she was in the desert, she used this ability to control the fire and burn the zombie crows all over the sky. He wanted to see how Alice, who had just merged with the T-virus, was thinking. Control the flame, how to control it. Alice was dazed when she heard the words, not knowing how to control it. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, "Use your mind like this." After Chu Feng said, the electromagnetic force field exploded, and the electromagnetic force field was directly controlled by the mind, and the magnetic field force was used to affect the surrounding metals. Kakaka. The metal pipes on the balcony seemed to come alive and twisted into a twist by him directly. "It's amazing, I'll try it too." Seeing this, Alice seemed to have found some feeling, stared at the flame of the lighter in front of her and began to exert herself. Tilde tilde tilde. Alice babbled hard at the lighter for a long time, her face turning red. However, the small flame in front of him remained motionless. "Ah, no, it doesn't work at all. I may not have the power of mind at all." After a long time, Alice gave up. What kind of mind power? Is it a lie? She worked hard for a long time, but the little flame didn't respond at all. She wondered if Chu Feng was lying to her. First floor kitchen. "Hey. What's going on with the fire in this stove today? It's been swaying, there's no wind." The proprietress was making breakfast but unexpectedly found that the flame of the stove kept shaking. With a puzzled look on her face, she was about to take a closer look. Boom tilde. The normal fire of the furnace suddenly skyrocketed. The proprietress quickly turned off the fire, but her face was already charred. Seeing that her hair was on fire, the proprietress quickly went to the faucet to rinse it with boiling water. Seeing that the fire was finally under control, the proprietress let out a sigh of relief, waiting to look in the mirror. Boom! The mirror shattered for unknown reasons. Squeak squeak, ding ding ding. At the same time, all kinds of metal utensils in the kitchen began to shake wildly, and finally even violated the law of gravity and levitated. The whole kitchen fell into an eerie silence. Mumble. The proprietress opened her mouth wide, her terrified eyes widened, looked up at the counterintuitive kitchen utensils and swallowed. The proprietress kept rubbing her eyes, thinking she was crazy, but she saw the kitchen utensils floating. How is this possible? Crash. Just when the proprietress thought she was hallucinating, all the metal objects returned to gravity and fell down, smashed her. Ghost. The proprietress couldn't help but rush out the door. Roof. I seemed to hear the woman's screams just now. It seemed like something was said. Alice wondered. Ghost, no, you heard it wrong. How about it? Did you see my demonstration just now? Chu Feng listened intently, didn't hear any woman's screams, didn't care, and continued. Well, I'll try again. Alice didn't hear it again, thinking that she heard it wrong, so she didn't care anymore and continued to practice her mind power. An apartment room was pushed open. Duh. A pair of high-heeled feet walked towards the bed in the room. Just by looking at this sexy high heel, you will know that this person must be a beauty. Crack. A pair of slender jade hands casually pressed on the radio device, and there was a chaotic voice inside. Immediately afterwards, the TV screen was turned on and many scenes of riots could be seen. All kinds of people inside went crazy and started attacking those around them. There is still no explanation for the sudden massacre that swept across the city. Bang, bang, bang. The host had just said a few words when gunshots came from behind him. Those people even attacked the police, which scared the host into a shiver. But this host is also dedicated. Even if the killing and death happened behind her, she still forcibly cheered up and said, "Atrocities and dramas seem to never end. Rescue, we need rescue now." The woman didn't care about the turmoil in the news. She sat directly on the bed and began to gracefully take off her high heels, ready to relax. Drip. Law enforcement officers who are on vacation come and report immediately. At this moment, a voice came from the radio. The woman, who was completely unconcerned about the turmoil, did not hesitate when she heard the last sentence. She got up immediately, grabbed the pistol and jacket, quickly put on her boots at the door and went out immediately. Looking at the back of her uniform, you can feel her heroic appearance, and her steps are full of calmness. If Chu Feng was here at this time, he would definitely find out that this was Jill Valentine, a member of the defense force who was demoted. Jill went out, stepped directly into the police car, and started rushing to the police station. "Officer, it's great that you're finally here. My house is haunted." Suddenly, a mad woman rushed out of the hotel next door and stopped the police car with a look of panic. Ghost. I think you are more like it. Jill was stunned for a moment when he heard the words and then looked at the crazy proprietress and said with a frown, "Really, the fire in my kitchen suddenly exploded. The mirror suddenly broke. Then those kitchen supplies all floated up. Officer, what I said is true, there are really ghosts." Seeing Jill's disbelief, the proprietress made gestures while explaining, a serious look. It was said that the fire was blown up, it was said that the mirror was broken, and what was even more embarrassing was that all the kitchen utensils were floating. I can't believe this kind of deceit. So Jill touched the forehead of the proprietress, then pointed to the pharmacy across the street and said, "The pharmacy is over there." After that, Jill was ready to go back to the car. As a member of the Defense Forces newly educated in science, she really does not believe in ghosts. Don't make trouble, you crazy woman, even if you say that your house breaks into a monster that bites people, it's more credible than this. Really, you can go in and see if you don't believe it. There are really ghosts, there are really ghosts. It's been more than an hour since the proprietress called the police, and she didn't know what was going on today. The phone that used to be unblocked in the past can't get through today. How could it be possible for a police officer to finally let her leave, grab Jill's clothes directly, and never let go, claiming that she was really ed up? Let Jill go in and see if he lives or dies. Okay, you defend, I'll go in and see. Jill can't do anything about it. For gangsters, she is never soft with a shot, but for ordinary people, she can't do it. There is no other way but to go in and have a look. Don't delay her important business. Just inside. Although Jill didn't believe in ghosts, as a member of the Defense Force, he still had to be vigilant. She pulled out the pistol directly and pointed to the kitchen. It's inside, it's inside. With a look of fear on the boss's face, she hid directly behind Jill for fear that the ghost would attack her again. She was sure that the ghost definitely wanted her life, and if she hadn't escaped quickly, she would have been killed by the ghost. Squeak! The door opened, and there was nothing inside except a mess of kitchen utensils. Sure enough, saying what the hell is, it's all a lie. Jill wandered around but found nothing, feeling that she was being tricked. This time, no matter how the proprietress explained, she ignored it, put away the gun and left. What a ghost! How is that possible? I can't even make up nonsense in broad daylight. Where did the ghost come from? Play with her, she is really in a hurry. Boom. Just as Jill forcibly left, there was a sudden explosion from the roof of the hotel, and a huge flame suddenly rose, as if there was life, and it disappeared after going upstairs for a few laps. Crack. Seeing the strange flames, Jill pulled out his pistol and rushed upstairs. This hotel is really weird. How can this fire still seem to have life? This is not scientific. Out of curiosity, Jill chose to go to the top of the building to find out. See. Chu Feng, I can control the fire, I can control the fire. Alice watched with excitement as the flames disappeared. After more than an hour of practice, she finally succeeded in using some mind power. Although it can't compare to Chu Feng's metal manipulation, she is happy to have superpowers. Well, there has been progress and this wave will try on a larger scale. Chu Feng was very happy to see Alice's continuous improvement and took out an oil can ready to try a bigger wave. Okay, look at me blowing up the roof of this building. Alice was very happy to hear that and was ready to use her mind to control the flames. Crack, don't move, cop, put your hands up. When Alice and Chu Feng were preparing to conduct a larger experiment, Jill came out of the stairs with a pistol and said angrily, "Well, you two gangsters, in broad daylight, are you going to blow up the building? You misunderstood, we are just burning fire and playing, nothing else." Alice turned back and saw a beautiful policewoman in a blue vest slowly raising her hand. Jill. Chu Feng was stunned when he saw the person coming. Isn't this the famous Jill Valentine? This is the second female lead of Resident Evil II. Not only is she beautiful, she is decisive, her marksmanship is precise, her actions are agile, and Chu Feng likes her the most when playing games. Didn't expect to come across it here. You know me? Jill was stunned when she heard the words. She didn't expect that an Oriental person would call out her name subconsciously. With her years of police experience, the person who can call out her name so subconsciously must be someone who is extremely familiar with her. But the problem is that she has never seen Chu Feng. How could he subconsciously call out her name? No, don't know, just heard many people say so. Chu Feng said that he knew it almost subconsciously. After all, have you never seen a movie or played a game? The classic blue vest and short skirt of the Resident Evil 3 remake became popular when it came out. Chu Feng remembers that in the dormitory, his favorite thing to do is to change Miss Jill's clothes and model, and listening to her breathing is particularly interesting. But soon Chu Feng thought that this was the movie world and hurriedly denied it. Humph, don't think that if you are my fans, I will let you go. Jill will not let the other party leave just because the other party can recognize him. She had just heard that the two of them were going to blow up the roof of the building. Yes, it is going to blow up my hotel, so I have to arrest it. The proprietress also heard what Alice just said and immediately turned her face ruthlessly. This woman just like that has no money and ignores you. Rich, you are God, something went wrong, push it out. Changing faces is faster than flipping a book. Break up the hotel. When Chu Feng heard the words, he was stunned. When did he blow up the hotel? Why doesn't he know? You misunderstood, I was just kidding. Seeing that Alice had misunderstood, she quickly explained. She really just said it casually and didn't really want to blow up here. If they are sent to the police station, then in their capacity, it is estimated that they will be found by the umbrella. Boom, boom, duh. At this moment, there was a lot of explosions in the city in the distance. Chu Feng could see thick smoke everywhere and could hear a lot of gunshots. It was really a beautiful scenery of the lighthouse country. Immediately understood, it seems that today is the day of the zombie outbreak. He is worried that he has no weapons. The police station has them. Thinking of this, Chu Feng admitted without hesitation, "Yes, we are going to blow up this hotel. Arrest us quickly or we will blow up the entire block." Huh? Blast the block. Alice on the side was stunned when she heard the words. They were being hunted down by the umbrella company. Shouldn't they keep a low profile at this time? What's the situation? Chu Feng is going to blow up the block. Why didn't she know about this plan? Hey, Chu Feng, what are you doing? When are we going to blow up the block? Alice asked Chu Feng in a low voice. Liar to her, look at the thick smoke over the city. Today must be the day of the zombie outbreak and we need weapons. Seeing that Alice didn't understand, Chu Feng reminded her in a low voice. To survive in the terrifying raccoon city, he needs to kill a lot of zombies to advance. If he kills by his ability, he will die of exhaustion. If you kill with your fists, it will be even more tiring. He needs a lot of hot weapons. Is there a place with more weapons than a police station? When the Resident Evil crisis broke out, everyone in Raccoon City would have to flee, including the police station. At that time, the weapons will be all theirs. Really clever. Alice heard the words and gave Chu Feng a like. This Chu Feng is really smart. He even thought of going to the police station to get a gun. Looks like they had a blast tonight. Hey, you two, what are you mumbling about? You are not allowed to move. Jill saw that the two were whispering something in a low voice and his eyes showed vigilance, just about to let the two stretch out their hands. As a result, Chu Feng and Alice actually stretched out their hands obediently, coming the way we are handcuffed. Seeing Jill's cheeks twitching, what happened to this bad guy, shouldn't he resist? However, Jill believed that he was strong in martial arts and was not afraid of the two of them resisting, so he stepped forward and carefully handcuffed Chu Feng and Alice. Chu Feng and Alice really didn't resist, and even gave her the illusion that she couldn't wait to be handcuffed. Of course, if you let her know that Chu Feng and Alice directly regarded her as an admission ticket to the police station's arsenal, I don't know how she would feel. Not long after, Chu Feng and Alice were taken into the police car and went to the Raccoon City police station. Beep beep, hey, get out of the way. When the car didn't go much, there was a person standing staggeringly in the middle of the road on the opposite side and directly stopped the car. Jill hastily honked the horn to let the man go. But no matter how Jill honked the horn, the dull man just wouldn't go away. So angry that Jill opened the car door and rushed forward, trying to educate the man. Jill grabbed the man by the shoulder and turned his head, revealing a bloody half of his face. Damn, don't come here, sir. I warn you not to come here. The moment the man turned his head, Jill was shocked. It was hard to imagine how this man could survive. Instinctively, she felt that this was the thug mentioned in the news and hurriedly drew a gun to warn her. Roar. However, how could the zombies listen to her warning? Jumped directly to Jill. Boom. Jill subconsciously shot and hit the zombie's feet directly. Ho ho ho. The zombie was beaten in the foot and continued to rush towards Jill. Damn, I warn you, don't come here. Jill warned again, but the zombie still didn't listen and continued to charge. Jill had no choice but to shoot 2 more shots in the stomach. Roar. If the average person would have died long ago, the man suddenly burst out and rushed over. Jill failed to kill the man twice in a row, stepped back in horror and happened to step on a can and fell. Roar. The zombie opened its bloody mouth and bit Jill head on. If it is bitten, it will become infected and become a zombie even if it does not die immediately. Shoot it in the head. Seeing that Jill was in critical condition, Chu Feng reminded him in the back row. Boom. Seeing that the zombie was about to bite her, Jill heard the reminder and subconsciously fired at the zombie's head. Puff. The zombie was directly headshot and then it stopped moving and fell. Jill's back was covered in cold sweat. If she hadn't hit her head in the end, she would have been bitten by now. Hoo-ho-ho, it's good that Jill didn't shoot. The continuous shooting immediately attracted the attention of the zombies in the surrounding streets and rushed towards this side frantically. Damn it. Jill looked at the army of zombies rushing in, feeling his scalp tingling without hesitation. He returned to the driver's seat decisively, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. There were zombies blocking the way in front of her, and she was cruel and slammed into it. The zombies moved slowly and were quickly thrown behind them. At this time, Jill asked in shock, "What happened just now? I fired so many shots, but he was okay. Are the people in the whole street crazy? It's a zombie infected with a virus. There's no way to save it, only headshots can kill them completely." Chu Feng didn't hide it and explained, "Damn, what the news said is actually true and it spread so fast." After almost being bitten by zombies and being chased by a large number of zombies, the smart Jill immediately made a new decision, that is, to leave Raccoon City. Squeak, seeing that the zombies had been thrown far away, Jill stopped the car directly. "You go." Jill threw the key of the handcuffs into Chu Feng's hand and said, Originally, Jill saw that Chu Feng and Alice were going to do something illegal and naturally wanted to arrest them. But now the situation is that the zombies have completely out of control. Before long, it will affect the entire Raccoon City. Compared with the fall of Raccoon City, setting a fire can be ignored. After all, Jill also opened the car door to Chu Feng and the others. If this is an ordinary person, if he encounters such a good thing, and if he breaks the law, he can get extra kindness, and it is estimated that he will just leave. However, Chu Feng is different. After Chu Feng got the key, he threw it directly at the sewer outside the car. Bang! The handcuff key was thrown directly into the sewer by Chu Feng. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jill had good intentions to let Chu Feng and Alice leave, but it turned out that the guy threw the key by himself. "What is he doing?" "Officer Jill, please stop testing our character. If we do bad things, we must accept sanctions bravely. We will never run away." Chu Feng refused sternly. "Just kidding, he is going to the police station to get a gun this time. If you let him go halfway, then he has to walk. He is not stupid." "Yes, Officer Jill, don't worry, we will never escape." Alice also looked righteous. "You. Do you know what time it is? I'm not testing you. Tell the truth, I want to leave Raccoon City now." Jill was dumbfounded when she saw that the two took her kindness as a test for them. She had the urge to cry. What kind of criminal was she caught? Say they are good people, blast the roof again. Say they are bad guys, take the initiative to let them go. The appearance that I made a mistake, that I felt that I was wrong, and that I must accept legal sanctions made her wonder if she had failed her studies. What's the matter? Are the prisoners now so enlightened? Chu Feng and Alice almost couldn't help laughing when they saw Jill's suspicion of life. But they are professional actors, and as long as they don't get a gun, they will never laugh. "Okay, the key can't be taken out even if it falls, so let's go. I'll take you back to the police station and let my colleagues unlock it for you." Jill had no choice. First, the two prisoners were too conscious. Second, the keys were thrown away, and it was not safe to let them leave now, so I simply continued to take them back to the police station, and then asked my colleagues to unlock the keys. Boom. Jill reluctantly closed the door, stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and went to the police station at high speed. Not long after, Jill came to the door of the police station. Today's police station is extraordinarily lively, in and out. Jill got off the bus first. Chu Feng and Alice quickly followed. In the police station, many zombies were escorted into the police station. Entering the bureau, these zombies are not honest at all, and they are still thinking of biting people. Often a few people can control a zombie. Obviously, the police here did not know that these people had become zombies, and thought they were thugs biting people everywhere. "Come and help, this guy is crazy." A zombie wanted to bite and was locked by two police officers, but this guy may have been healthy before his death, and his strength was infinite. The two police officers couldn't hold him down, so they could only ask others for help. What? The zombies couldn't bite anyone, so they directly pointed at the police officer. The police officer bit his finger directly, screaming in pain. The zombie broke free and without hesitation bit another police officer directly. Bang! At the critical moment, the door of the police station was kicked open. Wearing a blue tube top vest and a black short skirt, Jill walked in with Chu Feng and Alice heroically. Boom. Looking at the precarious situation in front of him, Jill did not hesitate, drew his gun decisively, and shot the headshot at the zombie who bit the police officer. Tilda. The people around did not expect that someone would shoot in the police station, and they were shocked and squatted down. As soon as the people squatted down, those zombies who couldn't squat were exposed. Bang, bang. Jill did not hesitate and shot 2 headshots at the 2 zombies. What the hell? The police officers who were escorting the zombies were dumbfounded when they saw Jill's behavior. What the hell? These people are just biting people. Sin does not kill. Bang, bang, bang. There were a few more gunshots, and the remaining zombies were all killed by Jill one by one. This girl is so hot, she has the potential to kill zombies. Chu Feng was behind Jill and saw Jill dealing with a zombie for the first time on the road, and he also looked forward to the end. Now that he has become decisive, he can't help but admire. It's Valentine, don't shoot. Some police officers wanted to shoot back, but after seeing that it was their colleague Jill Valentine, they did not act. Valentine, when Jill's boss heard the gunshots, he rushed out of the office angrily and shouted, "They are all infected and become zombies that can only eat people." In the face of the boss's censure, Jill has only one explanation, that is, these people are infected and have died. Crack. After all, Jill quickly changed the magazine. "Get rid of this watch, come here." On the seat next to him, a hip-hop man was handcuffed to the seat, and a woman was handcuffed beside him. A woman who turned into a zombie. The woman kept biting him, frightening him. After changing the magazine, Jill directly shot the female zombie in the head, raised the muzzle again, and pointed at the hip-hop man. "No, no, no, don't shoot." The hip-hop man thought that Jill was going crazy and wanted to kill him together, so he quickly begged for mercy. Boom, the gunshots sounded, and the hip-hop man's handcuffs were directly interrupted by her shot. "I want to leave this city, I suggest you leave too, everyone leave quickly." Jill directly reminded everyone in the police station. The people around ran away in panic. Then Jill turned to the boss and said, "Give me the handcuff key." "Why do you want the key?" The boss looked puzzled, didn't understand why Jill wanted the key. "Doesn't she have it herself?" "I caught two arsonists outside, the keys fell down the drain, and I need the handcuffs keys to unlock them." "Two people? Did you mean the two of them?" The boss was stunned when he heard the words and pointed to the prison cell not far away. "Huh. What are you doing?" Jill followed his boss's gaze and was stunned to find that Chu Feng and Alice had already entered the prisoner's detention room without knowing when. The self-consciousness of these two prisoners is simply unprecedented, and they even locked the door themselves. "Officer Jill, we are self-conscious and self-imprisonable." Chu Feng looked at Jill and smiled. "Just kidding, he came in and let him go without getting a weapon. Isn't this a joke?" Jill looked at Chu Feng and Alice insisting on staying and couldn't figure it out. "If you want to say what Chu Feng and the others are for, they locked themselves in, isn't that just waiting to die?" Chu Feng didn't have a key in this detention room, so once he got in, he couldn't get out. Those handcuffs don't even have a key. But if you want to say that Chu Feng and the others are really trying to punish themselves, that's impossible. You two just want to blow up, but it hasn't exploded yet. Kill yourself, a ghost. Zombies are here. A lot of zombies are coming from the street." Just when Jill was wondering, a police officer came in from the door with a look of anxiety and fear. "Walk." Jill's boss didn't care either and left directly. The whole city has been abandoned. What can a police station have that two empty-handed people can take? In his opinion, these two are courting death, so why bother with them? So he did not hesitate and retreated decisively. "Do you know that the entire city is about to fall, and no one will come to rescue you here, and you will surely die?" After all, Chu Feng and Alice came here because of her, so Jill kindly reminded them. The reason why Chu Feng insisted on staying, Jill can only be attributed to wanting to use the detention room of the police station to escape the zombies, and then wait for rescue. But this is impossible. The city has fallen. How can there be rescue? People outside can't wait to block the entire Raccoon City immediately, so being here is like digging your own grave. "Thank you for the kindness of Officer Jill. You'd better go. If you go late, you won't have a chance to leave the city." Seeing that Jill is not a bad person, Chu Feng kindly reminded Jill, "The city has been blocked, and once the infection reaches the gate of the city, there is no chance to leave the city." In the original plot, because she went a little late, there happened to be an infected person before she was checked, so the exit was directly blocked. Raccoon City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and has only one exit. Once it is blocked, it is impossible to go out in other directions. You still worry about yourself. Jill didn't expect that she persuaded Chu Feng to leave, but instead Chu Feng persuaded her to leave. A little speechless, frowned, picked up the key of the next detention room and threw it into the detention room. Turned around and left. The meaning is obvious, you choose to solve it yourself and that's all she can help. Jill was the last one, so as soon as she left, the entire police station was immediately empty and there was no one else. It looked empty. Get started. Seeing that no one was there, Chu Feng thought, and the handcuffs on his and Alice's hands automatically opened and fell to the ground. Then Chu Feng leaned over and picked up the key on the ground, inserted it into the keyhole, and directly opened the door of the detention room. Although Chu Feng can directly use the electromagnetic force to control the metal to open, it is Jill's kindness after all, and he accepts this favor. Roar. As soon as Chu Feng got out of the detention room, a zombie staggered in with drooling saliva. Seeing Chu Feng, he suddenly rushed towards him. Chu Feng released the key in his hand. SHH, the key flew out suddenly, directly headshot the zombie. Boom, the body of the zombie slowly fell down. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Hoo-ho-ho, outside the door, more zombies smelled Chu Feng and Alice and wanted to rush in. Chu Feng waved his hand again and again, and the iron gate of the police station closed automatically. With the thought of Chu Feng, the lockhead flew over and locked the door. Alice, do you know where the general arsenal is kept? Chu Feng has been living in Kyushu and doesn't know much about the interior of the lighthouse police station, but Alice was different. She was a special forces soldier, a special agent. Having been living in Raccoon City, he should know something about the police department. I know, you come with me. Alice heard the words without hesitation and led the way decisively. Not to mention, for this, Alice is really professional and went straight to the arsenal. So Chu Feng followed Alice all the way to see the door, to open the door, see the lock and unlock it. With Chu Feng Magneto's ability, the impregnable Raccoon City police station seems to be its own backyard, and there is no difficulty at all. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, metal construction equals safety. In Chu Feng's eyes, it is just the opposite. The more metal it is made of, the easier it is to open. It would take a lot of effort for him to actually get a plastic door. Not long after, Chu Feng and Alice came to the weapons warehouse. There are a large number of weapons in the arsenal, such as pistols, rifles, shotguns, and the shelves are directly filled. There are also a variety of bulletproof vests, wrist gloves. Just by looking at the abundance of this weapons warehouse, you can imagine how chaotic the lighthouse country is. It takes so many weapons to maintain law and order. Of course, now that the zombie apocalypse broke out, these were all theirs. Alice, take a look, take whatever you like, don't be polite to them, Chu Feng said to Alice behind him. Anyway, these don't cost money, don't do it for nothing. Alice was excited when she heard the words, but she was not polite. She went forward and chose a police vest and gloves, then 2 daggers, 2 pistols, and a rifle before she stopped. It's not that she doesn't want to take more, but that it's good to know that the weapon is suitable. Too much is very tiring, and it will affect the amount of ammunition carried. Without ammunition, firearms are almost scrap metal. Chu Feng also stepped forward to prepare for selection. It was the first time he had seen so many hot weapons. I don't usually have weapons, he suffers. Now there are weapons. There are too many to take away, and Chu Feng is in trouble. He can take them all with his ability, but directly controlling a bunch of firearms to rampage in the streets consumes a lot of mental energy. Not worth the loss. But to go out with just 1 or 2 guns, that would be too embarrassing. As the Doomsday Magneto, if you kill zombies with a gun, that's too unreasonable. After thinking about it, Chu Feng suddenly thought of the system, so he asked in his mind, the system, is there any storage space? Yes, 500 points are required to activate. How big is it? Chu Feng asked again. The initial size is 27 cubic meters, which can be expanded later. 27 cubic meters, that is 3 meters in length, width, and height, which is equivalent to a large room enough. Chu Feng heard the system reminder, thought for a while, and felt that 27 cubic meters was enough, and more than enough. After all, this storage space is not the same as the normal space. It can be placed in suspension, and it can be stuffed in as long as there is a place. Unlike real rooms, which can only be placed on shelves, wasting a lot of space. System, open the storage space. Chu Feng did not hesitate and chose to open it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the storage space has been successfully opened. You can use your mind to communicate. Because the storage space has no time, the placement of items will not be affected by time. Chu Feng's words fell, and the original 660 points on the account were directly reduced by 500 points and became 160 points. Immediately afterwards, a space without the concept of time was opened directly. This space does not seem to be in this world, but Chu Feng can directly communicate with this space with his thoughts. This feeling is so mysterious. Chu Feng grabbed some weapons too. Alice took her equipment and looked back to find that Chu Feng was in a daze. Without holding any weapons, she was stunned and reminded. Although Chu Feng can control metal, it also consumes mental power to control metal. Modifying the bullet trajectory is the most economical way to do it. It is good. After Chu Feng finished speaking, his mind connected to the storage space and waved at the weapon on the front shelf. SHHHHH. A large amount of weapons and ammunition seemed to be pulled by something. Wherever Chu Feng's hand turned, the weapons floated up and disappeared into the air. Chu Feng Wu, the weapon is gone. Seeing a large number of weapons in the arsenal disappear in front of her eyes, Alice opened her small mouth and widened her beautiful eyes with shock and disbelief on her face. She even reached out and rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she was dazzled. She knows that Chu Feng can control metal, but to control metal is to control metal, and to make firearms disappear is to make firearms disappear. This is not a concept at all. Where have all those guns gone? There are too many weapons to carry and I put them all in the storage space. Chu Feng didn't hide it and said, "What is the storage space? Why can you hold so many weapons?" Alice looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled look. "A space without time, so what goes in is what comes out," Chu Feng explained. "Chu Feng, just tell me, how much oriental mysterious ability do you have?" Alice seems to understand, but one thing she understands is that Chu Feng has a lot of abilities. Every time she thought she knew enough about Chu Feng would always use new abilities. Alice is very curious, how much power does Chu Feng, a mysterious oriental person, hide? Gone. Chu Feng did not hide it and spoke honestly. Real. Alice has no other ability to doubt what Chu Feng said. It's gone. Chu Feng is a little helpless. How to say the truth is always unbelievable. With the 160 points in his wallet now, what can he do? Well, missing points. There is no other way but to continue killing zombies. After a while, the two return to the gate of the police station. Ho ho ho, bang bang bang. The wave of zombies at the gate of the police station was really persevering, and even before they left, they stood at the gate and waited for them. It seems that zombies have a deep obsession with food. I'm ready to kill the quartet. Just obtain the equipment. Alice, who is fully armed, is holding a rifle with excitement on her face. After preparing for so long, she is finally about to start killing zombies, and she can't wait to start. Wait a moment. Seeing that Alice was going to rush out to kill the zombies, Chu Feng moved smartly and stopped. This Alice kills zombies, so it won't count as his killing. If every bullet needs to be covered by his magnetic field force, it will consume too much energy, and this benefit is not worth it. This time, Chu Feng learned to be obedient, and he was not stubborn. He gave full play to the spirit of asking if he didn't understand, and asked the system in his heart, "System, how can I make the zombies killed by Alice count in my account?" Establish a team, invite Alice to join the team, all the host's income will remain unchanged, and the player's income will be 7 or 3 points between the host and the players. The system store is open to squad members. Damn it, is that cool. What are you waiting for? Build a team. Chu Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. It turns out that you can also build teams and fight. After the team is established, all the zombie points he kills are his, and the zombies killed by the team members have to pay him 70% of the rent. What does it mean? If he recruits more people, then the income will be considerable, which is equivalent to a group of people working for him, and what he paid is to open the mall. When they buy things in the mall, they should give a lot of points. It's just a worthless sale. What is he hesitating about? Naturally created directly. Ding, the team is being established. Please give the host a name for the team. The name, let's call it the Scourge Team. Hearing that it was going to be named, Chu Feng thought about it, killing zombies. How can it be regarded as killing harm for the people? Then it is called God's condemnation. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and I condemn them for God. Ding. The Scourge Team is successfully established, and the host can invite comrades to join. Invite Alice to join the Scourge Team. Chu Feng did not hesitate, and with a thought, he directly invited Alice. The next moment, the system prompt sounded in Alice's mind. Ding. Chu Feng invited you to join the Scourge Team. Do you accept it? Who is talking? Chu Feng, I just heard a strange voice saying that you invited me to join what team? Alice was startled by the voice that suddenly appeared in her mind. What's the situation? How could there be other voices in her head? Because Chu Feng was mentioned in the words, Alice asked with a puzzled face. It's okay, this is the team I created. You can join in and fight monsters to level up. Seeing Alice's suspicious look, Chu Feng explained. What? This is your ability? Didn't you just say that you don't have other abilities? Say, how many mysterious abilities do you have to hide from me? Alice was stunned when she heard the words. Chu Feng just said that she has no ability to hide, but how long has it been since then? In such a short time, Chu Feng actually created another team of Scourge. Hello, well, you don't have the ability to hide. Cough, cough. No, this time it's really gone, and this team's ability has just been discovered. Chu Feng was a little embarrassed, but he didn't lie either. Before, he really didn't know he had this ability. Alice squinted her eyes and stared at Chu Feng for a while. After making sure that Chu Feng didn't lie to herself, she agreed. This system is really amazing. There is even a mall. It turns out that you bought your spiritual recovery potion here. There is such a good mall. Why did you invite me in now? Am I so untrustworthy? After Alice joined the team, she miraculously found that she could see the shopping mall interface in front of her eyes. At this moment, she finally understood why Chu Feng clicked in the void when he was fine. He is not crazy, but is browsing the mall interface. There are all kinds of goods in the mall, and one of them is something called spiritual recovery potion. Alice recognized at a glance that it was the potion that Chu Feng drank last time. It turned out that he bought it here. This Chu Feng who had such a good thing long ago has never shared it with her. This is overkill. I also just acquired the ability. I'm not yet proficient and the team function has just been discovered. Seeing Alice pouting with dissatisfaction on her face, Chu Feng explained embarrassingly. But just kidding, you can share such a magical system with me. I have already felt your trust. Seeing that Chu Feng was in a hurry to explain, Alice burst out laughing. Okay, you little goblin, you dare to make fun of me and see how I fix you. Ya ha 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 ha, despicable, it's this trick again, ha ha ha, don't scratch, I was wrong. Boom, the police station door slammed open. Hoo ho ho. The zombies who had been waiting outside for a long time rushed in. Bang 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 bang. Chu Feng and Alice looked at each other, raised their muzzles and fired wildly at the rushing zombies. One after another flames flickered at the muzzle and bullets were shot frantically, heading towards the zombies. Chu Feng can control electromagnetic force, and metal is the best magnetic conductive material. He can make the bullets he shoots have a headshot rate of 100% without consuming much mental energy. Therefore, Chu Feng's gun was almost a headshot, and Alice is not weak. As a special agent, her marksmanship is good. With the injection of T-virus, her body has been greatly strengthened. Although it is impossible to shoot a headshot, it is still very easy to shoot a zombie with 2 shots. Puff puff. In a short time, all the small zombies at the door were brought down by Chu Feng and Alice. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. With the fall of a large number of zombies, a series of system prompts sounded crazy in Chu Feng's mind. In a short time, Chu Feng's points dropped to 160 points because he opened the storage space, and it directly increased by more than half, reaching 427 points. Why is there a 7? Naturally, some zombies were killed by Alice, so the big head was added to Chu Feng. It's cool, sure enough, it's cool to have a weapon. Alice, are you ready? It must be a charge of a whole group of corpses. I'm going to go big. Seeing the zombies being knocked down, Chu Feng's points continued to rise and he felt at ease. Chu Feng judged that with the sound of their gunshots, the corpses in the entire street must be attracted. At this time, it is time for him to grow up. Don't worry, I'm ready. Alice smiled confidently and raised her chin proudly in the supermarket on the other side of the street. Frank, listen, there's a lot of gunfire over there. A gangster said to the yellow-haired Frank. Let's go and look at the window. Frank said and walked directly to the window with a few thugs. They were all very strange. There were zombies all over the place and everyone who could escape escaped. It has been a long time since gunshots were heard. Anyone who survived should basically understand what it means to shoot at this time. The whole street is full of black zombies. Even the local gangs like them dare not open fire. How could someone open fire without knowing what to do? And they are still firing continuously, don't they want to live? In a short time, a few people came to the window. Across the road, you could see a man and a woman holding rifles and submachine guns in front of the police station, firing wildly at the zombies. Murmur, those are rifles and submachine guns. They're good treasures from the police station. A gangster saw the firearms in Chu Feng and Alice's hands glowing. They just used some small pistols. Look at people, it turned out to be a rifle and a submachine gun. If they have such a guy, they dare to open fire. Damn it, they took the lid. Frank saw Chu Feng and Alice come out of the police station with guns and spit on the ground and cursed. They also had the idea of using firearms from the police station. However, there were too many zombies on the road and the car overturned, so they could only temporarily hide in the supermarket. There are too many zombies at the gate of the police station in Zhengzhou. Unexpectedly, it was taken first. Boss, they are about to kill all the zombies at the entrance of the police station. Otherwise, let's rush over now. I don't think the two of them can bring a few weapons. There must be many inside. It has to be said that the people who come out to mix are all talented people, and they are well informed in their analysis. Chu Feng and Alice also took a few weapons and went out, and they also cleaned up the zombies at the door. Isn't this a great opportunity to get into the police station? Before the zombies in the distance are attracted, as long as they rush into the police station, the rest of the weapons will be theirs. Anyway, the police station has a lot of guns, and they will definitely not be able to carry them all. Humph, what's so good about the guns in the police station? I think it's completely possible to grab them by the way. Anyway, we have a lot of people, so we're not afraid of them. The other gangster had a bigger appetite and planned to grab Chu Feng and Alice together. There are many of them, and they will definitely be able to disarm these two. It makes sense, that girl is real, her figure is perfect, it's a pity to let it go. Yes, 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 they robbed them together. Anyway, there are only two people, so bullying. Seeing this, the other gangsters also agreed. Okay. Brothers, get ready to open the door, let's go together. Frank made sense to what the bastards were saying. Of course, as the head of the gangster, I think more. Chu Feng and Alice opened fire and cleaned up the zombies at the door. This was their chance. After that, the gunshots will inevitably attract a large number of zombies. If they don't shoot, then when the zombies kill the two, there will definitely be more gatherings at the gate of the police station. If they want to enter again, that is to destroy the zombies in a street. Just thinking about it makes your scalp go numb. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that these two have just finished shooting the bullets and have not had time to change the clips, it is the best opportunity to shoot now. After speaking, Frank didn't hesitate. He suddenly pushed open the supermarket door, shouted, and took the lead in dashing towards Chu Feng. Kill the girl, I'm a god. That Frank rushed out with a gang of gangsters to rob. Their timing can be described as inaccurate. Chu Feng and Alice had just finished firing their bullets and had not had time to change the magazines. Under normal circumstances, winning the two is easy. However, they had just rushed out and the shouting had not been finished. He saw that the submachine gun in Chu Feng's hand disappeared, and rifles, pistols, submachine guns, and even a bazooka kept appearing around him. Surrounding Chu Feng, it formed a dense protective net. At least there were hundreds of firearms. And when they rushed up, they just hit 100 muzzles. For a moment, the charging Frank and his subordinates were all stupid, and Chi stopped charging. At this moment, Frank's heart was scolding his mother, who said just now that these two people can't hold a few weapons. And who said how many of them could disarm these two, which B******* D said he wanted to rob women. Also said that the two of them are easy to bully. Look at these hundreds of guns, how can it be bullied? Just two gods of death. Frank looked at the small pistol in his hand and was about to cry. Woohoo, Mom, I want to go home, it's too bullying. Who said that you can do whatever you want at the end of the day? Someone else can do whatever they want. What are you doing? Chu Feng had just set up his gun formation, ready to resist the corpse tide, but unexpectedly a group of people rushed out of the supermarket opposite, making Chu Feng very puzzled. What are these people trying to do? Chu Feng, they are here. Just when Chu Feng was wondering what the gangsters were doing, Alice reminded. Boom! Chu Feng turned his head and could see on the other side of the street, groups of zombies started rushing towards this side like a tide. A single zombie is very slow and most people can handle it. However, once the zombies are clustered, it is incredible. What was supposed to be a staggering pace turned into a trot. Who can resist this? Wow, corpse and corpse tide, mumble what to do. It's over, we're dead. Woo-woo, we're all going to die here. Facing the corpse tide, even these local snakes are full of fear. Looking at the movement speed of the corpse tide, everyone showed despair. Zombies have learned to trot, how can this be played? At this moment they regret it. Wouldn't it be nice to hide in the supermarket properly? I have to rush out, now it's alright, I've run into a corpse tide. It's impossible to deal with those small pistols. This wave is dead. Just when everyone was desperate, Chu Feng was not afraid of the tidal wave of zombies. Kakaka, in an instant, hundreds of firearms were loaded. Hoo-ho-ho, a large number of zombies began to approach, exposing their yellowed teeth and roaring towards the crowd. With this charge, even an army could not resist. Chu Feng looked at the zombies approaching and spoke coldly. The electromagnetic force field vibrated wildly, and all the weapons were like a semicircular fortress covering the entire street in front of them within range. Duh. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the weapons fired frantically, and a massive amount of bullets carrying scorching tail flames spit out frantically from the muzzle. Crazy towards the zombies around. The oncoming zombie tide, like a rolling wave, was continuously photographed and was continuously broken by Chu Feng's terrifying bullets. The zombies fell one by one, wave after wave, and the corpses piled up higher and higher, even blocking the charge of the zombies behind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 10 ordinary zombies and get 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 10 ordinary zombies and get 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 10 ordinary zombies and get 100 points. With a large number of zombies falling in pieces, even the system broadcast could not keep up with the killing speed. The original reward announcements turned out to be 10 combined into one broadcast. Still, that kill reward was almost a string. A lot of points are madly blessing on Chu Feng. Chu Feng's points are skyrocketing like crazy. 427 points, 437 points, 447 points, 457 points, 467 points. 507 points. The points rose from 427 points to 507 points almost instantly, and the rise did not stop. 507 points, 607 points, 707 points, 807 points. 1,007 points in a short time. It broke through 1,000 points. It didn't stop and it was still skyrocketing like crazy. 1,007 points, 1,507 points, 2,007 points, 2,507 points, 3,007 points. What block? He blocked the corpse tied by himself. Oh my god, how holy is he? How is this possible? God, superpower, this is definitely superpower. Mumble. Crazy, either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. One person can stop the corpse tide. This is not human. Have you noticed? Those zombies were almost killed by headshots. Suck. Control hundreds of guns at the same time and you tell me you can shoot headshots. Crazy, absolutely crazy. With such a terrifying existence, pinching us to death is like pinching ants. What were we thinking just now? Robber him? Are you impatient? Watching the scene where Chu Feng alone overwhelmed the tide of corpses and the sea of blood and the mountains of corpses, Frank and the other gangsters were dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. As local snakes, they are also people who have seen the world. However, with a wave of hands like Chu Feng, hundreds of firearms turned into a semicircular fortress, and they had never seen anything crazy. Don't tell me I haven't heard of it. The corpse tide is scary enough. It can frighten them to their knees. However, in front of Chu Feng, these monsters that can frighten them so softly are nothing at all, and they can crush the entire corpse tide with one person's strength. What is even more terrifying is that so many firearms and so many zombies are almost killed by headshots. What a horrible person to be able to do this. After all, even if the zombies stand still and let them shoot, it is difficult to get headshots. However, in the face of the rush of mobile zombies, Chu Feng actually controlled hundreds of firearms at the same time, and the frenzied fire can still guarantee almost headshots. Do you dare to believe such a thing? And they just turned out to be such terrifying bigwigs who want to rob. Just thinking about it makes my spine go cold. Fortunately, they didn't attack Chu Feng. Otherwise, with Chu Feng's ability, it is estimated that they would be able to kill all of them in an instant. On the other side of the street, a large number of zombies also swarmed wildly. After all, with such a big movement, it is impossible to attract zombies from one side only. There is no need to worry about the corpse tied in front of Chu Feng, but there is no firepower behind him. Now that there is a corpse tied in the rear, this is simply drawing wages from the bottom of the pot. It's not good. The back is also a corpse tied. Maid, what should I do? What else can I do? Go back to the supermarket. Look back, the supermarket has also been captured. It's over, we all have to die here. Woohoo, Mom, I want to go home. I knew the city was so dangerous, so I followed. Frank originally thought that if Chu Feng suppressed the corpse tide, they would be able to survive. However, what they didn't expect was that a large number of gunshots actually caused a corpse tide to form on the other side. Yes, Chu Feng's fortress is almost invulnerable. The problem is that zombies don't talk about martial arts, even attacked from behind. Without Chu Feng's firepower suppression, how many of their broken pistols could they kill? For a time, all the gangsters were terrified. They wanted to go back to the supermarket but found that it was too late. The supermarket had also fallen under the tide of corpses and the glass doors had been stepped down. How could they go back? Alice, seeing that a corpse tide was also forming on the other side, Chu Feng reminded, clear. Alice grabbed the oil tank on the ground and threw it directly towards the sky behind. Crack! Chu Feng controlled the bazooka to launch directly at the oil tank. Bang tilde. A rocket flew out directly over the heads of the corpses and hit the oil tank in the sky accurately. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, forming a huge flame in the sky. Buzz. Alice's thought power surged out, directly covering the exploding flames, suspended above the head of the corpse tied behind. At this time, the sun is about to go down, and the flame is more gorgeous than the fiery red sun on the top of the mountain. As if the sunset lighted up half the sky. Drink! Alice let out a coquettish scolding and the terrifying thought force controlled the explosive flames and suddenly suppressed it. Boom! The flames erupted, directly involving all the zombies in the corpse tide. The terrifying flame burst out with all its power under the power of thought, directly set all zombies on fire. Hoo-ho-ho! Zombies are worthy of being zombies. Even if their whole body is caught in a sea of fire, they still do not stop moving forward. They drag the hot flames and continue to charge forward. However, Alice's psychic power is so terrifying that it can even accelerate the burning of the flames. Bang! The poor zombies were burned to fly ash before they got close and they were scattered in the wind. Boom! At the same time, the last zombie on Chu Feng's side was finally solved by Chu Feng. The two waves of corpses ended here. Ding, congratulations to the host, your comrade Alice killed 100 ordinary zombies and you will get 700 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your comrade Alice killed 100 ordinary zombies and you will get 700 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, your comrade Alice killed 100 ordinary zombies and you will get 700 points. As Alice's mind power cooperated with the oil barrel to solve the corpse tide, Chu Feng gained a lot of points in his mind. Chu Feng didn't know how many points a single person got, and he couldn't count it. But after this battle, Chu Feng's points increased from more than 400 to more than 7,000. It is only less than 3,000 points away from upgrading to Tier 3. You can imagine how big this wave is. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. That is, their ammunition has been damaged by 7088. It seems that such a large-scale corpse tide battle cannot be used often in the future, unless more guns can be found. It's amazing, Alice, she actually killed the zombies before me. Chu Feng will not be jealous of others' abilities. This wave of Alice really did a good job. That is nothing to say, praise or praise. Alice was about to speak when her eyes rolled and she fainted. Alice, Chu Feng hurriedly hugged Alice. It's fine, it's just a headache. After a long time, Alice slowed down a bit. Maybe it's mental overload, come and drink this. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng bought 2 tubes of mental recovery potion for Alice and poured it into Alice's mouth. After drinking the potion, although Alice was still pale, she was obviously much better. It's just that I'm still very tired and it will take some time to recover. This gentleman, thank you for your help. If it wasn't for you, we would have died. You are our savior. I don't know what we need to help, although Frank will do my best. I see that your girlfriend is unwell. Our stronghold is nearby. If necessary, we can. Seeing that the corpse tide was over, Frank gathered up his courage and bowed to Chu Feng, thanking him. After all, he also invited Chu Feng to rest at his nearby stronghold. No, it's just a matter of convenience. If you are not here, I will also destroy those zombies. Chu Feng did not accept Frank's kindness. He didn't know him and it was easy to save him, so he didn't want anything in return. That being the case, there is no need to go to their stronghold. All right. Can you tell me the name? It's hard to repay the life-saving grace. I hope I can remember the name of the benefactor. Frank was a little disappointed when the invitation was rejected, but it was normal, they didn't know each other. They wanted to kill Chu Feng just now, but it is really inappropriate to invite others now. Frank turned to ask Chu Feng's name. Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't hide it and then asked, do you know where the nearest gun shop is? The police station's ammunition has almost been used up. If there is no supply, then the next time you encounter a corpse wave, it may not be so easy to deal with. Chu Feng saw that the figure was a nearby local snake, so he asked casually. Is there a gun shop? There is, but it has already been captured by zombies. I'm afraid it's not easy to pass. Frank, as a local snake, naturally understands where there is a gun shop. To be honest, his first choice was actually a gun shop. It's a pity that the other side has already fallen, and I can't go there, so I came here. He could see that Chu Feng and Alice were not in good condition, so he kindly reminded them. You don't have to worry about this, you just need to tell me the location. Chu Feng is not too worried about the danger. Is there any danger in this world? The real danger is without weapons. Well, since that's the case. Seeing that Chu Feng insisted, Frank did not hesitate to tell Chu Feng the location of the gun shop. Well, I see, thank you. Chu Feng got the location of the gun shop and was about to leave while holding Alice. It's really dangerous over there. Frank saw that Chu Feng was really going to the gun shop, so he kindly reminded him again. I can count, but it's just a few of you. I advise you to leave here quickly. Before dawn tomorrow, this place will be baptized by a nuclear bomb and you will die if you stay here. Chu Feng felt that Frank was not a good person, but he was grateful and reminded him kindly. What a nuclear bomb. Frank and the others were shocked when they heard the words, and their backs were covered in cold sweat. They thought that when the zombies broke out, they could do whatever they wanted here. But I didn't expect that the end of the day would not be as good as I imagined. The Lighthouse Nation wants to pacify Raccoon City. Thanks for reminding. Although Frank didn't know why Chu Feng knew that this place would be leveled, but a big guy with superpowers like Chu Feng would definitely not lie to a little guy like him, and he sincerely thanked him. Chu Feng nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the firearms were directly returned to the storage space. The magnetic field unfolded, and the bullet casings on the ground directly melted and seeped under his boots. Under the action of electromagnetic force, Chu Feng directly levitated with Alice in his arms and flew towards the location of the gun shop. Superman. Frank looked at Chu Feng, who was leaving with envy on his face. Flying with people directly, no wonder you dare to go to the gun store even without ammunition, it's really awesome. What are you still doing? Go, leave Raccoon City. Frank saw that his subordinates were still staring at the direction where Chu Feng disappeared and suddenly thought of Chu Feng's reminder and walked out. Nuclear bomb. If this thing falls, none of them will survive. Raccoon City security checkpoint. Please go through the security checkpoint in order. All citizens must pass the scan. This place has been completely controlled by the army and a large number of people crowded at the city gate trying to leave. The scene was once very chaotic. Behind the checkpoint, Major Kane was still in a meeting. The whole city has been surrounded, the army has blocked all exits and the only thing left is this bridge. An operator controlled the computer, revealing the city blockade map and said, well done. Kane nodded, very satisfied with the quick movements of his men. Sir, come and see. At this moment above the checkpoint, a soldier shouted at Kane inside. What's the matter? Kane is busy. Suddenly, the soldier was stunned for a moment and rushed up quickly. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a huge firelight in the direction of the police station in the city. Give me the telescope. Kane directly took over a soldier's telescope and looked at the fire. From a distance, you can see that the flames in the air swirl crazily and finally press down with a bang and disappear after a long time. Kane looked puzzled. What the hell happened? You would say it was an explosion. Explosion indeed. But as a soldier, he has never seen the flames after the explosion turn around in the air as if they were alive and then suppress it. It was the first time he had seen such a strange situation. Contact Machine D and send someone to investigate. Kane had a hunch that this might have something to do with that Chu Feng and sent someone to take a look at the incident. Yes, the subordinates took the lead and directly communicated with the D number machine. In Raccoon City, a helicopter was flying in the air when it suddenly received an order from above. D machine, there is a new order. Go directly to the police station to find out what happened there. Received. Base set off. Unit D turned its nose and headed straight to the police station. As night fell, the entire Raccoon City looked even more eerie, as if a man-eating beast was about to devour everyone. All those who survived are frantically squeezing out the exit, hoping to get out of this hell on earth. Entire exit checkpoints were thrown into chaos, making it harder to get out of town. Get out of the way, Peyton, Wu tilde. Jill also arrived here and the surroundings were too flustered, and if there was a queue, I didn't know when to wait. At this time, he happened to see his colleague Dahe Peyton in front of the checkpoint in the distance, so keep shouting at him. However, the surrounding is too noisy and the sound cannot be heard at all. Jill is also smart, whistling and waving his hands as he shouts. Sure enough, Peyton was attracted by the whistle, and when he saw a beautiful female police officer who kept waving her hands at him behind the crowd, he was a happy one and said, Valentine, hi, Valentine, she is a policeman, let her come over. Get out of the way, cop. Jill kept pushing forward while reminding. With the help of Peyton, Jill finally squeezed in from the crowd and joined Peyton. I'm so glad you came, but you've helped us a lot. Peyton is worried that there are too many crowds and it is difficult to maintain order. One more person means more help. Just when the two were happy to meet, a middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly screamed and twitched and fell down. Stay away from him, he has a bad heart. The daughter next to him was flustered when he saw this, worried that the crowd around him would step on her father, and hurriedly protected the middle-aged man. Don't get close to him, everyone backs up. The soldiers at the checkpoint don't think it's as simple as having a bad heart. What the hell are they blocking? How could they not know? This man's situation is not right and must be controlled. Raise the muzzle directly and force the crowd back. The crowd around was already chaotic, and seeing this, it became even more chaotic. The middle-aged man twitched wildly on the ground, obviously in great pain. Daddy, in the face of the soldiers' reprimands, how could the girl retreat? She also understood that if she retreated, these people might just shoot. That's her father. Therefore, the girl will not let her go and she will protect her father. Everyone get out of the way and take her away. Seeing that the blue veins on the man's forehead were bulging, something was wrong and the soldiers gave the most severe scolding. If the girl didn't leave, they would open fire. At first glance, this guy is about to become a zombie. If he is successfully transformed into a zombie, all of them are in danger. It's okay, come with me. Peyton came to help manage the order early in the morning, so he didn't know much about the situation in the city, and he didn't know enough about the horror of zombies. Seeing that those people were about to shoot and kill the girl, he hurried over to help and pulled the girl away. Roar. At this time, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his white eyes, roared, and bit Peyton's feet. Drag him away, drag him away. Peyton, a good man, was also aggrieved. He kindly helped to save his daughter, but he was slapped by him, screamed in horror, and said in horror. The surrounding police officers quickly stepped forward and locked the madman so that he would not continue to bite. But I don't know, this is not a lunatic at all but a zombie. Seeing the danger, Jill directly pulled the girl aside and did not hesitate to draw a gun and shoot. Boom! The zombie middle-aged man was shot directly in the head. Dad. The girl wailed and rushed towards the corpse crying. With the sound of gunshots, the surroundings became more chaotic. Kane, who was above the checkpoint, also noticed the abnormality here. With a serious face, he opened the communication and reported, "It's here, it has spread to the door." "Why are you still here? There should be a chance to go," Jill asked in confusion while helping Peyton bandage the wound. "These are our people, Jill." Peyton heard the words. Indeed, as a police officer, he came very early and he could have left. After all, the troops stationed here are almost all from the Umbrella Company. However, in order to maintain order and allow more people to leave, he voluntarily chose to stay and help defend. He can't leave the people behind and go first, which goes against his policeman's identity criteria. When Jill heard this, he was a little helpless. Close the door. Upstairs, Kane, who got the order, ordered it directly. "Gentlemen," the soldier next to him was stunned when he heard the words, thinking that the commander had given the wrong order. "There are so many people down there now closed. What about these people? Close the door." Kane ordered with great certainty. "Our people are still out there." The soldiers did confirm the commander's order this time, but if you don't want the people, you can't shut it down immediately. Their people are still out there. Now that the door is closed, does it mean that even the police and soldiers who maintain order are staying inside? "Listen to orders," Kane interrupted seriously. "Just kidding, the virus has spread and it can't be stopped. If one more person comes out, there will be one more crisis." He only focused on whether he could block it as much as possible. As for the life and death of his soldiers and those who helped to defend the police, sorry, it was not in his consideration. The soldiers had no choice but to obey the order and close the gate. Seeing that the door was closed, the more clever soldiers inside quickly retreated, and those who responded slowly were also blocked along with the people. "Oh my God, they closed the door. Open the door, *** hole." The situation around was already chaotic, but now that the door is closed, the people broke out completely and rushed directly to the checkpoint. It's a pity that they are still late. The door has been completely closed and no one can get out. This has become a biochemical isolation zone. You cannot leave here because of the risk of infection. We are implementing all appropriate measures and the situation is under control. Please everyone go home. Upstairs, Kane held a small speaker and reassured the crowd below. Jill and Peyton were stunned when they heard the words. What the hell did this be *****D say? Now the whole Raccoon City has become a ghost town. You actually said the situation is under control. Go home? What a joke. You're not going to end well. The surrounding people were furious and rushed towards the checkpoint frantically. Boom! Kane pulled out his pistol and fired a warning shot. When the originally crazy crowd heard the gunshots, they were all startled and stopped. "I'll give you 5 seconds to turn around and go home," Kane said coldly with an indifferent expression. Although he said that he would give everyone 5 seconds to leave, he didn't seem to want to stay at all. Directly turned around and ordered the opponent, "Execute the order." After all, Kane walked directly down the tower. Authorized use of weapons. The squad leader got the order, and although he couldn't bear it, there was nothing he could do, only follow orders. Crack! The soldiers on the tower got the order and loaded their bullets one after another. 5. And the lead captain also began to count down. They won't fire on civilians. Seeing the countdown above, female reporter Terry Morais took a camera and captured everything at the scene. She believed that these people dared not shoot. After all, there were reporters like her here. If they dared to shoot, she would definitely announce their crimes. They're not going to shoot. Jill on the side also didn't believe that these people would shoot. After all, police officers like them are still in the crowd. 3, 2, 1, duh. However, everyone misunderstood the soldiers of the Umbrella. They only obeyed orders and it didn't matter who the order was to kill. Seeing that the crowd refused to leave, they opened fire. Gunshots rang out and a large number of people fell. Only then did the people realize how ruthless these people were and they all fled backwards. Jill, Peyton, and the female reporter Terry had no choice but to retreat with the crowd. These people have gone mad and they will die if they stay. Jill regretted a little and should have listened to Chu Feng's words and left quickly, and he can't get out now. Groups 3 to 7 are retreating. No, sir, the means of repression have failed and are out of control. Contagion is happening faster than anyone expected. Kane ignored whether the people outside would leave and reported the situation to the top while going down the tower. At this time, a middle-aged man with lower body paralysis came to him in a wheelchair. Dr. Charles, isn't it time for you to get on the plane? Kane was stunned when he saw the person coming and wondered. As the manager of the entire incident, one of his tasks was to arrange the departure of important personnel under the umbrella, and this Charles S. Ford was the most important person among them. Everyone else had left. He did not expect that Dr. Charles would stay. I don't go. Dr. Charles directly refused. The orders I received were to take you and other scientists out of the danger zone. You are too important to the Umbrella Corporation to risk you. Seeing that Dr. Charles refused to leave, Kane continued to persuade him. My daughter is not with me and I'm not going anywhere. Dr. Charles didn't care about Kane's so-called order. What he wanted was his daughter, and he agreed to send someone to pick up his daughter. Now that his daughter is not available, he naturally refuses to leave. I'm so sorry, the whole city is locked down. Maybe she survived a car accident, but we can't find her anywhere. Even if she's alive, we can't let her out. You know, the risk of contagion is too great. Seeing that Dr. Charles still refused to leave, Kane continued to persuade him. His meaning is obvious, don't say that your daughter can't be found. Now that the city is blocked, it is impossible to let her out even if she is found, so you just give up and leave, then do what you need to do and I'll stay. Dr. Charles' eyes were firm and determined not to leave. Kane was helpless, knowing that it was useless to continue to persuade him. He waved his hand and signaled that the plane would take off directly, leaving Dr. Charles alone. There are many experts evacuated on the plane, and everyone cannot stay here just for Charles alone. Duh. The helicopter took off and left quickly. Dr. Charles was sent back to the tent. Charles still didn't give up and came to the workbench to log in to the Umbrella Company network. The entire city was built with the involvement of the Umbrella Company. So all surveillance networks in the entire city are under the umbrella of the Umbrella Company. As long as he logs in, he can view the surveillance video of the whole city, which is the only way for him to find his daughter. User is cancelled. Login denied. However, the result was not good, and the Umbrella Company directly froze his account, apparently worried about what he might do to get in their way when he stayed. However, this is not rare for an expert like Charles, who hacked into the Umbrella Company's network with a direct operation. Start looking for his daughter Angela. The car accident was right next to the school. If Angela was still alive, she should hide back to the school. But there are no cameras inside the school, and he needs a living person to go in and find someone. However, as he kept rummaging through the surveillance cameras, there were zombies everywhere, not a single living person. There must be people alive, hurry up. Dr. Charles frantically searched and finally saw 2 living people on a camera. Boom! The last zombie on the street slowly fell down. Chu Feng, did you remember wrong? Is the gun shop really here? That B***** D is not lying to us, right? Alice asked in doubt after walking for a long time without finding a gun shop. They killed all the zombies in the whole street, and they were all done shopping, but there was no ghost in the gun shop. Seeing that she was about to end, Alice couldn't help but wonder if she had been deceived by that Frank. After all, if that gun shop really existed, I should have seen it, but I haven't seen it yet. Have I been deceived? It shouldn't be found. Chu Feng estimated that he saved those people's lives. He saw that Frank was a man of loyalty and gratitude, so he shouldn't lie to them. Sure enough, they got to the end of the street, and right around the corner they saw what Frank said about the gun shop. It really is. Alice heard the words and followed the corner, and she saw a weapons shop. Go in and have a look. Chu Feng walked to the gun shop first. The door lock automatically disengaged, and Chu Feng was not afraid of someone inside, so he pushed the door and walked in. The door is locked from the outside, so there should be no one in the weapon shop. After all, if the boss is inside, it is impossible to lock the door outside. After Chu Feng went in, he turned on the light and there was really no one inside. Think about it too. The zombie outbreak swept the entire Raccoon City and everyone who could escape escaped. It was normal for the owner of the weapon shop to escape. But obviously the weapons that the boss can carry are limited, and there are so many zombies in this street, which cut off the opportunity for others to come and get guns, so most of the weapons were kept. Looking at the densely packed firearms on the shelves, Chu Feng was very happy. It seemed that this trip was not in vain and the weapons and ammunition were all gone. You first. Chu Feng knew that Alice had no storage space, so she let Alice take it first. Alice nodded and she was not polite. She directly chose some firearms she liked and replaced the original weapons. Selected. After a while, Alice chose her favorite weapon. The next step is easy. Chu Feng waved his hand directly and all the weapons on the shelf were put into the storage space by him. For him, no weapon is good or bad. He uses a gun and he pays attention to lining up. Hundreds of guns were fired in salvos. In this case, as long as the firearms are no problem, it is almost the same. Of course, Chu Feng didn't let go of the ammunition and threw them all into the storage space. All he needed was ammunition. After a while, the original gun shop was looted by Chu Feng. Not even a single bullet was left. As for the money, he didn't even touch it at all. It's the end of the day. These beacon coins are all waste paper. It's useless to take them. It's better to go to the supermarket to get more toilet paper and use it in the toilet. This is the Doomsday. Things that people all over the world love at ordinary times are worthless in the Doomsday. Map. Chu Feng saw that all the weapons had been scraped off by him, and it was pointless to keep it, so he was about to leave but found a map on the table. Chu Feng looked around at random and found that there was a church nearby. He had some impressions of that church. It was the Raven's Gates Church in Resident Evil 2. He remembered that there were 3 fortified creepers over there. Ordinary creepers are rewarded 5 times as much as ordinary zombies. Chu Feng estimates that the rewards of enhanced creepers that have been fused with human genes will not be less than 10 times that of ordinary zombies. This thing is left to hurt people, let's clean it up. So he said to Alice, let's go. Where? Alice asked suspiciously. There is a church not far from here, there should be evolutionary creepers there, the reward for that thing is higher, let's hunt them. Chu Feng also pointed to the church on the map and said, Enhanced creeper, how do you know there is one there? Alice was puzzled when she heard the words. They had never been to the church on this map. How did Chu Feng know that there would be enhanced creepers there? I have a lot of skills. When do you want to try another set of my skills? Chu Feng said and raised his eyebrows at Alice. Go to hell. Alice was stunned for a moment, then reacted and greeted Chu Feng Fangquin directly. Camp, after Doctor. Charles saw Chu Feng and Alice entering the gun shop. He continued to search for other places. Not to mention, in the church not far from Chu Feng, he really found another wave of people. What the hell? They're shooting innocent people. You're the police, can't you do something? At the head was the female reporter Terry, who was walking and chatting beside her. In her opinion, the people in the city are crazy, and the people who guard the city's exit are also crazy. While biting people everywhere, she actually shot people at the same time, which made it difficult for her to accept. In the end, he even began to complain about Jill and Big Black Peyton beside him. Go in and find a place to hide. Jill's head hurt by the female reporter's words. Seeing that there was a church in front of her, she helped Peyton and walked in, ready to make some repairs. She's a policeman, yes, but she's a fired policeman. And although Peyton has a strong physique, haven't you seen him being bitten by a zombie? Facing the large number of umbrella soldiers on the city wall, what can they do? Do you want her to go up and fight? Proceed if you can. Seeing Jill and Peyton entering the church, Terry refused to leave and followed closely, even though he was dissatisfied with their inaction. Don't look at her babbling, but she's not stupid. The city is dangerous, and it is safer to follow 2 policemen than to walk alone. The door of the church was not closed, and Jill, Peyton, and Terry quickly entered the church. What they don't know is that this so-called church is more dangerous than the street full of zombies outside. Boom. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a flash of lightning flashed across the top of the church, revealing a creeper who had been ambushed on the roof for a long time. This creeper is a little different from what Chu Feng saw in the hive. It seems that it has absorbed human genes, completed the second transformation, and became stronger. Roar, the creeper opened his mouth and disappeared on the roof. Squeak. Peyton and Jill pushed open the wooden door of the church, holding pistols on guard, for fear that a zombie would suddenly come up. The church was dark and dead, and if it wasn't for the dim light from the candles inside, they wouldn't even be able to see what's going on inside. Still, many places are hard to see. In addition, there was a thunderstorm in the sky outside for a long time, and the thunder light reflected into the church from the window, causing the church to flicker and darken, making the already depressing church even more depressing. It was like a monster with a bloody mouth in the dark, waiting for passers-by to enter. Get out of here, this is where I hide. Just as the 3 of them carefully entered the church, a man suddenly jumped out in the corner, pointed a pistol at the 3 of them, and warned them loudly, startling everyone. This place is big enough, not many of us. Female reporter Terry saw this and said, Don't tell me this. The man was very excited, but he still didn't put the gun down and pointed at the 3 of them. This city is very dangerous. The ghost knows if you will attract other monsters when you come in. Okay. Calm down and put down the gun. Peyton stared at the man and warned fiercely. Although the man was excited, he was not stupid. He saw the guns in Peyton and Jill's hands. Seeing that both of them are police officers, they immediately became bears. He may be able to shoot one person, but he must be killed by another. It seemed impossible to expel them. Just get ready to drop the gun. Bump. However, just as he was about to put the gun down, the door was suddenly slammed open. Kakaka. Jill and Peyton turned around and aimed their guns at the door almost at the same time. Although the men inside were dangerous, they were human beings after all. But they didn't know what was coming in suddenly at the door. The man also aimed his gun at the door. When the female reporter Terry saw this, she quickly hid behind the crowd. Crack! The two shadows at the door also reacted very quickly, raising their guns directly and aiming them at them. In an instant, the already depressing atmosphere became even more depressing. Everyone was extremely nervous, staring at the two black shadows that appeared at the door, for fear that they were two zombies, and suddenly rushed over to bite their necks. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed past, clearly reflecting the two figures at the door. It's not a monster at all, on the contrary, it turned out to be a pair of men and women. Men are very different from them. At first glance, they are rare Orientals. The other blonde, apparently like them, was a lighthouse man. It's you. The moment he looked at the two, Jill was stunned. Isn't this the two Chu Feng and Alice who threatened to blow up the roof and were taken to the police station by her? This is a long way from the police station, how could they be here? Yo. Officer Jill, we meet again. Chu Feng was also taken aback when he saw Jill. Didn't he remind Jill to get her out of the city quickly? Why are you still here? How did he know that Peyton was injured, and as a colleague, how could Jill leave alone? You know each other, Peyton looked puzzled. That's it. Hey, aren't you two in the police station? Why did you come here? Jill asked suspiciously. Although Chu Feng and Alice were arrested for arson, the self-consciousness they showed along the way is definitely a miracle for all prisoners. Thank you, Officer Jill, for your concern. We left soon after you left. We heard that there are monsters here, so we came here to hunt them down. Chu Feng has a good impression of this Jill. Not only is the person beautiful, athletic, and skillful in marksmanship, but more rarely he is kind-hearted. So he didn't hide it and told him that he was going to hunt monsters. You, hunting monsters, he ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jill widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chu Feng as if she had discovered a new continent. In the end, she couldn't hold back and laughed directly. Chu Feng and Alice were subdued by her without resistance. She didn't dare to say that they were hunting monsters. Are you two going to hunt monsters? Isn't this a joke? Jill felt that it was a miracle that Chu Feng could come here alive. Come on, with your skills you are either killed or committed suicide here. If there is danger to hide behind me, my sister will cover you. Jill didn't believe that Chu Feng could hunt any monsters, so he put away the gun, took out a cigarette, and found a chair to lean on. He skillfully took out a lighter and lit it for himself, took a breath, and spit it out slowly. Not to mention how heroic it is. Women who smoke are rare, but there are not many who can turn smoking into art like her. Alice looked at Chu Feng and almost didn't laugh out loud. She was deflated. Do you dare to support such a sister? The pretend failed. Chu Feng shrugged, a little helpless people. Honestly, how come no one believes it? It's so hard to be an honest person. Remember me? I covered you before you were suspended. Terry Morai's 7 raccoons. Terry came over and spoke to Jill. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Jill. Jill wasn't interested in Terry's handshake at all. It was really annoying for the female reporter to nagging all the way. Seeing that she took the initiative to hit her with the knife, he rolled his eyes and smiled. I have read all your reports. Real? Terry was a little embarrassed because Jill didn't shake hands with her and he was overjoyed to hear that. Fake. Jill smiled and said, forehead. Terry was stunned. He didn't understand what Jill meant, playing with her. You're doing the weather forecast right now, Jill teased. Terry's smile froze, embarrassed. This Jill is too ruthless. As the saying goes, she doesn't reveal her shortcomings. She deliberately does not open the pot and lift it. Chu Feng on the side glanced at Alice. The meaning was obvious. Look, that's her character. It doesn't matter if I pretend or not. Alice directly gave Chu Feng a roll of eyes. What are you? Peyton on the side saw that Terry had been holding a camera and asked in confusion. My camera, in case any of us survive, will be useful. So, what do the Raccoon City police think about these monsters? What are they? Terry still doesn't know which people have died and become zombies. Thinking that those people had something like rabies, they first introduced their cameras, and then the reporter had a natural attack and interviewed Peyton with the camera on. God's judgment. Before Peyton spoke, a loud recitation echoed behind everyone. SHH, everyone was shocked when they heard the words. They didn't expect that there were other people in this abandoned church. The excited man even raised the muzzle directly facing the rear. Even Alice turned back vigilantly. Only Chu Feng's face was calm and he didn't seem to be surprised at all. In fact, I can't blame him. Who made him a transmigrator? He knows the plot like the back of his hand. He knew for a long time that a priest was still here, but he couldn't be surprised if he wanted to. I bring disaster to people because they don't obey my teachings and they don't obey my laws. The walking dead will roam the earth and bring the curse upon them. This priest really looks a bit like, with a dignified look, he slowly walked towards the crowd. As he walks, he recites. Don't say it, it's really a bit like a magician, and everyone at the scene is stunned for a while. If Alice didn't know the origin of Resident Evil, she probably believed him. Great speech. Good, really good. Jill and the female reporter repeatedly praised. I say, Father, you bring disaster to people because they don't listen to your teachings and violate your laws, don't they? Chu Feng did not turn his head and said arrogantly, That's natural. The priest raised his head proudly when he saw that someone believed in his words. Can the disobedient people include your sister? Chu Feng was unhappy when he saw this god stick pretending to be a ghost and turned his head and asked. Say something high-sounding, say that you represent God, and if others don't obey you, you will come to disaster and turn them into walking dead. But Chu Feng clearly remembered that the priest's own sister had turned into a zombie and was locked up by him to feed him alive. This disaster really came from you. How did your sister become a zombie? Was it the disaster you brought down without listening to you? You, what do you mean? Hearing the word little sister, the priest who was originally a goddess turned pale and panicked. Could it be that this young Oriental man knew about him, but not right? His sister turned into a zombie. No one should know about him feeding the living. How could this Oriental person know what happened? Jill, Peyton, Terry, and the unknown man on the side listened to Chu Feng's words, and when they saw that the priest who was originally a master of the Tao instantly turned pale, they all looked puzzled and did not understand what Chu Feng meant. What is it? Disobedient people can't include your sister? Even Alice had a puzzled look on her face, not understanding why Chu Feng's words could make a priest lose his color in an instant, and looked at Chu Feng curiously. His sister turned into a zombie, so he locked up to kill and feed him. Now he probably wants to fool us as his sister's ration. Chu Feng looked at the priest and sneered. The priest's tricks may work for others, but for Chu Feng, who fully knows the plot, it is completely useless and useless. What? Raising a zombie and feeding it? It's so perverted. You still want to trick us into feeding zombies? It's crazy. The moment Chu Feng's words came out, Jill, Peyton, Terry, Alice, and the unknown man trembled. Their backs were covered in cold sweat, and they cried out in surprise. I really thought this was a righteous priest, but I didn't expect it to be a perverted murderer. Forget killing people, and feeding zombies with people is simply a loss of conscience. No, don't listen to his nonsense. The priest naturally refused to admit it and directly denied Chu Feng's statement. Roar tilde, however, at this moment behind the church came the roar of zombies. What is that? When Peyton heard the roar of the zombie, he immediately felt something was wrong and asked the priest. Chu Feng just said that this guy is keeping zombies in captivity in the back, but the voice of zombies came from behind and he had to be suspicious. Nothing. The priest knew that things could not be hidden, but he still tried his best to hide it, hoping to prevent everyone from going behind. Step aside. Without any hesitation, Jill ran past the priest's block and walked back. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Don't go there, please, there's really nothing. The priest was completely anxious when he saw the crowd intruding inward. However, he was alone. How could he stop everyone? The more he wanted to stop him, the more everyone wanted to go in. Are we going over there? Alice asked. No, this trivial matter, they can solve it themselves. Chu Feng lay down directly on the bench and said lightly, if he can't solve even a zombie, then Jill is not worth saving. After a while, everyone came to the door of a room behind the church. The zombie roar just now came from here, so everyone looked solemn. In particular, Jill, who was at the forefront, drew his pistol directly. Jill walked slowly through the door but saw no zombies but the back of a woman who was sitting peacefully on a chair. It doesn't seem like what Chu Feng said. The priest's sister turned into a zombie. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Look, there's nothing. It was that Oriental man who slandered me indiscriminately, and my sister has nothing. Seeing this, the priest hurriedly stopped in front of everyone, trying to transfer the contradiction to Chu Feng. At this time, his forehead was sweating, and he was almost not scared to death. It's nothing. Why are you sweating so much? Why didn't she come out to meet so many of us? If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that he will be fooled by looking at the back. But Jill is not an ordinary person, but a policewoman. Her eyes were vicious, and the priest didn't look normal. If it was all right, why was he sweating profusely? What's even weirder is that the woman's back looks normal, but the strange thing is that with so many of them coming, the woman didn't get up to check what happened, which is not right. I'm just too hot, my sister is sick, she doesn't hear very well. Seeing that Jill was suspicious, the priest hurriedly found a way to prevaricate. While talking, he blocked Jill's way forward intentionally or unintentionally. Sick? Then maybe I can help her get out of the way. Jill pushed the priest away directly and broke in. When she saw the woman's face, she was stunned. A woman has her hands tied to the arm of a chair with wire. She has white pupils and yellowed teeth. After seeing Jill, he kept roaring and wanted to bite Jill, making a hoarse roar which was definitely a zombie. What Chu Feng said turned out to be true. This priest actually raised a zombie. Jill backed away in fright and just kicked something. She turned back and saw a corpse on the ground with a wound on the back of her head. Apparently, he was beaten to death with a blunt weapon, and his hand has been eaten away by this zombie. Stonehammer, the priest is really raising zombies. At this moment, Jill shouted in anger, "You actually fed her, what a pervert." As a police officer, Jill has seen many murderers, but it is the first time she has seen a priest who kills and raises corpses for the world's sake. It's like a devil in a holy cloak. Vomit. The female reporter, Terry, was the first to hold back and vomited. Others looked at the priest with angry expressions. "Leave us alone." Seeing that the priest couldn't hide it after all, he begged. No matter what she became, she was his sister. Maybe she just had a strange disease, or maybe she was possessed by the devil. As long as he reads the Bible sincerely, he firmly believes that God Almighty will save his sister. He just begged Jill to leave his business alone. Hoo-ho-ho. When the female zombie saw a living person in front of her, she struggled frantically, and the handrail was broken by her and rushed towards Jill. Crack. Without any hesitation, Jill raised the muzzle decisively to shoot the zombies. "Do not." Seeing this, the priest rushed to stop Jill desperately. Roar. The female zombie just threw herself on the priest's back. Regardless of whether the priest was her big brother or not, she suddenly opened her bloody mouth and bit down on the priest's neck. Ah, tilde. The priest made a huge scream and struggled constantly, but how could he resist the bite of the zombies? His eyes widened in disbelief. Unexpectedly, even the younger sister, who she wanted to save even against God's will, would bite him. At this moment, he finally realized that his sister was really gone. Too late. Peyton drew his gun directly behind and fired directly at the female zombie. Boom! The gunshot sounded and the female zombie was directly headshot. Blood splattered directly into Terry's face. "Yes, Tilda, I can't take it anymore. I want to go out." The female reporter Terry couldn't hold it anymore and rushed out. "Don't go out, there may be danger outside." Peyton quickly chased after seeing this. Such a loud gunshot will definitely attract zombies, and it is estimated that the door has been surrounded by zombies. Going out now, isn't it courting death? However, the frightened Terry didn't care so much. He rushed back to the church, crossed the corridor, rushed to the door desperately, and opened the door of the church. Roar! The zombies have been waiting outside for a long time. Now that I saw someone coming out, I didn't hesitate and jumped up directly. Ah, God! Terry was already frightened, but now seeing the zombies coming towards him, he was almost scared to death, screaming and wanting to close the door again. However, it is easy to open the door and difficult to close. How could the zombies let go of such a close food, rushing in frantically, with Terry's small arms and thin legs, and wearing high heels? How could he compare his strength with the zombies? No matter how hard she tried, she could no longer close the door. Damn, at this time Peyton finally arrived. There was no time to blame Terry and he stepped up decisively. Hoo-ho-ho, bang bang bang. However, there are too many zombies outside, and even if he is added, it can't last long. The door is constantly being closed and pushed open. What's more unfortunate is that the door is broken. "Come here to help," Peyton shouted behind him. "Take it." Chu Feng picked up the dagger and swiped at the bench, removed a piece of wood and threw it at Peyton. Peyton took the flying board and pushed it against the doorknob, jamming the door. This solved the crisis. It's all right at last. That's great, thank you, bro." After Peyton closed the gate, he turned around and thanked Chu Feng. SHH. However, just when everyone thought they were safe, there was the sound of something crawling on the beam overhead. What it is? Everyone looked up, but it was pitch black and they couldn't see anything at all. Everyone can only take out the flashlight and shine it upwards. A dark shadow kept walking through the light, and the movement of the flashlight couldn't keep up with the speed of its shuttle. There, Terry took the camera and used her paparazzi ability as a female reporter, so she really caught the trace of the shadow. Terry quickly reminded. But when Peyton turned his head with the unknown man, the creeper disappeared from the camera's field of view again. God. This time the man finally vaguely saw the appearance of the creeper. It was definitely a monster, a monster. Without hesitation, he resolutely fled to the back of the church. "What are you doing? Come back." Peyton didn't expect the man to run away and shouted. I don't know what kind of monster it is, but Peyton understands that whatever it is, it's the best choice for a group to keep warm. But he didn't expect the man to leave them and run away. "Hey, look at the road, what are you doing?" The man fled back, just in time to bump into Jill, who had just finished dealing with the priest and finally came out. Because he wanted to kill the priest who turned into a zombie, Jill came out a bit slower, not knowing what was going on outside. Seeing the man running back in a panic, he looked puzzled. I didn't understand what was going on with this man. Why did he suddenly run back? Could it be that he still intends to dispose of the body for the priest? Valentine, be careful, there are monsters here. Seeing Jill coming out, Peyton quickly reminded. Monster? Jill's reaction was also fast. Hearing that there was a monster, he immediately drew his gun to be alert. SHH, a black shadow flashed over his head, chasing the man and leaving the church. Obviously, the creeper prefers to kill the lonesome. What the hell is that? Jill watched the shadow disappear with a puzzled look on his face. She killed a zombie priest right behind, blocking her for a while. How come there are monsters here? Can someone explain to her what the hell was just over her head? Can zombies fly over walls now? I don't know, it seems to be some kind of four-horned reptile. Peyton only saw the momentary image of the stop under Terry's camera, and he didn't know what the hell it was. But one thing is certain, it is definitely not a zombie. Bang bang bang, ah tilde. At this time, gunshots came from the other side of the church, followed by the man's screams. Apparently, he was attacked by monsters alone. When Jill heard the screams, she wanted to go over to see if she could still be rescued. Whoosh. However, the next moment, the figure of a creeper flashed above the church again. Obviously, there are more than one crawlers here. Crack. Jill hurriedly stopped and raised the muzzle to the ceiling. Roar. This time the creeper did not escape, but grinned at the crowd in protest. Roar. As soon as everyone was attracted by a creeper on this side, another creeper appeared on the other side. Obviously, they are on one side, intending to make it difficult for everyone to care. This made the already tense atmosphere even more tense. Damn, so arrogant. It seems it's time to start work. Seeing that all the crawlers had appeared, Chu Feng got up directly from the seat and prepared to take out the firearms from the storage space to hunt the crawlers. For these enhanced creepers, Chu Feng has prepared a lot of good things for them. Hide behind me, my sister protects you. However, just when Chu Feng got up and wanted to hunt down the creeper, Jill's sexy figure stopped in front of Chu Feng, between Chu Feng and the creeper, and said with concern, "What kind of skill can Chu Feng, a stupid arsonist, have? If she really had the ability, she wouldn't be caught. I didn't see that man was attacked with a pistol just now. You are barehanded. What can you do? Hide behind her honestly and she will protect it. I am barehanded, you protect me." Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words. He was a man who was ready to take out hundreds of firearms in the storage space at any time. He was actually seen by a female police officer as a barehanded, still protecting him. This made Chu Feng a little dumbfounded. Not only Chu Feng, but Alice, who was preparing on the side, was also stunned. Looking at Chu Feng's strange face, monsters like Chu Feng can be run over directly by the corpse tide, and will they need the protection of a policewoman? Hey, officer, are you sure you're protecting him and not the creeper? Nonsense, hide, don't run around, or you won't be able to take care of you if you start a war for a while. Seeing that Chu Feng had no sense of protection at all, Jill taught him a lesson directly. This is not a joke. She has seen the monster's movements. It is very fast. It is definitely a high-risk monster. You, Chu Feng, have to hide well. Don't run around or you can't blame her for being killed. Do you know who Chu Feng is? You just protect. Alice couldn't help laughing and laughing. The policewoman was really good at it. She really thought she was better than Chu Feng. Will Chu Feng need your protection? Who are you? Jill was stunned when he heard the words. Could it be that Chu Feng has another powerful identity? Doubt asked. Ordinary college students. Chu Feng didn't hide it either, telling the truth. When Jill heard Alice speak so solemnly, she really thought that Chu Feng had a special identity. Maybe it was the illegitimate son of a Shilong, or the second-generation rich or something. The result is good. An ordinary college student who has no power to hold a chicken, doesn't he still need her protection? You, Alice sees that Jill looks down on Chu Feng, so she will rush to her. Alice, don't be impulsive. Officer Jill is also kind. Seeing that Alice was going to argue with Nigel, Chu Feng hurriedly stopped Alice. They were also kind, so don't be so impulsive. Roar, roar. At this time, the creepers on both sides began to rush towards this side along the ceiling. Peyton, we're on the side alone. Jill spoke hastily. Clear. Peyton also understands that he cannot be attacked on the back and must be guarded by one person. Bang, bang, bang. Jill and Peyton did not hesitate and fired almost simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. However, the creeper was extremely flexible on the wall like a snake. With Jill's superb marksmanship, he was stunned to miss. Crack. Jill had just run out of magazines as the creeper approached. Damn it. Jill already looked at these monsters very much, but she still underestimated the speed of these monsters, and she was able to dodge bullets, which was absolutely amazing. At this time, it was too late for her to want to change the magazine. Roar. The crawler bounced against the wall and rushed directly towards Jill. If this flutter hits with the ability of the enhanced version of the crawler, Jill can be torn to shreds in an instant. Crack. However, just when Jill thought he was going to die under the monster's mouth, a bazooka shot directly into the mouth of the crawler, who threw himself down. I don't know when Chu Feng was already standing in front of Jill, and he didn't know where to take out a bazooka, and the muzzle was stuck in the mouth of the crawler, who was pounced. "You hide," Chu Feng said coldly. Boom. Chu Feng directly pulled the trigger, and the terrifying bazooka shot out, sending the entire crawler flying backwards. Boom. The rocket hit the wall directly with the crawler, and the huge impact directly detonated the rocket, sending out a huge explosion, instantly blasting the entire crawler into pieces. After the crawler was killed, the system kill message popped up suddenly. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the strengthened crawler, reward 200 points. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Sure enough, the higher-level biochemical monsters got more points. Ordinary zombies only have 10 points, zombie dogs have 20 points, and ordinary crawler has 50 points, but the enhanced crawler has soared to 200 points. Killing one is directly equivalent to killing 20 ordinary zombies, which is really cool. Woo-woo. The crawler who went to hunt down the unknown man just returned at this time. He wanted to assist his companions to kill everyone together, but he didn't expect to see his teammates being blown to pieces as soon as he came back. Whimper. Without any hesitation, he broke the window decisively and fled. If it is an ordinary person, there is almost no possibility for the enhanced crawler to escape, even if it is like Alice. However, Chu Feng is not an ordinary person. If the enhanced crawler escapes through the wall, he really can't stop it, but breaking the window is courting death. The entire window frame is metal. This can make it escape, that's a joke. Chu Feng's whole body's electromagnetic force field unfolded and he was caught by the window. Kakaka. Under the pressure of the terrifying electromagnetic force field, the sturdy metal frame of the window collapsed together in an instant, trapping the enhanced crawler who escaped from the broken window. Its broken glass window not only failed to let it escape, but instead allowed Chu Feng to better handle the metal. Die. Chu Feng looked at the strengthening crawler who was constantly struggling. His eyes were cold, and there was no mercy at all, and he suddenly clenched his fists. Bang! The unlucky enhanced crawler was instantly crushed by the metal. At this time, Alice on the other side killed the last enhanced crawler. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the strengthened crawler, reward 200 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your teammate Alice killed one of the strengthened crawler and got reward points divided into 140 points. In an instant, the system prompted that Chu Feng had received 340 points again. It took less than 3 seconds before and after, and 540 points were gained, which was equivalent to a small wave of zombies. Quiet, very quiet, deadly quiet. Suddenly, there was no sound from the huge church. As if a needle had been dropped, it could be heard. The next moment, an uproar broke out in the entire church. Mumble, this is your friend? Probably. Okay, it's terrible. It killed a monster with one rocket. How amazing. It's not a question of whether it's powerful or not. Don't you think it's strange? Where did the bazooka come from? Why didn't we see such a big thing when it came in? Are you still concerned about how the bazooka appeared? He burst the window, God, I must be crazy. How could someone break a window out of thin air? Jill, you seem to say you were going to cover him just now. Jill, Peyton, and Terry all opened their mouths and eyes wide, looking at Chu Feng and Alice in disbelief. Their jaws almost dropped. Especially looking at Chu Feng as if looking at a monster. Brother, where did your bazooka come from? Why didn't they see such a big thing when it came in? And what the hell is going on with the zombies in that window? Why did you explode when you reached out? That's a window made of stainless steel. If it collapses, and can it be squeezed into a ball? You can even make a ball. Can you believe it? Jill, didn't you say to cover him? Are you sure your strength is really up to the task? Jill, are you all right? Seeing that Jill was motionless, Chu Feng thought she was injured and asked with concern. Could it be that it was just attacked by a creeper? It's not right. He had a good grasp that the creeper shouldn't have attacked her. Could it be that fragments of the explosion affected her? I'm fine. That your name is Chu Feng, why didn't you say so sooner if you were so strong? Jill heard the words of Chu Feng's concern, and then came back to his senses, forcibly stabilized his mind, and asked with a look of doubt. When Jill thought of the scene he just said to protect Chu Feng and covered him, his cheeks were hot, and he felt like he wanted to find a seam to turn in. She was embarrassed. She actually let him hide behind her in front of such a monster boss. It's embarrassing to think about. She didn't understand. Chu Feng was so strong, why didn't she say it? If she knew that Chu Feng was so strong, she wouldn't have said the same kind of second-class words to protect Chu Feng if she was killed. You didn't even ask. Chu Feng said honestly, it's better if someone asks him. If you don't ask, you can't let him say, am I amazing? It seems that too. Jill was a little helpless, as if he had never asked Chu Feng's abilities from beginning to end. It must be true that Chu Feng said that he was going to hunt monsters, but she herself didn't believe it. Okay, the monster is gone, we should go too. Alice opened the door. Seeing that the 3 creepers had been eliminated, Chu Feng smiled and said goodbye. He and Alice came here to hunt creepers. Now that the creepers have been eliminated, it's time for them to go too. At dawn, this place has to be leveled, and you have to step up the time to kill more zombies to earn points. Where are you going? There are zombies outside. Seeing that Chu Feng was leaving, Jill asked in doubt. The outside is full of zombies, where are you going now? Can you go out? Of course it's hunting zombies, so many zombies have been attracted outside. Wouldn't it be a pity not to kill them? Chu Feng looked puzzled and did not understand why Jill asked such a question. It is because there are zombies outside that he wants to go out. Otherwise, how can he fight monsters and upgrade? Hunting zombies, how to hunt. Jill, Peyton, and Terry were all dumbfounded. Chu Feng couldn't help but die endlessly. In their opinion, terrifying zombies became the target of hunting when they came to Chu Feng. They admit that Chu Feng is very powerful and the rockets are also very strong. But there are corpses outside, you've run out of rockets. Against corpses, how to deal with it? Squeak. At this time, Alice just opened the door. Hoo. A large number of zombies outside saw the door open and rushed in directly with their roars. How else can I hunt? Of course I killed it. Kakaka. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, firearms appeared crazily all over his body, and in a short while, a huge wall of weapons was formed. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of weapons, all loaded and aimed at the door. I'm a god. The female reporter Terry, who usually doesn't scold foul language very much, couldn't help but scold Chu Feng when she saw the hundreds of gun formations. I thought it was unscientific enough to have a bazooka in Chu Feng's hand, but I didn't expect that Chu Feng would have hundreds of firearms in this wave. As a reporter, I have never seen any scenes, but this is the first time she has seen so many firearms at the same time. Where is the hell? It's clear that I want to see God. Oh, why do these guns look familiar to me? Peyton looked at the nearly 1,000 firearms and more than half of them were familiar. Damn, isn't this the weapon of our police station? How could it be in your hands? Could it be that you gave the police station to? Jill patted his forehead and widened his beautiful eyes, looking at Chu Feng with disbelief. She suddenly remembered. These firearms are clearly the firearms in their police station. Of course she is familiar with them. But the problem is that these weapons are all locked in special vaults, and even she only has access to them when certain major cases occur. Always use a pistol on duty. It can be said that even she has not touched a few times. Could it be that Chu Feng looted the police station's arsenal? But it's not right. The combination lock of the arsenal cannot be cracked by ordinary people, not to mention the tens of centimeters thick steel plate. Jill was full of questions, but before she could finish her words, Chu Feng had already opened fire. Duh, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the firearms fired at the same time, and the power was shocking, and the sound of gunfire was continuous, as if a troop was fighting. The zombies that rushed forward fell down one after another and rushed in again. Corpses piled up like mountains. Ding, ding, ding. The shells that popped up from the firearms fell to the ground like rain, making a crisp metal crash sound, which seemed to accompany the sound of the gunshots, which made people's blood boil. And in Chu Feng's mind, a series of reward reminders are also frantically appearing. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 10 ordinary zombies and get 100 points. Not long after, a wave of zombies was wiped out by Chu Feng. Chu Feng's 8440 points are also rising, and it has been raised to 9100 points in a short time. It's almost time for the next upgrade. As long as Chu Feng kills another wave of zombies, no more than 2 waves of zombies at most, he will be able to upgrade. He actually directly controlled hundreds of weapons to fire at the same time. My god. Even if you control so many guns at the same time, he almost shot him in the head. Is he a devil? A large wave of zombies ended up being smashed by him like this. Is this still a human? Strong, it is simply too strong. Jill, Peyton, and Terry watched Chu Feng single-handedly single out a small group of corpses, all with their mouths wide open, their eyes wide, and their faces shocked and unbelievable. If it is said that Chu Feng is only strong in fighting against those creepers, then it is fantastic to deal with so many zombies at the same time. That's a gun, hundreds of guns, enough to arm an army. Chu Feng actually controlled it all by himself. Even if you control it, the marksmanship can still be so accurate. As elite police officers, they can also headshot with one gun, but it's not bad to be able to get one headshot with 3 shots, not to mention headshots, and Chu Feng's ability is terrifying enough. At the same time, he can control so many firearms and can almost shoot headshots. This is not something that can be done by human beings. Is this Chu Feng still human? A wave of zombies that they had to run away when they saw it ended up just like that. Walk. As soon as Chu Feng thought that he was going to be promoted to Tier 3, he felt refreshed and without hesitation, he directly controlled all the weapons to change the magazines at the same time and then put them into the storage space. Don't stop, go out first. He can't wait to meet the next wave of zombies. Alice nodded and followed out of the church. Hey, wait a minute Chu Feng, you haven't told me yet, how could you have a gun from our police station? Seeing Chu Feng leaving quickly, Jill hurriedly followed and asked. She couldn't figure out how Chu Feng opened so many locks and kept all the weapons from the arsenal. This is the weapon of the police station, and this is the property of the lighthouse country. You are doing this wrong, forehead. Peyton didn't want to leave with Chu Feng after all, he couldn't see through Chu Feng, and Chu Feng has the strength to crush them. Follow him, what if he is the bad guy, how to do? However, Jill followed Chu Feng and left, worried that Jill would lose, he had no choice but to follow. Wait for me. Everyone left, and the female reporter Terry watched everyone stepping out on the zombies and wanted to follow, but she was wearing high heels. How could she pass the body with such a thick body? And the zombie corpse is too scary, what if there are still zombies not dead? Seeing everyone walking farther and farther, she looked back at the pitch-black church behind her that seemed to be able to eat people, and shuddered when she remembered those creepers just now. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he broke the heel of his high-heeled shoes and chased after the corpse. Not long after, Chu Feng came to a cemetery. He remembered that the dead in this cemetery were also infected by zombies. As long as those zombies are woken up, maybe he will be able to level up after harvesting a wave. What are we doing in this ghost place? Hey, am I the only one who noticed we're in the graveyard now? The female reporter Terry saw everyone walking all the way and even ran into the cemetery. The surroundings were eerie, and apart from them there was no one alive. And Chu Feng actually continued to move forward. This frightened her. She didn't understand what happened to these people. Why go here? This is a cemetery, a cemetery. Brother, go to the cemetery on the night of the zombies. Did something go wrong? She kept asking and complaining, but no one paid attention to her. First, they didn't want to pay attention to her nagging, and second, they didn't know why Chu Feng entered the cemetery. Okay, that Chu Feng, what are our plans now? Terry had no choice but to run to the front and ask Chu Feng to see what happened when Chu Feng entered the cemetery. Look for zombies. Chu Feng didn't hide it either, said, looking for zombies, is this your plan? Terry heard Chu Feng's plan and felt that Chu Feng was crazy. Now that the entire Raccoon City is full of zombies, shouldn't the plan be to leave Raccoon City? You are saying now that the plan is to find zombies. She was about to cry, thinking that Chu Feng was planning to escape from Raccoon City, so she followed. As a result, Chu Feng told her that they came to the cemetery to find zombies, which was crazy. That's the plan, Chu Feng affirmed. Logically speaking, after they walked for so long, zombies should come out. Now all the way is calm. Did he make a mistake, or the zombies need to be activated? Chu Feng is considering whether to dance on the grave and cheat all the zombies out. We've got to find a place to stop. Peyton's foot was hurt and he couldn't stand the long journey, so Jill begged. That's not a good idea, maybe there's more, that stuff. Although Terry was also tired, he didn't want to stop, worried that there would be more creepers. Then everyone take a rest first. Chu Feng hopes that there will be more creepers like the church. Killing them is much faster than killing zombies to earn points. He remembered that this female reporter belonged to Bad Luck, the zombie she brought out, so without hesitation let everyone stop and rest. Do you know what that is? Terry asked suspiciously, holding the camera. Crawler, the monster in the underground laboratory of the Umbrella Company. Chu Feng didn't hide it either. Why are you so familiar with that umbrella? Terry asked the question in his heart. Others also looked at Chu Feng, and they also wanted to know why Chu Feng was so familiar with the Umbrella Company. Could it be that he has worked there before? I just walked in there not long ago, Chu Feng said. Oh, Tilda. At this moment, Peyton, who was about to rest, suddenly groaned. Crack. Alice drew her gun directly at Peyton. This Peyton didn't know how long he was infected, and he didn't know when he would turn into a zombie and attack them. She didn't think it was a good thing to take such a person on the road. Seeing this, Jill also drew a gun at Alice and shouted, "What are you doing?" He was injured and the virus was spreading. Alice said coldly, "After being bitten by a zombie, it will turn into a zombie. What do you think she wants to do? I'm fine." Peyton still didn't understand the seriousness of the matter and said to himself, "You should finish him now, it will be troublesome in a while, you know that." Alice stared at Jill and said. On the way to the police station, Chu Feng said it, so Alice felt that it was impossible for Jill not to understand what happened to the bitten person. If he has made zombies, then they will all be in danger. If it gets to that point, I will deal with him with my own hands. Jill understands that Alice is right, being bitten will turn into a zombie, but the problem is that now Peyton has not turned into a zombie, and she will not let others kill him anyway. If that time comes, she will handle it herself. Whatever you want, I don't have a holiday with you, but it won't be long, maybe an hour, at most 2 hours you will die. That's when you'll be like them. You're going to endanger your friends, you're going to want to kill them, and maybe succeed. Sorry, that's the truth. The former Alice also firmly believed that she could save others, protect the infected Ryan all the way. However, when they fought the crawler, Ryan's corpse changed, almost burying the entire team. She can understand Jill's feelings for protecting her companions, but she also warns Peyton what will happen if she gets bitten. Since Jill won't let you kill, you can do it yourself. Anyway, when you attack your teammates, it will be too late to regret it. Peyton heard the words and fell into silence. He has seen the horror of zombies with his own eyes, and it can be said that he does not recognize the 6 relatives. He was struggling to decide whether to give up his life for his teammates. Chu Feng, who was on the side, didn't interject. There was antiviral serum in his system mall, but that's the price. Naturally, it is too expensive. After all, it is a life-saving thing. And this Peyton has been bitten for too long, just like Ryan in the hive. At that time, Ryan was injected with antiviral serum, but it turned out to be a zombie. He couldn't give up his chance to advance just because a strange man wasn't sure whether he could save him or not. Roar. Just when everyone fell into silence, 2 hands suddenly stretched out from the nearby cemetery and grabbed Terry's feet. Help. Terry's feet were caught by the zombies and he fell to the ground, constantly struggling to call for help. Hoo. In the surrounding tombs, as if hearing the agreed signal, zombies broke out one after another. One by one, they came to the crowd crazily and surrounded everyone. Alice, get ready to work. Chu Feng was overjoyed to see that the zombies around were really awakened by the nagging female reporter. I'm worried about the zombie upgrade, didn't expect it to come so soon. This woman really is a superhero. Alice nodded, drew her gun at the zombie holding the female reporter and fired directly. Boom, the gunshot sounded and the zombie was directly headshot by Alice. Kakaka. At the same time, Chu Feng also released his gun array and controlled the gun to fire wildly at the rushing zombies. Although there are many zombies here, they still surround everyone as soon as they appear. But because their bodies are relatively rotten, their movements are not as fast as those newly infected zombies outside. Chu Feng kept firing and a large number of zombies fell crazily. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a common carrion, get 7 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 4 ordinary carrion, get 28 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 10 ordinary carrion and get 70 points. As the zombies continue to fall, Chu Feng's points are also increasing. But this time the situation seems to be different from the previous ones. Killing zombies in the past will earn 10 points per zombie. Now a zombie has only 7 points and its name has also changed. It is not a zombie but a carrion. It seems that these long-buried carrion corpses have low combat effectiveness and are easy to deal with, and the oil and water are also reduced accordingly. Although it has been reduced by 3 layers, it is still good for this combat power. Bang bang bang. Alice was not idle either, directly holding 2 guns in her hands to protect Chu Feng's back. Chu Feng's metal control is very strong and there is no dead angle in 360 degrees, but his own sight is blind. Only the places he can see can be precisely controlled, and he can only shoot blindly in other directions. This is why when he controls the gun group to deal with the human army, he looks around, but when dealing with zombies, he only has one side. Zombies must shoot headshots to die. If they cannot be controlled precisely, a lot of bullets will be wasted. In Doomsday, no one is producing and bullets are scarce and cannot be wasted. The two had already cooperated tacitly. Once Alice couldn't hold it, Chu Feng and Alice would switch positions, so there is no possibility of being broken at all. Just when Chu Feng and Alice were frantically harvesting points here, the people in the umbrella camp on the other side were not idle either. Sir, T-virus infection has reached critical levels. A female operator spoke up. Now is the right time, make sure all the data is recorded, start the Nemesis plan and execute it immediately. Major Kane heard the words and came forward and commanded coldly. Anyway, Raccoon City is out of the question. If that's the case, let's use it to experiment with their newly developed biochemical weapons. Inside the Umbrella Lab in Raccoon City, the lights in the originally dark experimental room began to light up, illuminating a humanoid monster lying on the bed. The display also lights up. The Nemesis plan starts. Sedative supply, automatic shutdown, IV auto close, muscle relaxant, automatic shutdown. Damn, why didn't they answer? Why did they abandon us? On the street, Nikolai kept calling the base. They were dropped into cities to clean up zombies. Now that the team is almost over, there are only 3 of them left. They gave everything to suppress the zombies, and they didn't care whether they lived or died when they used up the base. This made him very angry. Do not know, Captain Cal on the side looked helpless. Maybe because they thought they were infected, maybe because they failed in their mission, or whatever, they were just abandoned. Why did they bring us here? We didn't even have a chance, we didn't train for this, Nikolai was still indignant. Wait a minute, there seems to be a sound, a helicopter. Hey, here we are. Carlos and Nicola soon saw the helicopter flying in the sky, and they were very excited, thinking that the base had sent a plane to pick them up. He ignited the magnesium rod directly and waved it constantly, but the plane left with 2 boxes hanging, ignoring their calls for help. They landed over there. Take Yuri, let's go. Carlos saw that the plane was heading towards the research institute and thought it was here to pick them up, so she hurried over there. Duh. The plane hovered on top of the building, dropped 2 boxes directly into it and left immediately. In the research institute, the awakened humanoid monster had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the box falling, he stepped forward and opened the box. There are weapons such as Gatling, bazooka, black combat suits, and a lot of ammunition. The monster just picks up the weapon and starts to arm itself. If Chu Feng were here, he would be shocked to discover that this monster turned out to be Matt, who had been separated from them for a long time. It's just that at this time, his whole body has been transformed, and he has lost the consciousness of human beings, so he can only obey the command of the protective umbrella. When Carlos and others arrived, they could only see empty boxes. With a weapon, Matt walked slowly and soon saw a wave of survivors gathered in the bar ahead. Scanning, 12 mercenaries, 1 civilian. The 12 mercenaries said more or less, and they could survive in the Raccoon City full of zombies. All of them were the elites of the mercenaries. However, in the face of these people, Matt was not afraid at all and strode towards the bar arrogantly. What the hell is that monster? The mercenaries in the bar also saw Matt, and they all looked puzzled, not understanding what kind of monster this was. Call him a zombie, armed like a man, say he's human, with a face like a zombie. I don't know what kind of monster this guy is. Boom! The sniper in ambush on the roof aimed at Matt and fired directly. A sniper bullet flew out and shot directly on Matt's body, spattering a splash of blood. But that's all there is to it. If it were dealing with ordinary people, they would have died long ago, but for Matt, who was infected and transformed, such an injury would undoubtedly be a scratch. He didn't even bother to look and continued to walk forward. What? The sniper thought he had read it wrong and shot another shot. However, there was no difference in the results, and Matt directly ignored the sniper's attack and continued to move forward. You're done, son of a B***********. The sniper was furious. This man was so arrogant that he dared to ignore his attack and walked all the way to see him give him a headshot this time. The sniper's continuous shooting was ignored. He got up directly and raised his sniper rifle to aim again. But this time Matt finally responded. He directly picked up the bazooka and blasted the roof. Damn it! The sniper wanted to escape when he saw this, but where could he escape? He was directly covered by terrifying flames and he couldn't die any longer. Form a defensive formation and kill it. The mercenaries in the house were also angry. This guy came and killed their snipers. Obviously, the comers were not good. Their ace mercenary isn't a vegetarian either, so I want to give this B********* D a good look. Anything? Inside the base, Kane looked puzzled. About 10 armed men, very organized. The controller said, I didn't expect that there were still people alive. Kane was a little surprised when he saw that there were still people alive in the video returned by Matt. He didn't expect that so many people were still alive in Raccoon City. They are the mercenaries we hired and they are the best. The controller said, then let me see how good they are. Kane doesn't care about these lives at all. In his opinion, they are just a bunch of mercenaries that can be bought with money just to test the power of their weapons. Change the program and wipe out all mercenaries. The operator gets an order and directly rewrites the order. Duh. Matt received a new order, directly raised Gatling in his hand, and shot wildly at the so-called elite. Terrorist bullets poured out frantically as if they didn't want money and shot at the mercenaries. If it is an ordinary person operating such a weapon, the recoil alone cannot bear it, and it is difficult to aim. But here in the transformed Matt, it's not a thing at all. In the blink of an eye, the so-called elite mercenaries were completely vulnerable, and they were all killed by Matt. And the only civilian standing in the middle of the corpse did not accidentally hurt a single shot. This controllability is also extremely accurate. Matt approached, and he could see that the civilian held up his pistol and dared not move. If Jill is here, she should be able to recognize that this person is the hippie she let go in the police station. Hello, the hippie tries to say hello to Matt. Roar, however, what was ushered in was Matt's zombie-like roar. Oh my god, where have the hippies ever seen such a response? They almost threw the gun away without being frightened. Matt saw the hippie throw down his weapon, determined that he was not a threat, and turned away directly. The direction he went was exactly where Chu Feng and the others were. However, at this time, Chu Feng did not know that Matt had been transformed into a killing machine, and he had just come out of the cemetery after killing the zombies. It's a pity that the zombies in the cemetery are carrion corpses, which are not valuable enough, and they almost upgraded the points, so I leisurely searched for the zombies on the road. Hey, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say that there are many zombies in Raccoon City? Hell on earth, how come I can't find any of them? Looking at the empty street, Chu Feng was speechless and complained. While he was playing games, Raccoon City was full of zombies. Now that he has crossed over, he wants to find a zombie, but he doesn't have one. How can he level up without zombies? Jill, Peyton, and Terry, who followed Chu Feng, almost cried when they heard what Chu Feng said. Everyone is hiding from zombies, but this grandfather is the only one who has entered the church and the cemetery in the middle of the night, even to find more zombies. Could it be that Chu Feng does not kill zombies and is uncomfortable? Beep beep. As everyone was walking, the public phone on the side of the road suddenly rang, which was particularly conspicuous in the empty street, startling everyone. Looks like I have to go to school. Chu Feng heard the phone ring and immediately knew who the caller was. Nothing more than Dr. Charles, who developed the T virus. He is worried that there will be no zombies to fight. Now that you're here, let's take a quest by the way. Anyway, he is going there to kill zombie dogs, and he has more experience than ordinary zombies. So without hesitation, he went directly to the phone and picked up the receiver. God, didn't expect you to actually pick it up. Charles looked at the monitor, dumbfounded. In his opinion, the city is full of zombies if there is a phone ringing on the roadside. According to the normal reaction of normal people, they should be worried that the sound of the phone will attract zombies and leave quickly. However, what he didn't expect was that, as soon as the phone rang, Chu Feng answered it, as if he knew the phone would ring early in the morning. Dr. Charles, right, don't waste time, hurry up to make a deal, I'm busy. Chu Feng didn't gossip with Charles either. His time is precious, so let Charles hurry. How do you know my name and that I want to trade with you? Charles looked puzzled and didn't understand why his intentions were known to Chu Feng. He even looked around to see if he was being watched by Chu Feng. He hasn't started talking yet. Do you know what he was thinking? Don't worry about how I knew, I'll help you find your daughter Angela. You gave us the helicopter to leave, it's as simple as that. Agree, we continue, disagree, I hang up. Chu Feng is very direct and doesn't go around with that Dr. Charles at all. The content of the transaction is directly stated. To put it bluntly, the content is this: you either agree or find someone else. He doesn't necessarily have to go to school and need your helicopter to get out. It's just that a helicopter is more convenient than other ways to get out. After saying that, Chu Feng was about to hang up. Wait a minute, I agree. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to hang up, Dr. Charles panicked and quickly agreed. There were only a few people alive in this Raccoon City, and Chu Feng was the largest team. If he refuses to cooperate, the chances of her daughter coming out alive are even slimmer. Nothing is more important than her daughter's life. If Chu Feng can really find his daughter, let alone a plane, both are worth it. Make a deal. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He hung up on me. Charles' face was bewildered. Logically speaking, it should be the survivor who wanted to survive tonight and begged him. What happened to this wave? It turned out to be him begging Chu Feng? Forget it, he also hung up his phone, can you believe it? Okay, good news for everyone. Chu Feng turned around and said to everyone, we're trapped in a hell full of zombies, there will be good news. Jill was stunned when he heard the words and looked at Chu Feng suspiciously. She heard too much bad news today. But with all due respect, no good news has been heard today. Look around, it's hell, how could there be good news? Although Peyton and Terry didn't speak, they obviously didn't believe that Chu Feng could bring any good news by answering an inexplicable phone call. Only Alice looked curious, looking forward to the good news from Chu Feng. Just now, Dr. Charles, Director of Genetic and Viral Research at Umbrella Corporation, called and will arrange a helicopter for us. Chu Feng didn't hide it and said, "Really? It's great that we can finally get out of here. I've wanted to get out of this hell for a long time." Peyton and Terry were excited when they heard the words, but they didn't expect that the mountains and rivers would return to doubts. "I really thought I was going to stay in hell forever, but I didn't expect that I would suddenly have the opportunity to leave." Even Alice was a little surprised. "What does he want us to do?" Jill took a breath of cigarette, slowly exhaled it, and asked. "She's not that simple. Just look at the surrounding ruins and know when the Umbrella Company has become a human being." At the checkpoint, she saw with her own eyes that Major Kane ordered the shooting of civilians. They were just one step away from the exit. "If I really wanted to let them go, I would have let them go. It is absolutely conditional that the other party can leave them. His daughter Angela is trapped at school and our mission is to take her with her." Chu Feng did not hide his words. "Damn, the school is a place where a lot of people gather and I don't want to die in it. We should find a place with high walls and thick doors, shut ourselves in there, and wait for someone to come and rescue us." Peyton was still happy just now, and when he heard the conditions, he scolded his mother directly. "He is not Chu Feng, nor does he have the ability of Chu Feng. Still hurt. Go to school to save people. What kind of place is that school? Where a large number of people gather, there must be a lot of zombies. Isn't going there looking for death. He didn't want to die in it. His idea was to find a safe place to hide and wait for rescue." That's right. Female reporter Terry also kept nodding. Obviously, she didn't want to take the risk either. "It makes sense. I support you, Alice. Let's go." Chu Feng is very happy to hear that. "It's great that the two of you have such awareness. Then you stay." It just so happened that he didn't need to protect people and he didn't need to worry about it, so he went into battle lightly. And Chu Feng remembered that neither Peyton nor Terry could live to the end. Especially Terry, who died in the school. Being eaten by a bunch of student zombies, not to mention how miserable it is. If they don't go, that's just right. He can stop distracting them and they can at least live until dawn, right? "Wait a minute, where are you going?" Jill stopped Chu Feng directly and asked in doubt. She is very forced. "What is the situation? Why did Chu Feng leave?" "Of course we stayed in Raccoon City to kill zombies. There are a lot of zombies in the school. Of course we went to school." Chu Feng asked suspiciously. "Didn't you decide to stay? Then what does he do?" "I'll go with you." Jill hesitated but decided to leave with Chu Feng, although Peyton's proposal is more secure. However, she always felt that following Chu Feng was the safest. Rather than finding a shelter and waiting for uncertain rescue, she prefers to take the initiative, take risks, and fly away. Whatever. Jill wanted to leave, but Chu Feng did not refuse. After all, her marksmanship is good and it can also come in handy. It is also a pleasure to appreciate her figure. Damn. Seeing that Jill was going to follow Chu Feng, Peyton followed him helplessly. He was worried that Jill followed Chu Feng, a man of unknown origin. "Wait for me." Terry saw that everyone was gone, so how could she be left alone to hide? "So follow along. How can you be sure that he's really trying to make a deal with us, not toying with us, or it's just a perverted game?" Jill was still a little worried and asked in doubt. She has watched a lot of movies, and there are many rich people who are perverts and like to watch reality shows. Maybe the other party is playing with them, just want to watch them fight with zombies and die in the end. Maybe even a bet on who of them dies first. "Officer Jill, it's a pity that your brain doesn't write novels." Chu Feng was stunned when he heard Jill's words and had to admire her imagination. There is even such an idea. But it is not surprising, after all, it is the senior management of the Umbrella Company who issued the task. She didn't quite believe that he would betray the company. Jill was very dissatisfied with Chu Feng's teasing and was about to continue. "Wait a moment." Alice, who was walking in front, suddenly reached out her hand to stop everyone from advancing. "What's wrong?" "Sunrise waits for no one." Jill, Peyton, and Terry looked puzzled when they saw that Alice suddenly refused to let go. "Don't understand what's going on. It's not far from dawn now. Of course, the sooner the task is completed, the better. Why not let go?" "There's something down there." Alice felt it carefully and said. Chu Feng followed Alice's hand and looked down. There was nothing under the bridge, but the familiar scene stirred his memory. Isn't this where the transformed Matt was ambushed? According to the normal plot, Matt will be transformed and then ambush here. But he has rescued Matt, and he has also given antiviral serum, so there should be no nemesis plan and no one should be ambushed here. The current situation doesn't seem right. I did not see anything. Jill looked puzzled, and she couldn't see anything underneath. That doesn't change the fact that there is something over there. Alice was injected with the T-virus and would be sensitive to the proximity of the infected body that was also injected with the T-virus. Although she couldn't tell, she felt that something was lying in ambush underneath. Everyone, be careful, there may be monsters in ambush from the umbrella company below. Although Chu Feng couldn't see what was underneath, he understood that Alice's induction could not be wrong. Since she said there is something, there must be something. I've had enough. Because Jill always prefers Chu Feng, Peyton has always been hostile to Chu Feng. Seeing that Chu Feng is too timid to move forward and his eyes are full of contempt, he wants to show himself in front of Jill. Loaded the bullet and walked out. He didn't believe it. What could be ambush here? A few zombies at most. You Chu Feng dare not go, he dares. He wants to prove that he is better than Chu Feng and is more worthy of Jill's support. You Jill are with the wrong person. Duh. However, just as Peyton walked a few steps, a series of gunshots sounded, and a large number of bullets shot up frantically, instantly knocking Peyton into a stopper. Everyone finally saw the enemy's appearance for the first time. It turned out to be an ugly humanoid monster with a Gatling gun in hand. Jill didn't expect that his colleagues and friends who were just talking and laughing would die in a blink of an eye. However, her broken pistol was simply scratching the itch for the virus-modified Matt. Matt shot back directly at Jill. Jill had no choice but to roll over and hide behind the car. Damn the umbrella company. Alice did not expect that the umbrella company would ambush her here, so she was furious and walked out directly. One rolled over and jumped off the bridge. The bridge was at least 5 meters high, and Alice fell with astonishing force, directly stepping out of a pit on the ground. That's Alice. In front of the base computer, the operator was stunned when they saw Alice. Seriously, they really didn't plan to ambush Alice. The appearance of Alice was really beyond their expectations. What was even more unexpected was that Alice jumped off the bridge. Is it okay? What happened? Could it be that she has been strengthened, but not right? They wanted to use her for experiments but were rescued by Chu Feng. How did it appear again? And there was already such an amazing performance. Looks like the mysterious Oriental man was nearby last time, gentlemen. The moment we've been waiting for is finally here. Confirmed at 2:08:22, the Nemesis plan is fully launched. Kane was thrilled to see Alice appear. The last time they stayed at the entrance was to catch Alice, Matt, and Chad for an experiment. However, I didn't expect that a Chu Feng would appear in the laboratory. When they came up, they cut off all their researchers. He urgently mobilized the army but was disarmed directly by Chu Feng and then killed in a wave. He also nearly died in that counterkill. After that, he mobilized all forces to block the entire Raccoon City. The purpose is to catch Chu Feng for research. Unfortunately, only 2 of Matt and Chad were caught trying to escape Raccoon City. Although they forced confessions in every possible way, the 2 refused to reveal the whereabouts of Chu Feng. Annoyed, he sent them directly to the laboratory for Nemesis experiments. This is the origin of the transformation body, Matt. I thought Chu Feng had escaped from Raccoon City, but he was still here. This wave is good, Alice is here, which means that Chu Feng must be nearby. If you can capture Alice as a hostage, then you will be sure to capture Chu Feng. And don't those high-level executives believe that Chu Feng can control firearms? Just in time for a live broadcast to prove that he has no dazzling eyes and really saw Chu Feng disarm his troops. How can this keep him from getting excited? Bang, bang, bang. Alice didn't hesitate, pulled out her dual guns, and while firing at Matt, rushed towards Matt. She has been injected with the T-virus and her strength has skyrocketed. She believes that with her ability, once it approaches, the opponent's machine gun advantage will be gone. Alice's attack was very accurate and the 2 rounds of bullets also hit. Strings of blood splattered on Matt's body. Drink. Alice was overjoyed, stepped on a wooden box on the ground, jumped up and attacked Matt's head. Want to kill Matt when he is injured. However, after the transformation, Matt's recovery ability is super strong. Don't look at the bullets hitting the body, as if injured. In fact, it's all right. The moment Alice jumped up, she suddenly dipped to avoid Alice's attack and then threw a punch. Boom. Alice was directly blown away, smashed on the bridge pier and smashed the cement pillars into a pit. If this were a normal person, he would have died long ago. However, after Alice was strengthened by the T-virus, she was only injured and not fatal. Duh. Matt turned around, pulled the trigger, and the terrifying Gatling spun wildly, and a large number of bullets shot at Alice frantically. Alice was also flexible, and one turned over and hid behind the bridge pier. She regretted a little she shouldn't be self-sufficient and impulsive. This monster is more terrifying than she thought, and this wave can't be fixed. Hey Matt, long time no see. Just when Matt used Gatling to suppress Alice behind the pier, Chu Feng stepped out from the bridge and shouted at Matt. Matt, where is Matt? Alice was stunned when she heard Chu Feng's words and looked around, wanting to see where Matt was. She remembered that Matt had left Raccoon City with the virus. How could he be here? However, when she turned her head, she didn't see where Matt was where Chu Feng said, and was almost taken away by Matt with a shuttle of bullets. The monster heard Chu Feng's voice, turned back slowly and stared coldly at Chu Feng, who appeared on the bridge with one eye, and images about Chu Feng were also sent back to the base. It's him, mysterious Oriental. It was great that he was still in Raccoon City. What are you doing, attacking? I want his experimental sample this. The moment Kane saw Chu Feng, his eyes glowed and he immediately thought of the entrance to the hive, where Chu Feng was crushed by one person, a scene of a team of soldiers. He can't wait to do research on Chu Feng. Chu Feng has the ability to crush a team of soldiers, so does Matt. He wanted to know which of these two different species was stronger. Yes, the operator gets an order and directly enters the order. Matt was ordered to ignore Alice and point the Gatling gun at Chu Feng. Looks like you don't remember me. Seeing Matt aiming his gun at him, Chu Feng sighed. 99. Chu Feng suddenly released the electromagnetic force field covering the surroundings. The electromagnetic force vibrated, and he wanted to take away Namat's Gatling directly. Gatling dragged forward and almost flew out of Matt's hands. But after all, Matt was completely strengthened and transformed by the T-virus, and he was also infected with the mutated crawler virus. His power was much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers, and this power was suddenly almost detained. After reacting and holding it tightly, Chu Feng couldn't remove his weapon at a distance. The heavy Gatling was actually firmly grasped by Matt. Matt pulled the trigger directly, Gatling spun frantically, and countless bullets poured out wildly and shot at Chu Feng. Such a violent attack can shatter even reinforced concrete, let alone a human being. Chu Feng, be careful. When Jill saw that Chu Feng came out directly and the enemy opened fire again, he exclaimed and reminded. However, in the face of such a terrifying and crazy attack, Chu Feng was not afraid and directly reached out and used electromagnetic force to change the bullet trajectory. A large number of bullets flew past Chu Feng, but they could not hit Chu Feng. However, it seems that Gatling's bullets have a high rate of fire and high kinetic energy. Chu Feng is extremely difficult to change, and he was almost hit by bullets several times. No way. Chu Feng grabbed another car next to him. The car weighing more than a ton was dragged over by Chu Feng and blocked in front. The Gatling bullet hit the car, punching holes in the car one by one, but it was unable to penetrate the car in a short period of time. But it will be sooner or later to break it. Drink, Chu Feng shouted and pushed the car. Magneto's gene vibrated and a huge electromagnetic force field erupted. The terrifying electromagnetic force threw the one-ton car out and smashed it towards Matt under the bridge. If this blow hits, even if Matt's recovery ability is strong, he will be seriously injured in an instant. Crack 35. Matt's reaction was also very fast. He directly carried the bazooka on his shoulder, aimed at the car and launched it suddenly. Whoosh, 35 boom tilde the rocket flew out and collided with the car directly in the air, causing a huge explosion. A terrifying shock wave centered on the car and slammed into the surroundings. Both sides took a few steps back. What just happened? Why did our experimental weapon nearly lose control? I don't know. The two sides are more than 20 meters apart, and suddenly there is a huge force dragging Gatlin. The car suddenly rushed over and blocked the bullet for the Oriental. Who can tell me what just happened? I don't know, he seems to have some kind of metal control ability. Mumbling, who the hell is he who can take a one-ton car into the air and throw it out without touching him? What kind of power is this? Could it be that he is a T-virus infection? At this moment, everyone in the entire Umbrella base was shocked and unbelievable when they saw the first confrontation between the two sides. They are all familiar with the attacks of the experimental subject Matt. But Chu Feng's attack made it difficult for them to understand. As soon as Chu Feng waved his hand, Matt's weapon almost came out of his hand, as if he was attacked by Chu Feng. But the problem is, the two sides are separated by more than 20 meters, and there is no contact at all. How did Chu Feng almost remove Matt's weapon? What's even weirder is that, in the face of Matt's Gatling attack, the car next to Chu Feng automatically stepped forward to block the attack for Chu Feng, blinding all the people under the umbrella. Zero flowers, forget it, the car was thrown directly at Matt by Chu Feng. That's a car weighing more than a ton, let alone throwing it in the air. Even if you grab it, you can't lift it. Many people directly doubted whether Chu Feng was injected with the T-virus. If so, then they undoubtedly have another research direction. Ha, that's it. This is definitely some kind of mind power to control metal. I must get this experimental body and catch him. Major Kane looked at the battle scene that was sent back with excitement on his face. This Chu Feng's ability is too strong. If he can analyze the cause of his formation, then he can mass-produce super soldiers like Chu Feng in the future. 0. Think of the picture of the two countries going to war, throwing such a bunch of soldiers on it, and disarming all the weapons of the enemy country before the fight begins. How cool it is. There must be many bigwigs willing to spend a lot of money to buy such soldiers, which is much more marketable than the T-virus-infected soldiers who continue to turn into zombies and fight after death. This is definitely the most research-worthy object he has ever seen. Today, Chu Feng must be caught no matter what. Yes, the operator took the lead, entered the computer again, and completely released the restrictions on Matt's ability. Roar. Matt, who had obtained more authority, let out a roar in the sky, and a terrifying aura poured out of him directly. His originally mechanical pupils shrank suddenly and looked at Chu Feng. He seems to have recovered the intelligence of the creature, without the rigidity that the original staff had been controlling, more like a fighting individual acting independently. Looks like I can't save you without beating you, Matt, I'm sorry. 5. Chu Feng looked at Matt, who had been unlocked with stronger powers, a little helpless. He understood that the man with the umbrella behind Matt was controlling it remotely. Without destroying the signal transmitter, it is almost impossible to wake up Matt. There's no other way, brother. I can only beat you to the ground and then give you a craniotomy. As soon as Chu Feng thought about it, he didn't hold back any longer and spread his arms. Boom. The terrifying Magneto Gene power exploded in an all-round way, and an electromagnetic force field oscillated directly, covering a radius of 50 meters. Under this terrifying force, more than a dozen cars on the bridge were suspended one after another. How is this possible? More than a dozen cars are suspended. God, what is the origin of this Oriental person to be so terrifying? Mumble, could it be that this is the legendary Oriental cultivator, so mysterious, so terrifying? What kind of monster are we testing against? It's crazy, either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. How can one person lift dozens of cars at the same time? He's not human, absolutely not. The umbrella researcher, who was originally very confident about his experimental body's full-strength explosion, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene of the car floating on the road. All of them opened their mouths wide, and their eyes widened with shock and disbelief on their faces. If it was a surprise to them that they had just lifted a car and threw it out, then lifting more than 10 cars at the same time would have been shocking to death. 370s. It was the first time they had ever seen a so terrifying ability. Who is this Chu Feng and what is the origin? It's so terrifying. They were already confused, and could not tell whether this Chu Feng was the legendary mysterious Oriental cultivator or a superhuman who was infected and mutated by the T-virus. They don't even know what kind of monster the person who is fighting against their own experimental body is. What's more, they have begun to doubt life, thinking that they are crazy or that the world is crazy. How can someone in this world be able to lift more than 10 cars at the same time? If there is, it is definitely not human. My God, is this Chu Feng's true strength? God, who the hell are we walking with? Murmur, see God, the explosion is a big scene. This is definitely the biggest news this year. No, it's the biggest news ever. Hurry up and take it. Jill and the female reporter Terry, who were on the side, watched Chu Feng control more than 10 cars to levitate at the same time, and they were also stupid. I almost dropped my jaw in shock. Jill's eyes widened even more, looking at Chu Feng with disbelief. She knew that Chu Feng could control hundreds of firearms at the same time, but no one told her that Chu Feng could control more than 10 one-ton cars at the same time. She remembered that when she met Chu Feng setting fire on the roof at noon, she thought he was just an ordinary person and arrested him. Thinking about it now, she felt incredible. A person who can lift more than 10 cars at the same time was caught by her and put in the police station. Do you dare to believe such a thing? And Terry was even more excited. As a journalist, my favorite thing is news. Think about it, one person can directly suspend more than 10 cars. Once such a big scene is broadcast, it will definitely explode in an instant. The damn TV station actually demoted her. What a matter of fact, with this video recording, she wouldn't broadcast it unless she was the host of the hottest radio station. My God, the upper limit of Chu Feng's ability has been raised again. How much strength does this guy hide from me? Alice, who was hiding behind the pier, saw that Chu Feng's ability exploded, her beautiful eyes widened and her face was shocked. At first, Chu Feng controlled a dagger. She thought it was Chu Feng's upper limit, but he could still control bullets. She thought that Chu Feng's control of bullets had reached the upper limit, but Chu Feng was still able to control the carriage. Well, this is the limit, right? No, he later surrendered the firearms of hundreds of soldiers at the same time and controlled the firing at the same time. Well, finally reached the limit. No, not yet. Look at the dozen or so levitating cars. Such a big scene should be considered the limit. But now she can't believe that Chu Feng's strength really is to control more than 10 cars. She felt that Chu Feng was unfathomable. Maybe she just determined the upper limit of Chu Feng, and he exploded and became stronger later. The more she knew about Chu Feng, the more she felt that Chu Feng was unfathomable. The problem is Chu Feng, this be ******* D. Every time he asks him, he says the limit, the limit. Where did you come from so many limits? What a liar. Don't say. In fact, Chu Feng was also quite wronged. He really didn't lie. Every time is his limit, but people can make progress. Every time you use mental power, the total amount of mental power will increase and the level up ability will also increase. Isn't this a normal phenomenon? Go. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, a car hit Matt directly. When Matt saw the car hit, he rolled on the spot to avoid it. Boom! The car collided directly with the ground and the front of the car exploded directly. Matt, who was dodging the attack, also moved quickly and directly loaded a rocket on his back into the rocket launcher during the roll. It's just that he didn't have time to aim and attack Chu Feng, the second car, the third car, the fourth car. One after another car bombarded him frantically. Matt was helpless and could only keep scrambling left and right, narrowly avoiding the rain of cars. Chu Feng's car was also very particular about throwing it, and every time he threw it on Matt's outward path. When Matt didn't dodge for a while, he found that there were cars all around him blocking all his dodging paths. Another car approached. Crack, boom, Matt had no choice. The rockets originally used to deal with Chu Feng could only be released in advance to bombard the car. Boom, the rocket collided with the car, sending out a terrifying explosion, making it difficult for him to look directly. Together, 35 Chu Feng gripped the surrounding cars, and the cars that were scattered around all shrank to the center. Actually, Matt got stuck in the middle when he couldn't see anything during the explosion. Hoo, Matt let out an angry roar, struggling constantly, trying to break free. However, with so many cars gathered together, he could never break free even if he had a lot of strength. I killed it. Seeing that Chu Feng had controlled the monster, Alice came out from behind the bridge pier, pulled out a shotgun, turned over and jumped into the car, aimed the shotgun at Matt's forehead and was about to headshot the monster. Slow, 35 Chu Feng stopped. Kakaka. The guardrail on the bridge directly broke through the cement, forming a metal ladder that spreads downward. Chu Feng stepped on the metal stairs and walked steadily towards Matt. What's the matter? This monster is ambushed to kill us. Why not let me kill it? Alice 5. 8 was puzzled when she heard the words, not understanding what Chu Feng meant. This monster lay in ambush here, killing Peyton first and nearly killing her and Jill. Now that it's under control, shouldn't it be a shot to kill it? It's Matt. Chu Feng glanced at Alice, who was filled with murderous intent, and then at the monster who kept struggling and roaring inside. When talking about Matt, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with Sen Han's killing intent. He and Matt are also friends who have experienced life and death together. The Umbrella Company should never transform Matt into a monster to kill him, which touched his bottom line. Chu Feng will definitely avenge this revenge. What? He's Matt, how is that possible? Alice's eyes filled with murderous intent. When she heard that this monster turned out to be the fake policeman Matt who had gone through life and death with them and killed him out of the hive, even Alice's nerves were tenacious. She couldn't help but exclaimed. It's hard for her to match such an ugly, crying child monster with the suave Matt. What the hell did the Umbrella Company do to him? Chu Feng came directly in front of Matt, stepped on the car, and looked at Matt with one eye. Roar. At this time, Matt had no memory of Chu Feng and stared at Chu Feng fiercely with one eye. It seems to be very unconvinced. It is extremely powerful, but it is suppressed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored the fierce Matt, but said coldly to the people from the Umbrella Company behind Matt, I will find you. After that, Chu Feng put his hand directly on Matt's head, and the Magneto Gene in his body vibrated wildly. The terrifying electromagnetic force field began to sense Matt's head. What is he doing? Why do I feel like he's looking at us? He seems to be talking to us. Nonsense, this is our first test. How could he know that my 20s are behind the scenes? Could it be that he has an inner partner in us? The operators of the Umbrella Company did not expect Matt, who could crush an entire elite mercenary army, to be subdued so quickly. What's even more bizarre is that Chu Feng actually spoke to the camera. It was like he could see them in the control room through Matt. But how is this possible? You know, this Nemesis project is the first experiment, and no one knows about it except them. Chu Feng is an Oriental person, how would he know? If it is so easy to leak, then their Umbrella Company doesn't have to do research. and it will be directly infiltrated by the enemy into a sieve. But here's the problem, Chu Feng just spoke to Matt's one-eyed eye, saying that if he wasn't talking to them and killing them, they wouldn't believe it. It made everyone feel creepy. For a time, he doubted what Eastern organization he had provoked. Damn, something's wrong, he's probably going to take us out of control, quick, start the self-destruct program. When Kane saw Chu Feng put his hand on Matt's head and closed his eyes, he immediately had a bad feeling. Combined with Chu Feng's ability to manipulate metal just now, he immediately thought of a possibility. That is, he is going to tear down their control. Kane's reaction was not unpleasant, but he felt that it was still too late. Although Chu Feng does not understand electronic equipment, his sense of metal is unmatched by anyone. He has already sensed the metal fluctuations in Matt's head. With a thought, a small metal knife appeared, directly breaking Matt's skull. The control chip and other instruments in Matt's head were pulled out by Chu Feng directly along the gap. Matt raised his head and let out a huge wailing. Chu Feng threw the chip controller aside. Boom, the chip controller exploded directly in the air. Although the power of the explosion is not large, don't forget that it is placed in the head. If it is activated internally, it can make Matt self-destruct in an instant. One can imagine the viciousness of those who protect the umbrella. After taking out the chip controller, Matt's head slowly lowered and his breathing began to stagnate. Chu Feng, Matt is not dead. Looking at Matt, who was motionless and stopped breathing, Alice on the side said anxiously. She also saw the explosion of the controller. If she didn't take it out, then Matt would surely die. But after taking it out, he didn't respond again and his breathing stopped. Isn't that dead? Don't worry, he shouldn't die, didn't you see his wounds healing quickly? Chu Feng is not worried about whether Matt can survive or not. If this is an ordinary person, such a brutal operation, even if there is no blood loss and death, it will still hurt to death, or be infected by bacteria on the unsterilized metal blade and die. However, now the subject of the operation is the subject of the mutated T-virus infection of the creeper like Matt. And even the penetration of firearms is fine, let alone such a small operation. Not long after the chip was taken out, the wound on Matt's head healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, the T-virus is something that can resurrect the dead. Even if you stop breathing, you can quickly recover. What worries him is whether Matt's memory can be recovered. If he can't recover, that's the trouble. Sure enough, after the wound on his head healed, Matt, who had stopped breathing, suddenly took a deep breath and woke up. Wake up, he's awake, Matt, can you hear me? Alice was very happy when she saw that Matt was really alive and shouted excitedly. It was hard for her to imagine that Matt actually survived such a brutal operation by Chu Feng. Alice, Chu Feng, my throat, my eyes, why can't I move? A hoarse voice came from Matt's throat. The sound was like two iron blocks rubbing together, hoarse and unpleasant. The controller was unplugged and Matt's memory began to be activated again, but he was a little confused now. He couldn't move his whole body, his speech was strange, and he only had one line of sight. Looks like the operation was a success. Welcome back, Matt. Chu Feng saw that Matt said his and Alice's names, indicating that he had gotten out of control. Therefore, Chu Feng did not hesitate and directly let go of the car that was stuck on Matt's body. Matt, didn't you leave Raccoon City? How did you become like this? Where's Chad? Alice looked at Matt's puzzled face, wondering what happened to him after being separated from them. Didn't he return to his organization with the virus and antidote? And what about Chad, who left with him? I remember we were separated at the factory. Caught outside the city, they wanted us to tell the whereabouts of Chu Feng. Experiment. I killed a lot of people, a lot no, tilde. Matt finally recalled his arrest. He and Chad left the city together and were about to part when they were arrested by the ambush of the Umbrella Company. Then came the Umbrella Corporation's torture and nemesis experiments, turning him into a monster who only knew how to follow orders. When he was under control, he also killed many mercenaries. Matt looked at his bloody hands, touched his monster's face, and roared in anger. He couldn't accept that he had become a monster, a sinful self with blood on his hands. After roaring, Matt fell into a sluggishness for a long time, and it seemed that at this moment he could not believe that he would become a monster. When his sister died, he also became a monster, and the virus that overthrew the Umbrella Company was gone. At this moment, he lost the courage to live. Whatever Alice said, he never said a word, inside the base. Damn, what's the matter? Has the experimental body been destroyed? Kane looked at the snowflake screen and asked. Matt, this experiment is really important, but if this experiment recovers his memory and becomes their enemy, it will be equally troublesome, which is why he ordered the destruction so decisively. After all, no one wants to be killed by the experimental subjects they control. That. Should be destroyed. The operator heard the words and said, in theory Matt should be dead, but doing research is to be rigorous. If you haven't seen a corpse you won't use the word absolute. Should, you told me so, what I want is certainty 100%. Kane heard the words, his face was furious, he grabbed the collar of the operator and said angrily. He is a soldier and all he wants is absolute assurance, either success or failure in his eyes nothing should be. No one can do a craniotomy in seconds, sir. 9. The operator was pulled by the collar and explained with a look of panic. Although Chu Feng is very strong, he is not a doctor after all. Even if Chu Feng is a doctor, it is impossible to open the brain and remove the chip controller in such a short period of time. But he's no ordinary man. Damn it, why is he so difficult to deal with? Why can't he just be my test subject? 95. Kane has almost never failed in his life, but in the hands of Chu Feng he has failed twice in a row. They almost died at the hive exit last time, but this time they damaged their best experimental body. The problem is this live broadcast has also been watched by the higher-ups above. This face is simply lost to Grandma's house. He was sure that soon there would be calls to criticize him. And these damn operators actually said that the experimental body should be destroyed, which means that it may not have been destroyed. That Chu Feng is a freak who can control metal, and Namet is a perverted experimental body with regeneration ability. Combining the two, who can say that the self-destruction has been successful? He was very angry with Chu Feng. If Chu Feng could deal with it easier, it would be better if he could become his experimental body obediently. The operators on the side were all terrified and complained in their hearts. If Chu Feng was really easy to deal with and cooperated with research obediently, then he would have no research value. However, due to Kane's ruthlessness and cruelty, they did not dare to talk back and could only stand on both sides and remain silent. Beep beep, Kane's phone rang. Kane, who was originally angry, stood up immediately after receiving the call. Yes, sorry, 99. Don't worry, I already have a solution and this time I will be able to capture it successfully. Exactly. Kane answered the phone and was scolded directly, but he did not dare to talk back. Instead, he repeatedly assured that Chu Feng would definitely be arrested and studied. The other end of the phone calmed down a bit. What happened to the plastic troops I ordered to prepare? After a long time, Kane hung up the phone and asked his opponent. After being disarmed by Chu Feng, the hive outlet, it was naturally impossible for Kane not to study countermeasures. He estimated that Chu Feng should be able to control metal, so as long as all weapons are used without metal, they can definitely deal with Chu Feng. These days it should be almost ready, time to come in handy too. Sir, the plastic unit is ready. The soldiers hurriedly stood at attention to report. You can never escape my grasp. 99. Kane clenched his fists and said coldly. Under the bridge, Jill and Terry finally walked down. Naturally, she was very curious about Matt's matter and asked Alice. After learning what happened to Matt, Terry expressed sympathy. However, Jill couldn't forgive Matt because of the death of her colleague Peyton, although she also understood that Matt was controlled by the umbrella company at that time. And Matt didn't need her forgiveness. He was still sitting in the broken car, staring blankly, not knowing what he was thinking or not thinking about anything. Because it consumed too much mental energy, Chu Feng did not go on the road immediately but stopped here to rest. After drinking the mental power recovery potion and repairing for half an hour, Chu Feng finally felt that he had recovered to the peak. We're going to save a kid and leave Raccoon City. You want to come with us? Chu Feng got up, looked at Matt's lonely back and looked at the sky again, knowing that there was not much time left for them, and walked slowly to Matt's side, said. Matt didn't seem to hear Chu Feng's words at all and didn't respond. Alas, let's go. Chu Feng sighed and walked away. He is neither a psychiatrist nor a mathematician. He cannot calculate the shadow area of a normal person after being experimented into a monster, nor can he give him psychological counseling. He still has a lot of things to do, and it is impossible to stay here with him in a daze. His life is his, he can use it how he wants, he doesn't want to live, who can force him to live? He can only see himself if he can think about it, it's fine, but if he can't think about it, it may not be a good result to be buried in Raccoon City. Are you going to take revenge on those bastards? Just as Chu Feng was about to leave with everyone, Matt suddenly asked. Certainly. Chu Feng affirmed. This umbrella company has done all the bad things, lost its conscience, and killed so many people. He even controlled Matt to ambush him. Whether it was from righteousness or personal grievances, he would not let them go. I'll go with you. 39. Matt received an affirmative reply from Chu Feng and finally raised his head with determination in one eye. In order to destroy the umbrella company, his sister Lisa was sacrificed, and he was also transformed into this person who is not a ghost or a ghost. Even if he died, he would kill all the beasts under the umbrella before he died. Chu Feng nodded, took the lead and left the bottom of the bridge and returned to the road. We've been delayed a bit, the school is a bit far from here, let's drive over there. Chu Feng reckoned that he had stayed here a little longer, and if he walked, he might not be able to make it in time. That being the case, the best way is to drive there. Are you sure? This road doesn't look like you can drive. Jill looked at the messy cars on the messy road and said, Kakaka, 35 boom. 5 Chu Feng Haojiaos waved at the messy cars on the road and those cars were pushed away by the electromagnetic force, revealing a wide road. Well, when I didn't say, 55. Jill looked at the empty road and the corners of his mouth twitched. She even forgot that Chu Feng still has this ability. Since he can control the car to fight, isn't it a matter of minutes to open the way? Sure enough, she was still used to thinking from the perspective of a normal human being. Not long after, Jill found a car and got on it. Female reporter Terry has obviously become a fan of Chu Feng, and her first reaction was to hope to ride in a car with Chu Feng. This is a mysterious and outrageously strong boss Chen. By his side, that is absolutely the safest. However, before she got close to Chu Feng, she was directly blocked by Alice. Alice's meaning is very simple, Chu Feng is mine, don't try to get close. Jill together. Terry glanced at Chu Feng, but Chu Feng ignored her at all. Terry had no choice but to walk to the car where Jill was sitting behind. Scrub, because there is no key, Jill directly disassembles the lighter and starts the fire with the thread. Crack. At this time, Terry suddenly opened the car door, startling Jill, who was on fire. Lifting the pistol, he let out a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Terry who opened the door. She remembered that the female reporter ran to the front. How did she come back? Let's go to school now and find that kid. Jill put the gun away and continued to fire. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, the car's engine finally started successfully, which made Jill very happy. The two leaned on the seats and relaxed. Roar. However, at the moment when Jill was relaxed, a zombie rushed in directly from the car door, opened his bloody mouth and was about to bite Jill. The face of this zombie is very familiar to Jill, and it is Peyton, who was shot by Met Gatlin. After being shot, he was resurrected as a zombie and wandered aimlessly on the highway. Now that everyone is back on the road, the huge movement has attracted him back again. There seems to be a situation behind. 95. In the driver's seat in front, Alice hurriedly turned around when she heard the sound. Chu Feng also turned his head, but when he saw that the zombie attacking Jill was Peyton, he ignored it at 370. There is indeed experience in killing zombies, but after all, that is Jill's colleague, let her solve it by herself. In the presence of others, it is not appropriate for a murderer's friend, even a friend who becomes a zombie. That Jill has already said that if Peyton becomes a zombie, she will solve it by herself and they don't need to do anything. In this case, there is no need for him to be a villain. Jill was attacked, you don't seem to be nervous about her at all. Alice thought that seeing Jill being attacked by zombies, Chu Feng could not wait to rescue her. However, she never thought that Chu Feng would just look at it and ignore it. This made her doubtful and sweet. Could it be that Chu Feng is not interested in that Jill, or is he worried that he will be misunderstood? Has Chu Feng started to think about her? In fact, this is because Alice thinks too much. Chu Feng understands that Jill can solve this matter, so she can't do it. It has nothing to do with her. Boom. Jill was still very strong, and in a panic he pushed the zombie-like Peyton out of the car and fell to the ground. Roar. Peyton got up, staggered, and lunged at Jill again. Jill looked at Peyton, who had been protecting him all the time. After turning into a zombie, he desperately wanted to kill himself. With sadness in his eyes, he closed his eyes. Boom. The gunshots rang out and Peyton fell to the ground. Jill finally pulled the trigger. As she said at the cemetery, if this time comes, she will end it herself. Let's go. Chu Feng saw through the rearview mirror that Jill solved Peyton and said, As soon as Alice stepped on the accelerator, the car drove out. Jill followed in the car. The crowd drove all the way on the highway heading towards the school, city street in front of an ambulance. Why didn't they see us? Nikolai complained while being on guard. What? Carlos is dealing with the wound. Hearing this, he wondered. Their teammate Yuri turned into a zombie and took a bite directly on his shoulder. After searching for a long time, I found materials for wound treatment in this ambulance. That helicopter. We were on the street in front of the institute. How could they not see us? Seeing that Carlos did not understand, Nikolai explained. They were shouting and waving magnesium rods in front of the institute. As long as the people on the helicopter were not blind, they would definitely be found. However, it turned out that after the helicopter put down the box, it went straight away, completely unaware of their appearance, which made Nicola feel very strange. They saw us. Carlos pulled the bandage on the wound, sweating on his forehead, and said, What's the meaning? Nikolai was even more puzzled, thinking they didn't see them and left. It doesn't seem right now. Why would he ignore them if they really saw them? They are their own. We are their property, Nikolai. Property that can be abandoned, and we have just been abandoned. 35 for Nikolai, who was still bewildered. Carlos directly poured a basin of cold water on him. It's impossible for those people to see their actions. The only explanation is that they were abandoned. As a mercenary who does things with money in the eyes of the umbrella company, it is simply a product bought with money, and it is thrown away when it is used up. And they are the ones who are thrown. Grass. Hearing this, Nikolai was a little desperate, resentful, and cursed foul language. The people of the umbrella company are all bastards. What happened to the mercenaries? The mercenaries are people too, to throw them here to die. Die, die, die. Just then the phone booth on the road rang. Obviously, Dr. Charles did not completely pin his daughter's hopes on Chu Feng, and he needed more people. Yo, trouble setch. On the other side, a hippie was driving a car, humming a ditty with a contented expression on his face. Ho, 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 ahead a zombie staggered across the road. Boom, the hippie stepped up the accelerator and hit it. Bang, 90. The unfortunate zombie was directly hit by the car, fell out, and smashed into the back of the car. Oh yeah, 10 points. The hippies cheered with excitement when they saw the zombies being knocked out. This man was the civilian who was among the mercenaries and was not killed by Matt. Obviously, he still holds an optimistic attitude towards the end times. Namet killed everyone with machine gun shells, but he was the only one left. What does it mean? He is the protagonist of this world. That being the case, I'm still afraid of a bird, driving into a zombie to play. Just when he was happy on the street, 2 street girls walked out slowly. That body is really speechless. Damn it, baby, give it a second airstrike. The excited hippie wanted to bump into the zombies again to show the beauty. Boom. After the hippie said he did hit it, but instead of hitting a zombie, he was patronizing the beautiful woman, and unfortunately, he rear-ended the car parked on the road ahead. Now the hippies can't play anymore, they can only open the door and get out of the car. And the 2 beauties slowly walked out of the shadows and walked towards him. The 2 women who were just so beautiful were instantly exposed under the light. What kind of beauty is this? It's simply 2 zombies. 39. The 2 female zombies opened their bloody mouths and charged directly at the hippies. Wow, my mother. The hippies saw 2 zombies rushing towards them and they didn't even want the car, so they turned around and fled. At this moment, where is the dashingness of the protagonist just now? It's just like a bereaved dog fleeing in the desert. He felt that his brain was twitching, and he actually showed himself in front of 2 zombies just now. The hippie fled in panic all the way and soon entered an alley. Suddenly, he noticed the lights of a car on the opposite road, and he rushed over without hesitation. Hey, stop, squeak, passing cars stopped. Chu Feng was a little surprised to see the hippie blocking the road. Isn't this guy released by Jill in the police station? This guy isn't dead yet. He also ran over and blocked his way. Roar. Before Chu Feng could speak, the 2 female zombies from behind chased after him, opening their mouths and biting the hippie's neck directly. Chu Feng took out his pistol and aimed directly at the 2 zombies behind the hippie. Don't shoot, I didn't get bitten, you see. This hippie is also very nervous. The 2 female zombies are about to bite him, he didn't even notice it. He was still lifting his clothes there, indicating that he was not bitten and begging not to shoot. It's a miracle that he has survived to this day. Boom. Chu Feng shot directly, instantly blasting the heads of the 2 female zombies. Get in the car, Chu Feng needs manpower to search for Angela and he is not entangled, said. Thank you, it's so kind of you to save my life, am I? Ah, monster. The hippie turned around and saw the bodies of the 2 female zombies standing on the street. He immediately understood that Chu Feng had just shot and saved his life, and immediately thanked him greatly. Hearing that Chu Feng asked him to get in the car without hesitation, he decisively opened the door and sat in. It's just that he just sat on the seat when he saw Matt next to him and was almost scared to death. He watched Matt holding a bazooka and Gatling, shooting all the mercenaries in the tavern. Such a monster is actually in the car. A terrible thought suddenly arises. That is, Chu Feng rescued him to feed this monster. I was so scared that I cried and wanted to open the car door and escape from here. But unfortunately, the door has been welded. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the door. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, Alice started the engine and continued to drive towards the school. Don't worry, he's fine. As long as you don't mess with him, you'll be fine. By the way, what's your name? Chu Feng was a little interested in this hippie who could live to the 3rd part and asked. Lloyd Jefferson Wade. The hippie replied shiveringly. The vehicle is not small, but Matt is much larger than ordinary people and almost fills the rear row. No matter how the hippie avoids, it is inevitable to contact Matt. Although Chu Feng said that this guy is very nice, but looking at his face, can he have anything to do with people? He is so ugly that his parents don't even know him. Just this face can stop the most disobedient child from crying in the middle of the night. And he was sitting next to him, so how could he be at ease? At this time, he regretted it to death. It was not good for him to stop someone's car, and he even stopped his car. Too long to remember. Chu Feng frowned when he heard the hippie's self-introduction. This Westerner's name is Trouble, and there are even 3 paragraphs. It made Chu Feng speechless. LJ, just call me LJ. By the way, can you let me ride in the car behind? I really don't want to die. Seeing that Chu Feng was unhappy, the hippie shivered, worried that Chu Feng ordered Matt to eat him, so he quickly simplified his name and hoped to be able to take the car behind him. Of course, his request was naturally not addressed in any way. After a short drive, the car finally came to the gate of the school. The vehicle stopped, and Chu Feng stepped out of the car first. School, what are we doing here? LJ also got off the bus, and with a look of joy, he finally got off the bus alive. This Matt is horrible. Especially his one-eyed, his legs felt weak when he saw him. He was really worried that the monster would not be able to resist biting him. It's out now, which is great. It's just that he didn't have time to be happy when he saw the dark school gate, and he was about to cry, what the hell are these people? Where is the school, a place where people gather? Few places are more crowded than schools. In such a place, zombies are definitely in groups. Isn't coming to such a place looking for death. Don't tell him that their destination is this school. Find someone. Jill drew his gun directly, loaded it, and said, "Ah. It's great that you're the policewoman at that police station. Can I not go in?" LJ was surprised to see Jill, but he didn't expect the person in the back car to be a policewoman. But the policewoman is useless. It's still scary in here. He doesn't want to go in. Find Angela, Dr. Charles' daughter, and he will arrange a flight for us to leave. You can leave at any time if you want to go in. Chu Feng also felt that the school was too big and needed to find someone, otherwise he would not be brought along. 0 flowers, he said. If you want to join, join. If you don't want to join, then you can leave. Chu Feng will never force him to stay. After all, Chu Feng walked into the school first. Alice, Jill, Terry, and Matt followed and walked towards the school. Damn it. LJ looked at the gate of the school that seemed to be able to eat people, and then looked at the zombies that were attracted by the car's engine, gritted his teeth, and followed in. You might die if you go in, but it's easier to die if you stay. The streets are full of zombies. Where can he go? The city was also blocked. Either help find someone and leave together, or enter the street and continue to be hunted by zombies. He had no choice. Because of the power outage, the entire campus is dark, like a man-eating beast waiting for passersby. Chu Feng took a look and saw that this school is really big, and I don't know how many classrooms there are. Even Chu Feng, who knew the plot, couldn't possibly know which floor Angela was on. Even if he did, he didn't know which classroom he was in. This is a little tricky. This place is too big. Everyone searched it separately and found it. Call me directly, and I will be there as soon as possible. 95. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and said, although separation is the most dangerous, but if you do not separate such a big school, you will not be able to find anyone tomorrow. The necessary risk is still acceptable. Chu Feng believes that with Alice, Jill, and his strength, there is no problem in dealing with a wave of zombies. And this LJ seems to be very lucky by nature. All the people in a city are dead, and he can survive on the streets. The only danger is probably the unlucky female reporter Terry. Her luck has always been bad. When she was in the cemetery, so many people were grooming her, and the zombies would attack her first if they didn't attack anyone. No, I don't want to go it alone. Terry directly objected. Obviously, this female reporter also has self-knowledge, knowing that she is too dangerous to be alone, and directly opposes it. I'm fine with you. LJ took a look at Chu Feng. Alice and the monster Matt felt that the female reporter Terry was better to get along with and suggested, okay, then you two will be in a team and the others will search the first floor. 95. Chu Feng also knew that Terry would die alone, and since this lucky LJ wanted to be with her, it was not bad. One is extremely lucky, the other is extremely unlucky, and it is not necessarily the case that the cooperation will really work wonders. After all, Chu Feng immediately chose a direction and began to search. Matt himself is a monster. Zombies can be frightened when they see him. Alice and Jill looked at each other and parted. In the end, the hippie LJ and the female reporter Terry were left. Let's go. 99. Although LJ is nervous, he is not panicked. After all, he is also a man who survived alone after the zombie outbreak. He went straight upstairs. Wait for me. When Terry saw LJ leave, it was pitch black again, and a cold wind blew through, making Terry's hair stand upright, so he quickly followed. Angela, Angela. Chu Feng held a dagger, waved his hand. The iron door of the classroom opened automatically and shouted to the inside. The classroom was silent, except for the messy books and workbooks and the bloody handprints on the walls. On the other side, Jill walked slowly in the lower room of 370, vigilantly searching. Alice was walking down the corridor with a pistol in hand. Boom. Alice kicked the door of the office directly, kept aiming and observing the situation. As for Matt, it was as if he was in a no-man's land and he passed by a few zombies in a generous manner. Ho ho ho, a zombie walked staggeringly and soon met Matt. But because Matt turned into a monster, the zombies ignored him at all and continued to walk, but they didn't notice when they hit Matt, thinking they hit a wall. Boom, Matt didn't have a good impression of zombies. The unfortunate zombie didn't understand what was going on and was slapped to death by Matt and continued on the road. LJ and Terry made their way up the stairs together. Ding ding, suddenly there was a sound from behind the stairs. Terry hurriedly took the camera and looked back with a nervous expression on his face, worried that there would be monsters rushing upstairs from under the stairs. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no zombie rushing out, so he let out a sigh of relief. But when she turned back, she found that LJ's figure had disappeared. LJ, Terry looked at the empty corridors on both sides and then looked at the stairs that continued to go up and was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know whether LJ took the left or the right of the passage or continued to go up a higher floor. She wanted to shout LJ, but as soon as the voice came out, a strange sound came from below. A zombie actually swayed and passed by. Terry immediately covered his mouth. I can only choose a random direction and walk quickly, trying to catch up with LJ. However, unfortunately, the direction she chose was just the opposite of LJ's direction, which is good. The faster she walked, the farther the two were. What? Soon she ran into a cleaner zombie head-on, Terry exclaimed. The zombie turned his head when he heard the sound but found nothing. Call. In the classroom, Terry leaned on the door and found that the zombie didn't come, and he let out a sigh of relief. It was just dangerous, but fortunately she was clever and hid quickly, otherwise she would die in this wave. Just then, by the moonlight outside the window, she saw a child kneeling on the ground. Angela, Terry was overjoyed when he saw the child wearing a school uniform. In such a big school with so many classrooms, she found her goal by entering casually. Terry slowly approached while calling out softly. However, the child just turned his back to her, sat blankly, his body trembled slightly, he seemed to be frightened and he was crying with his head down. Don't worry, you're all right, don't be afraid. Terry thought the child hadn't heard it, so he raised his voice a little more, comforting him as he slowly approached. Don't say it, what a coincidence, Angela is in this classroom. However, it was not the girl who was kneeling on the ground, but the girl hiding behind the bezel. Angela was delighted to hear Terry say her name, and she finally waited until rescue. Just as he was about to come out, he saw the shadows behind Terry who were attracted by Terry's voice, and he quickly covered his mouth. It was the zombies of the entire class. If she opened her mouth, she would definitely be eaten by the zombies with Terry. So although she desperately wanted to remind Terry, she was too frightened to speak. She doesn't want to die. Auntie with the camera, please stop calling my name, it will kill you. Although Angela was so anxious that her forehead was sweating, this Terry didn't know. She kept shouting Angela's name for fear that the zombies wouldn't hear it. We'll take you home. Terry thought that the zombie child who was kneeling on the ground was Angela, stretched out his trembling hand, rubbed the zombie child's shoulder and broke her over. Roar 35. The zombie child was eating well and was very unhappy when someone grabbed his shoulder, turned back and grinned at Terry. Terry was frightened by the zombie child's back and took a few steps back, but she bumped into something. Terry turned back and found that the entire classroom had been surrounded by dense zombie children. Oh my goodness. Seeing this scene, Terry was completely dumbfounded. Her luck was really bad. Even following the person with the best luck can't change her bad luck. If you follow LJ, you can lose it, but after all, you are mistaken in the tiger's den. Roar. The kneeling zombie child turned back and bit her thigh directly. The other zombie children also swarmed up and pushed her down. Save me, save me. Terry's shrill screams could be heard in the classroom. Her camera fell to the ground just in time to capture the scene where the zombies drowned her, and Terry's screams stopped abruptly. Damn it, no, can this change her bad luck? 35. Chu Feng was searching for a classroom when he heard Terry's scream. Listening to the screams, it goes without saying that Terry was definitely killed. It doesn't make sense. He knew about Terry's bad luck, so he intentionally put her in a group with LJ, led by the lucky star hippie LJ. She wouldn't have any problems even if she didn't do anything. Of course, what Chu Feng didn't know was that Terry and LJ had already been lost as soon as they went upstairs, and now they are not together at all. Chu Feng determined the approximate location and rushed directly to Terry. When Chu Feng found the classroom, it happened to be 5'8" and collided with Jill, who came to hear the sound. Jill made a careful gesture to Chu Feng, pushed the door and walked in. There were no zombies in the classroom, no trace of Terry, and nothing but a pool of blood was left on the ground. Looking at the video camera on the ground, Chu Feng determined that this is the room where Terry was killed. Looks like we're a step late, damn it, where the hell is this Angela? Jill picked up the camera, clicked the playback, and sighed when he could see the scene of Terry being drowned in the zombie tide. She's right here, isn't she, Angela? Chu Feng recalled the plot, and he was quite sure that Angela was in the classroom where Terry was attacked. Since Terry was killed here, Angela must be in this room. Chu Feng glanced around the classroom and finally spoke to a baffle. What, she's here? Jill was stunned when he heard the words, looking at Chu Feng with disbelief. It's like saying, don't fool me, here she checked it all, no one else. How did you know I was here? Just when Jill thought Chu Feng was joking, a cute little girl actually turned out from behind the baffle. She widened her lovely big eyes and looked at Chu Feng's curious and puzzled face. She didn't understand that she hid so well. Even the police elder sister didn't find out. How did this elder brother know that she was hiding here? My God, Chu Feng, when did you find her? Not only Angela, but even Jill's eyes widened, looking at Chu Feng with disbelief. She thought that Chu Feng was just talking nonsense, but she didn't expect that this Angela was actually here. Not to mention that Angela hid perfectly, even if she hid well. How did Chu Feng know that the person hiding was Angela and not other students in the school? Does he have the power of prophets? Don't look at me like this. I'm just guessing, just shout and don't want 20 money. Chu Feng's scalp was numb from the two of them, and he knew that he had inadvertently revealed the secret again. But it's really hard to explain this matter. It can't be said that he watched the development of the story before he crossed over, randomly found a reason to prevaricate. Real. Jill squinted and stared at Chu Feng with her sharp policewoman eyes, trying to see if Chu Feng was lying. Angela was also completely attracted by Chu Feng, looking at Chu Feng like a curious baby. Cough cough, now that we have found someone, let's go. Chu Feng knew that he couldn't explain it, and the more he smeared it, the more black it became, so he stopped explaining and turned to leave. Angela Asford, your name doesn't sound like a little girl. On the way, Jill took Angela's hand and asked seemingly casually. The cautious Jill had to make sure again whether this girl was really the one they were looking for. After all, I found Angela as soon as I came in, which is too coincidental. Don't be embarrassed if you find someone with the same name and different last name. So she opened her mouth to test without a trace. I'm not a little girl. Also, all my friends call me Angela. 35 for Jill saying that her name is not like a little girl. Angela responded directly with dissatisfaction. Angela, I like it. Jill breathed a sigh of relief and praised after finding out that they were indeed looking for the wrong person. Not long after, the three came to the school's restaurant, where there were many zombies wandering. Those things are here. 35, Angela reminded a little uneasily. It's okay, baby, they're slow and we can run past them. Seeing Angela worried, Jill looked at the sluggish, ordinary zombies around, moving slowly. As long as they were not surrounded, there was no threat at all, comforting. No, I'm talking about them. Angela understood that Jill would be wrong and pointed to the zombie dog who was eating on the ground not far away. The zombie dog has lost all its fur and looks scary. You stand back and let me come. Seeing this, Jill made Chu Feng and Angela retreat, and she herself drew a pistol and stepped forward. Are you sure this zombie dog is not weak? Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't understand why Jill had to go on his own with such a powerful mutant beside him. In my memory, this Jill seemed to be unable to beat the zombie dog, so he reminded. I can do it. Jill looked resolute. In the past police station, she was the best and the strongest. She has the final say in everything. She is used to being a strong first sister. However, since she met Chu Feng, she has been suppressed in the limelight, and there is no chance to show her strength along the way, which makes her feel very aggrieved. In particular, Chu Feng's suspicion aroused her stronger side and strengthened her belief in showing her hand in front of Chu Feng. She can't beat a crawler, but she can't believe a dog she can't handle. Okay, I'm swooping next to me. 99. Seeing that Jill's eyes were firm, Chu Feng knew that he could not persuade him, so he no longer objected and pulled Angela to the back. Anyway, with him by his side, a zombie dog couldn't hurt Jill. Of course, Chu Feng also took out a pistol from the storage space as a precaution. If Jill is in danger, he can rescue him at any time. Wow, wow, wow. At this time, the zombie dog seemed to have finally found the three of them, raised his head, roared, and rushed towards them directly. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the zombie dog rushing over, Jill did not hesitate to lift his gun, aim, and shoot. But she seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, this is not an ordinary dog but a zombie dog infected with virus and moving quickly. It moves twice as fast as a normal dog. Such a high-speed charge made her unable to resist, and after several consecutive shots came down, she didn't even hit a single shot. Boom! Jill was directly hit by the zombie dog's charge and smashed onto a table. The pistol in his hand was also thrown out. Wang. Seeing that Jill was knocked down, the zombie dog became even more excited, roared, and then rushed towards Jill. In the air, it opened its bloody mouth, exposing its sharp fangs, intending to launch a fatal attack directly on Jill. Jill didn't expect this zombie dog to be so strong. It was too late to pick up the gun, so he could only pick up a chair to block in front of him. At this moment, Jill regretted it. She shouldn't be competitive in front of Chu Feng, but now she can't show a hand in front of Chu Feng, but she will die here. At this time, on the other side of the 370 door, a mercenary pushed open the door and walked in. This soldier is none other than Nikolai, who received a call to search for Angela. As soon as he came, he and Carlos searched separately. I heard the gunshots just now and just saw the zombie dog about to attack Jill, and his eyes glowed. Nicholas has first-class marksmanship and unparalleled combat power, and especially likes to pretend in front of beautiful goddesses. Now that I see a zombie dog going to attack a police flower, it's just God helping me, Nikolai. Isn't this the chance to give him a hero to save beauty? How could he miss such an opportunity? Without hesitation, Nikolai lifted the gun decisively, aimed at the zombie dog, and prepared to shoot it, so that he could show off his superb marksmanship in front of the beauty. According to normal circumstances, with his top-level neural reflexes of a top-level mercenary, this forced him to be a set. But he ignored the fact that there was a more perverted person at the scene, that is Chu Feng. No matter how good Nikolai's marksmanship is and how fast his response is, he still needs to react and aim. However, I'm sorry, Chu Feng has the Magneto Gene and he never needs to aim when shooting. So he pulled the trigger the moment Nikolai aimed at the zombie dog. Bang! 35 the gunshot sounded, and a bullet dragged a hot tail flame and flew directly from Chu Feng's muzzle, correcting its trajectory in the air. Before the unlucky zombie dog could react, it was shot in the air by Chu Feng, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. A system reward reminder popped up directly in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie dog and get 20 points. Ha, what the hell is going on? Nikolai was stunned. He thought that he, the top mercenary, was already the top gun king in the world. Unexpectedly, someone here reacted faster than him and even shot and grabbed his chance to headshot. Can you believe such a thing? Roar. At this time, another zombie approached Jill from behind and bit her neck directly. If this is bitten, Jill must be cut to pieces. Nikolai did not hesitate and raised the muzzle again. Boom. Another shot rang out and the zombie who was about to attack Jill was instantly headshot. It's impossible. How could an Oriental man be faster than my mercenary's gun, compete with my marksmanship, right? Let me show you the ability of Lao Tzu's gun king. Nikolai was originally an arrogant mercenary who believed that his marksmanship was unrivaled in the world. Not to mention an Oriental man, even the big bosses in the various mercenaries have never served anyone. However, this time I was going to pretend to be a coercion and I was actually covered by an Oriental person. Can this be bearable? So he immediately wanted to shoot other zombies and show Chu Feng his gun skills. Crack 35. Nikolai aimed at a zombie head at the fastest speed. Boom. However, the result was still that before he pulled the trigger, Chu Feng's gunshot sounded first and the zombie he aimed at fell down. Nikolai did not believe in evil and aimed wildly. And those zombies also fell madly. All of them were headshot by Chu Feng. As if in Chu Feng's eyes, these zombies don't need to aim at all, just lift the gun and shoot to get a headshot. Chu Feng's mind is also constantly popping up the system prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Wow, Big Brother Chu Feng is amazing. Angela is not an uninformed person, but when she saw Chu Feng holding a small pistol, he didn't even aim, he fired at will and the gun shot in the head. Chu Feng exclaimed. As far as Chu Feng's skills are concerned, she believes that he is the gun king. But Chu Feng's oldest is in his early 20s, and the gun king at this age is too young. That's fine, you've never seen him control hundreds of guns at the same time, that's called a pervert. Jill got up from the ground and listened to Angela's admiration for Chu Feng with a dejected expression. She is completely convinced now, and compared with such a freak, she is simply a brain show. It's not human at all. Auntie, I don't read much, so don't lie to me and control hundreds of guns at the same time. How can this be fired? Angela looked in disbelief when she heard Jill's words. Although she is a child, she is not stupid. You said that Chu Feng can take a small pistol and shoot a headshot. What the hell is a few hundred guns? Can Chu Feng move with both hands? Can't do it with 3 heads and 6 arms. But hey, you're going too far. Why call him Big Brother but call me Auntie? Am I that old? When Jill heard that Angela was called Big Brother Chu Feng, she even called her Auntie and her face drooped down immediately. She is very young, okay? Is there anything more extreme than being called an aunt for a police flower as young and beautiful as she is? He. Seeing Jill's runaway appearance, Angela couldn't hold back and laughed directly. Chu Feng's side was very cool, but Nicholas on the other side was crazy. Hey, damn Oriental, are you playing with me? Seeing the last zombie in the restaurant fall down, the 3 of them teased him as if they were air. Nicholas finally couldn't help but burst out and roared directly at Chu Feng. Nicholas is angry. Wherever he aims, Chu Feng will kill first, and he is faster than him every time. You are deliberately trying to find fault, right? Nicholas has to admit that Chu Feng's marksmanship is indeed better than him, but you can't tease him like a mercenary gun king. Not even a single zombie was left, all of them were headshots. Where is he pretending to be forceful? He is just passively watching Chu Feng pretending to be forceful. What's even more hateful is that after Chu Feng killed all the zombies, these 3 people actually regarded him as air and made fun of him there. This is too much. He's the spear king among mercenaries. Hey, give me some face. Who are you? When did you come? Chu Feng killing zombies is so cool, he didn't notice anyone beside him, he just kept reaping points. Unexpectedly, someone came in at the door on the other side. Tilda. The moment Chu Feng's words came out, Nicholas only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been blasted by countless thunders, and then hundreds of thousands of heads of grass galloped past. Nicholas was completely stupid. He really thought that Chu Feng was trying to compete with him on his marksmanship, so he would hit the zombies he was aiming at every time. Now it seems that Chu Feng didn't find him at all and just played it casually. I am a god. What is the origin of this Chu Feng who unexpectedly defeated him, the gun king among the top mercenaries? What if he got serious? Crazy, either he is crazy or the world is crazy. How can there be such a terrifying monster in this world as Chu Feng? How can he be the gun king? What should I do now? Go up and tell Chu Feng that he just tried his marksmanship with Chu Feng and then he failed to fire a shot and Chu Feng won? Shame, it's simply too embarrassing. Cough, cough, no, it's all right. Nicholas figured out everything and hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that he and Chu Feng had nothing good jows. He felt that he was too embarrassed to let Chu Feng know that he had just tested his marksmanship with him. Fine. Chu Feng directly raised the muzzle and pointed directly at Nicholas. What are you doing? Nikolai did not expect that Chu Feng would suddenly point the gun at him, thinking that Chu Feng was going to kill him and was about to raise his gun to fight back. Bang, bang, dust. After 2 shots were fired, Nikolai heard the sound of a heavy object falling behind him. When he turned around, he realized that there were already 2 zombie dogs lying behind him. Thank you. Nikolai's back was covered in cold sweat, but fortunately Chu Feng found out that he was killed, otherwise he would be dead now. At this moment, Nicholas was finally completely convinced, acknowledged Chu Feng's status as the gun king in his heart, and expressed his gratitude to Chu Feng. However, at this time, Chu Feng didn't care, because he had heard the latest notification sound from the system. Congratulations to the host Chu Feng, accumulated 10,000 points. Do you choose to upgrade now? Looking at the system's upgrade prompt, Chu Feng instinctively upgraded immediately. But after the first upgrade, Chu Feng understood that the upgrade was a process of reorganization and fusion of his genes and Magneto's genes. This process takes time. Once he chooses to upgrade, he will inevitably fall into a coma for a period of time until the upgrade is successful. And during this time, he has no ability to protect himself. The best way is to find a safe place or let someone else protect him and he will upgrade. So he did not choose to upgrade immediately but planned to leave here and find a safe place to upgrade. Nicholas, nice to meet you, 35. Nicholas respected the strong the most, smiled and took a step forward, stretched out his hand to Chu Feng and introduced himself. What? 35. Chu Feng was just immersed in the system prompts, and he just regained his senses and wondered. Forehead. Nikolai's outstretched hand froze in the air, looking very embarrassed. Not only did Chu Feng not want to shake hands with him, but he was distracted when he introduced himself, leaving him speechless. Could it be that his presence is really that low? If he just came in and was not found, he is standing in front of Chu Feng alive. Can't you see this? You work for Bao 370 Umbrella Company. Gil, who was on the side, saw that Nikolai was dressed like a mercenary and didn't like him, so he asked. It used to be, but they left me here to die, so now I think I'm freelance. Seeing Jill asking about it, Nikolai didn't hide it and said, Indeed, he did start out working for the umbrella company, but now that everyone has left him here to die, he will naturally not work for the umbrella company anymore. Dang, at this moment the sound of items falling behind came from behind everyone. Crack. Jill and Nikolai hurriedly turned around and aimed behind them. When I saw the person coming, I was stunned for a moment. I was a beautiful woman again. What's going on in this school? Why do beautiful women turn this way? It was none other than Alice who came after hearing the news. When Nikolai saw Alice, he hurriedly put away his gun and stepped forward to introduce himself. However, Alice ignored him at all, went straight to Angela, stared at her for a long time and said, "She is infected. 99 what?" When Jill heard the words, she was stunned. When did Angela get infected? Why didn't she know Kathy? Nikolai looked at Angela with a solemn expression. His mission this time was to find and bring Angela out safely. If she is infected, then his deal with Dr. Charles is not worth it, and it is hard to say whether Dr. Charles will provide them with a plane to leave. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became dignified. Only Chu Feng looked indifferent, as if he was not surprised that Angela was infected, as if he had known it for a long time. In fact, Chu Feng did know it for a long time. The research on this virus was originally intended to cure Angela so that she could walk normally. Now that Angela can walk, she has already used the T-virus. And Alice is also deeply infected, and the two will have induction when they are close to each other. That's why when he was on the bridge, Matt ambushed her and she would notice the same thing. How do you know? Jill could not accept the failure of this mission and questioned, because she was infected too. Alice didn't speak yet, but Angela spoke first. Alice can sense the T-virus in her body, and she can sense the T-virus in Alice's body. So she knew that Alice was also infected. "You're infected? When are you going to tell us again?" Jill was a little unacceptable when he heard the words. Even if this Angela was infected, even Alice, who had been with her all the time, was an infected person. And she knew nothing about it. Let me see. Alice didn't mean to explain, and indeed she didn't need to explain to Jill. It was Jill who joined her team with Chu Feng, not her, who did not need to be responsible for Jill. Instead, Alice was curious about Angela's infection. Although Chu Feng had said it, she still needed confirmation. "Do not." Angela directly refused. "You know I won't hurt you, let me see." 55 Alice gave full play to her ability to coax children and said. Angela hesitated for a while before lifting her sleeves, revealing the dense pinholes on it. Apparently it wasn't her first injection. Alice opened her backpack to reveal a metal box containing a large amount of antiviral serum. "This is antiviral serum, where did you get it?" 99. Alice looked at the large amount of antiviral serum and asked, "My dad, he's sick and one day I'll be sick too. He just wanted to stop that from happening. When I was very young, I had to use crutches to walk. They said my condition would not get better, it would get worse. 99, he found a way to make me stronger. Then they came and took his invention. He's not a bad guy, he didn't expect something like this to happen." Angela slowly opened her mouth to tell that her father had a disease that could be inherited, make her paralyzed like her father. In order to allow her to walk, her father developed the T-virus, but what he did not expect was that the research results were appropriated by the umbrella company. She was sorry for those who died in Raccoon City. But her father is not a bad person, he just wants to save her. He could not have imagined that such a crisis would break out in the entire Raccoon City. "It's okay, we all know." 35 Alice took Angela into her arms and said comfortably. When Alice was actually in the hive, she got this news from Chu Feng. She just wanted to confirm it further. Now Angela speaks the same as Chu Feng, proving that she didn't lie and Chu Feng didn't lie either. "You all know." Angela was stunned when she heard the words, with a puzzled look on her face. She never mentioned this to anyone, just said, "You all know what it means." Chu Feng told me. Isn't he your dad's friend? You don't know him." When Alice heard Angela's words, she was stunned. Something was wrong. Chu Feng knew so much about Angela and could contact Dr. Charles to make a deal, so he should have known Dr. Charles. What's wrong with the situation? Angela doesn't even know about Chu Feng. "I only saw Big Brother Chu Feng for the first time today." Angela is even more puzzled. She just met Chu Feng today and doesn't know him at all. When did she tell him? SHH. Alice turned back suddenly and looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. Chu Feng didn't know Angela nor Charles before today, so why did he know that the T-virus was developed by Dr. Charles for the treatment of Angela when he was in the hive? Could it be that Chu Feng can really predict the future? SHHHHH 35. Jill, Nikolai and Angela also all looked at Chu Feng. Don't look at me with such eyes. I said I'll just watch movies more often. Do you believe me? 35 Chu Feng is an upright person and doesn't like to lie. He is a little hairy when he is seen by everyone, and he speaks truthfully. He really didn't lie, these things were really what he learned from watching movies, but when he said it like this, even he himself found it hard to believe, let alone expect these people to believe it. Cut. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Why make up such a nonsense reason? That's right, even if it is said that you have traveled back from the future, it is more credible than this. Just kidding me, you can know the plot even by watching a movie, who is it? Big brother, how bad are you? You actually want to lie to the child's eye. Sure enough, when Chu Feng's words came out, Jill was the first to express disbelief, neither did Nicola and Angela, and even Alice couldn't believe it. You say if you don't want to say it, don't say it, why make up a reason for it? I know from watching movies and they don't watch movies less, how come they can't predict the future? Even if you are serving dim sum, it sounds more reliable than watching a movie to understand the plot and make up a story that has traveled back from the future. If what Chu Feng said is true, aren't they people in the movie world? How can they believe such a thing? Can't believe it at all. Then I can't do it. Chu Feng shrugged and stopped explaining. He has no other way, you have to ask. He tells the truth, no one believes it. He really just watched the Resident Evil movie and traveled to this parallel movie world, blame him. Boom. Just when everyone couldn't accept Chu Feng's explanation, they all thought that when Chu Feng was lying to them, the door was knocked open. Another mercenary broke in directly and everyone turned their guns around. The two sides looked at each other's guns, refused to give in to each other, and were ready to open fire at any time. Don't shoot my own, he made a deal with that doctor just like us. LJ then turned out from behind the door, saw Chu Feng and others, and quickly explained. Carlos, Nicola also saw the person coming, it was his captain Carlos. Carlos also saw Nikolai with a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect that this group of people would have his own teammates, then put down the gun, cough cough. As soon as Carlos relaxed, he coughed violently, obviously his condition was not very good. Is he infected? Chu Feng looked at Carlos and said, crack. When Alice heard the words, she immediately raised the gun and said, how long have you been infected? More than 2 hours. Carlos didn't hide it either and said, what? Hell, you should have said it earlier, I've been so close to you. LJ was startled when he heard Carlos' words. He didn't expect that the person who saved him was actually an infected person, and he walked with him for so long. You are lucky. Alice smelled the infection for 2 hours and put down the gun. It can only be said that this Carlos is very lucky. The infection time is not too long and they happen to have a lot of antiviral serum here. Roar, at this moment Matt also heard the movement here. Ah tilde. Angela reacted the fastest, and when she saw Matt she thought the monster was coming. She was so frightened that she turned around and ran, but fortunately Alice caught her quickly, so she didn't let her run away. It's okay, he's not a bad guy. Alice took Angela into her arms and comforted her. My God, what kind of monster is this? 99 When Carlos and Nikolai saw a terrifying monster approaching, they were almost scared to pee and they fired their guns. SHH. The next moment they all shot out of their hands and flew towards Chu Feng. What happened? Why did my gun fly away? Eastern, what have you done to my weapon? What trick? Carlos and Nicholas looked confused. They didn't understand what happened just now. Why when Chu Feng waved, their weapons couldn't be grasped and flew out. What exactly did this Chu Feng do to their weapons? I took the gun, this is my friend Matt, don't blame me for being rude if you dare to shoot indiscriminately. Chu Feng warned with a cold face. After all, Chu Feng saw that everyone had arrived, ignored the reaction of the two, and took the lead in walking towards the school gate. What the hell, this monster is your friend? Nikolai was stunned and stared at Matt for a long time. How could he think that Matt was a monster? He didn't understand how such a monster was a friend. Could it be said that zombies are also wise these days? Zero flowers. It is not allowed to say that he is a monster, he is also a human being, but he was turned into this by the Umbrella Company, and he is also my friend. Alice directly warned Nikolai while explaining. She still attached great importance to the first group of teammates who came out of the hive all the way. Damn, who are you, dare to order us? Carlos is a little unconvinced, he is the captain of the mercenary army, and who is Chu Feng? If they say they will take their weapons, they will take their weapons and order them. He's our captain. If you still want to live, it's best to hear it. Jill knew the horror of Chu Feng and reminded him through Carlos. Chu Feng is the leader of the entire team, and his combat power is not as good as everyone else's combined. Besides, you are a newcomer who was bitten by a zombie. If Chu Feng does not agree, who would dare to inject you with antiviral serum? Captain. What ability do you have to lead the team as an Oriental? Carlos was even more dissatisfied when he heard the words. He never thought that everyone in this team seemed to be very skilled. It's not the captain at all, but that inconspicuous Oriental Chu Feng is the captain. This is hell. Not good. Nikolai was startled when he saw that Carlos was going to challenge Chu Feng and hurriedly went to lock Carlos. Carlos didn't know the horror of Chu Feng, he knew it. Don't look at this guy's ordinary appearance, he has nothing but handsome, but his strength is unfathomable. Before he showed his true strength, he was defeated. Such people are not something they can mess with. Nicholas, why are you pulling me? I'm telling the truth. He's an Oriental and he's so weak that he dares to command our mercenaries. Isn't this a joke? Carlos didn't understand what happened to Nikolai and why he was pulling him. You know, in Raccoon City, where zombies gather, firearms are their lives. Chu Feng took their guns to kill them. How could he be the captain of a top mercenary army? What made him even more speechless was that his teammates actually pulled him and prevented him from getting the gun back. He even had some doubts about whether his teammates were fake. You want to challenge my position as captain? Chu Feng had already walked to the door, and when he heard Carlos's words, he stopped, turned around and looked at Carlos and said it coldly. That's right. As the captain of the mercenary, Carlos was naturally not afraid when facing a college student like Chu Feng. He raised his chin with a proud look on his face. Boom! Carlos broke the glass directly and fell out of the school. A steel pipe was inserted directly on top of his head, only a millimeter away from his head. As long as he comes down a little more, then he will surely die. You're not qualified to be captain. Chu Feng stepped out and looked at Carlos, who was on the ground with a calm expression. Just kidding, he is the man who has awakened the gene of Magneto. Isn't it just like playing against a mercenary army commander? Not killing him directly would be merciful. Carlos. Nikolai rushed out to check and found that Carlos was scratched by glass in many places, but it was not fatal. Obviously, Chu Feng was showing mercy. Let's go. Carlos gave Chu Feng a vicious look, turned and walked out. Obviously, he also understood that he was not Chu Feng's opponent and the weapon could not be retrieved. And he didn't want to be with Chu Feng either. This. Nikolai looked at Chu Feng and then at Carlos, who was leaving, hesitating for a while, and finally chose to leave with Carlos. Carlos is his captain after all. Watching Carlos leave, Chu Feng did not stop him. He did not intend to kill them, nor did he return the weapons to them. No need, he had no grudges with the two of them. If Carlos hadn't shot Matt and refused to accept discipline, he wouldn't have shot. Carlos has been bitten by a zombie, and Raccoon City has been blocked and is about to be leveled. It can be said that if they leave, they will surely die. Of course, Chu Feng has antiviral serum and can treat him, but Chu Feng remembers that this guy messed with Alice in the third part. It's better that such a rival in love disappear, even if he doesn't know Alice now. Beep beep. Just then the phone booth at the school gate rang. Chu Feng stepped forward and picked up the phone. Let me talk to my daughter. On the other end of the phone came Dr. Charles' voice. Apparently he had seen through the camera what had just happened and had seen his daughter come out after him. Tell me, where is the plane? Chu Feng said lightly. There's a helicopter ready to take off in 40 minutes. 19. That will be the last plane to leave Raccoon City before it explodes. Now I can. Charles sat in front of the computer, took a puff of cigarette and said. Chu Feng understood that this guy wouldn't give the address without talking to her daughter, and he didn't need Dr. Charles to speak, but handed the phone directly to Angela. Dad, Angela answered the phone and said, hey baby, how are you? Charles didn't expect Chu Feng to do things so straightforwardly. He knew what he was going to do before he even opened his mouth. Hearing his daughter's voice, his tone softened immediately. When can I see you? Angela also missed her father and said. Soon these people will bring you to see me. We will meet soon, and let the big brother answer the phone. 35. Charles talked to his daughter on the phone, knowing that Angela was fine and that time was running out, so he stopped talking and asked Angela to return the microphone to Chu Feng. The helicopter is parked at the city hall. I suggest you hurry up. Charles didn't hesitate and said, Understood. 39. Chu Feng got the address and hung up the phone. Seeing that everything was explained, Dr. Charles let out a sigh of relief. Russell. However, the next moment, the computer screen signal was directly disconnected, as if the link was disconnected by something. Computers are not very reliable, just like people. 55. Behind Charles, a cold voice came. Charles turned back and saw that Kane was looking at him coldly. And next to him, there was a soldier. Apparently, everything he had just done was discovered. On the other hand, although Chu Feng did not know that Kane had specially prepared a plastic unit for him, the entire armed team did not have any metal elements, and wanted to take Chu Feng in one fell swoop. But he still felt a sense of crisis in his heart. It's not close to the main city hall, and it is estimated that it will take nearly half an hour to drive. Chu Feng estimated that this time should be enough. Go to the city hall. 35. Jill, come and drive Alice and you sit in the back with me. Seeing that time was running out, Chu Feng ordered without hesitation. I will drive. Jill was about to drive the car behind, but Chu Feng asked her to drive, and he had to sit in the back seat with Alice. Although Jill was very confused about Chu Feng's arrangement, he still listened carefully. 0. She guessed that she would let her drive because she was familiar with Raccoon City as a policewoman. Boom, boom, boom. The car started and went straight to the destination. Seeing the car start, Chu Feng didn't hesitate and just lay down. Forehead. Jill was stunned when he saw Chu Feng's actions behind him from the rearview mirror, and his face turned red. She thought that Chu Feng let her drive because she was familiar with the road conditions, but it didn't seem right. Chu Feng asked her to drive. Why did he lie down behind him instead? Could it be that what is he going to do with Alice in the back? When is this all? Can't you, Chu Feng, as the captain, do something normal? Is now the time to do that? Jill was so distracted that he almost collided with the car on the road. Well, Chu Feng, wouldn't it be inappropriate to be here? Don't say Jill misunderstood, even Alice misunderstood. Although she did say that Chu Feng would never refuse to ask her again in the future, but Chu Feng is too jerk. It's still at this juncture that he wants to be in the car. What time is this? There's a policewoman in front of you. What should I do? It is his request again. Should I refuse or not? Alice is caught in a battle between heaven and man. It's just right here, protect the law for me. After Chu Feng finished speaking without hesitation, he directly said to the system in his heart, System, start to upgrade. Ding, upgrading takes time, please ensure your own safety. 5-8 upgrade starts. As the system's prompt sounded, the genes in his body were constantly disconnected and recombined into new powerful genes. Such genetic changes are very painful, so the system cuts off his consciousness directly. Chu Feng only felt the darkness in front of him. He fainted and fell softly into Alice's arms. Is it the right place here? Well, you light one, protector. Alice thought that Chu Feng was going to do something with her in the back seat of the car, but she had already convinced herself in her heart. However, when she closed her eyes and waited for Chu Feng to kiss her, Chu Feng actually fell asleep in her arms. Looking at the sleepy Chu Feng, Alice's cheeks were hot. What the hell was she thinking about just now? How could such an upright person like Chu Feng do such a thing at this time? With the sound of a system prompt, Chu Feng successfully awakened the Magneto Gene level 3 in his body. For a moment, Chu Feng felt that his consciousness broke through the shackles. Find your consciousness in a world of energy made up of the electromagnetic spectrum. The world that his consciousness sees is completely different from the real world, and he sees that the surrounding space is full of fluctuations of various energies. There are light waves, electromagnetic waves, weak ultraviolet rays, and even the Earth's magnetic field, gravity. Everything is extremely beautiful. Suddenly, a beam of radio waves oscillated past, causing Chu Feng's attention. Chu Feng's consciousness was attached to it, and a voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Damn it, why hasn't this enemy come yet? The radio wave disappeared and another radio wave sounded. Do not know. Hey. K, what exactly is our mission this time? Nonsense, of course it's arresting people. 20 arrest people. Have you ever seen someone arresting someone with a plastic gun? This thing is so weak that as long as the hijacker has a gun, we will be at a disadvantage, so we can't use normal weapons to attack directly. The person who is to be arrested is extremely dangerous and can control metal. And metal bullets are ineffective, so let's switch to plastic weapons. As long as the leader of the Oriental is anesthetized and brought down, the others in ambush can use normal weapons to fight. Really, is there really anyone who can control metal? Hey, you guys, don't chat casually, keep the radio silent and be vigilant. Yes, across the street from the city building. What should we do? We have already arrived, but Chu Feng is still in a coma. Jill looked at the unconscious Chu Feng and then watched the sky gradually brighten and said anxiously, Chu Feng didn't ask us to act, just wait. Alice also wanted to leave Raccoon City sooner, but Chu Feng didn't wake up and didn't let them act on their own, so she still wanted to wait until Chu Feng woke up. Wait, the helicopter has been parked for a while. If the helicopter takes off, we will be finished. Jill looked anxiously at the helicopter outside the Shizheng building from a distance. That thing could take off at any moment, and if the last of those parachutes were to leave by helicopter, they wouldn't have a chance to get out of Raccoon City. When the nuclear bomb falls, none of them will want to live. Yeah, we can't wait any longer. I don't think there are many defenders. With our strength, we shouldn't be able to win. Besides, don't we still have Brother Matt? What are we afraid of? 5LJ also opened his mouth to persuade. LJ's nerves are big. After a period of time together, this LJ is not so afraid of Matt, even a little familiar. He has never seen Chu Feng's ability, but he has seen Matt's combat power with his own eyes. With him around, what should they be afraid of? I'll get the fire, you guys go get the helicopter. Matt also felt that he couldn't wait any longer, and he hated those who protected the umbrella. Coupled with his body that can't die without a headshot, he is not afraid of the soldiers of the umbrella company at all. The only worry is that the helicopter finds it wrong to take off immediately, then they will do it in vain. So his strategy is very simple. He comes to deal with the guards and attracts firepower. Alice leads people to snatch the helicopter to prevent the enemy from finding out that they are wrong and leaving. Okay, then Chu Feng, you're awake. Alice heard Matt's strategy and felt that it was feasible, so she was ready to make up her mind for Chu Feng and then grab the helicopter first. However, before she finished speaking, she found that Chu Feng slowly opened her eyes. Chu Feng, it's great that you finally woke up. Let's hurry up. Don't let that helicopter fly away. Jill was overjoyed when he saw that Chu Feng finally woke up. If Chu Feng is not there, if the enemy sees that the situation is not good, they will directly drive the helicopter and leave, then they will be empty. But with Chu Feng there, it was different. In case the enemy wants to escape, Chu Feng can also control the helicopter and prevent it from flying away. Everything is ready, so what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Wait a minute, it's a trap for me, and the first wave of people they've ambushed all put on plastic weapons. Chu Feng hurriedly stopped Jill's actions and said, if he hadn't advanced to the third rank and couldn't sense the electromagnetic wave signal, he would have really rushed over and grabbed it with confidence. At this time, the plastic-armed soldiers in ambush gave him a salvo of plastic anesthesia needles, and he might have been brought down. When the other normal armed soldiers come out to harvest again, it is hard to say whether Alice and the others can handle it. After all, even according to the original plot, it was only at the expense of Matt that he turned defeat into victory. Now that he has crossed over, things like sacrificing Matt must never be allowed to happen, and since he already knew the enemy's trap, he wouldn't go in foolishly. Did Dr. Charles lie to us? Jill frowned and looked at Angela. They came here according to the guidance of Dr. Charles. Now there is an ambush here and Dr. Charles is the most suspicious. My dad wasn't that kind of person. Seeing that Jill doubted her father, Angela defended, I'm just speculating. Jill is truthful. It's not him, he may have been caught. Seeing Jill arguing with Angela, Chu Feng said, how do you know if they have an ambush or are targeting you, even if the enemy is using plastic weapons? Alice squinted her eyes and stared at Chu Feng suspiciously. She didn't understand how Chu Feng had just fallen asleep for half an hour, and when he woke up, he seemed to know everything. Not only does he know that the other party has an ambush, but he also knows that it is aimed at 370, and he even knows exactly what weapon the other party uses, which is too weird. Yeah, you even know that Angela's father was arrested. Don't tell us God told you in your dream. Jill also looked suspiciously at Chu Feng. She couldn't figure out how Chu Feng knew everything when he slept, so what are their investigations? Not only Jill and Alice, but LJ, Matt, and Angela also looked at Chu Feng curiously, wondering how he knew the enemy's strategy. I can sense radio waves and I just intercepted some wireless communications when I fell asleep. 99 Chu Feng didn't hide it and said, what? You can sense radio waves. My God, Chu Feng, how much power do you have hidden? Brother Chu Feng, do you have a cell phone in your head? I feel like this world is crazy induction waves. Is this really the world I am familiar with? When Alice, Jill, Matt, LJ, and Angela heard Chu Feng's explanation, they all opened their mouths and eyes widened in disbelief, thinking they had heard it wrong. Is it possible to induce radio waves in drowsiness, or is it possible for humans? Feeling Chu Feng, you are still a radio base station. Even Alice, who knew Chu Feng the most, was a little confused, let alone others. LJ even doubted life for a while. Chu Feng, what should we do now? Alice smelled that the enemy had set up traps and specifically restrained Chu Feng's ability and asked with some concern. Although she can also use psychic power, but compared with Chu Feng, it is still a lot worse. It is estimated that her mind power burst into weakness because of insufficient mental power. And Chu Feng's mental strength is strong, enough for him to play a long-term battle. Without Chu Feng, their combat power would be greatly reduced. If Chu Feng participated in the war, he would be very passive when he was targeted by the enemy. After all, no one knew where the people armed with plastic weapons were ambushing. As long as Chu Feng is overcast, it will be dangerous. But if they don't take action, if they don't get the helicopter, they will die, which is really a dilemma. Jill, Matt, LJ, and Angela also looked at Chu Feng nervously. You don't have to worry, I will handle it myself. I'll get those plastic-armed soldiers in the middle of the square later, Matt. You're ready to harvest with machine guns and rockets. Now that he has known the enemy's plan, he naturally has his own strategy to defeat the enemy and directly arranges it. Clear. Matt ordered and nodded. Alice, don't use your mind power casually, keep it and save the hostages. Chu Feng turned to look at Alice and instructed. Alice's mind power is very useful, but she doesn't have a system of her own, so she can't use the situation of killing zombies to get points to level up like him, and she can only exercise and use it slowly. If Alice's mind power is graded, then he is now Magneto's third rank while Alice is still at 100. Therefore, the use of mind power must be used on the edge of the blade to prevent waste. Yes, Alice ordered. Jill LJ, you protect Angela. Chu Feng looked at Jill and LJ again and continued to assign tasks. Up to now, in fact, whether there is Angela or not has no effect on their departure, but Chu Feng has his own principles of action and does not do anything about crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, especially for a 7-8-year-old child. He will not break his word, so even if she has no use value, Chu Feng will protect her, fulfill her promise, and reunite their father and daughter. Yes, Jill and LJ should be together. Anything else? After Chu Feng arranged the task, he asked. I have a question. Alice raised her hand. Say, Chu Feng said, how do you get them to gather in the middle of the square? Alice asked suspiciously. There is no problem with Chu Feng's plan and task arrangement, but the question is, will the enemy be so stupid? Don't hide in the dark, run out and get together and let them kill. I'll come here. After Chu Feng said that, he closed his eyes directly. Magneto's gene was activated, and in an instant, the electromagnetic force field unfolded directly, and all forms of energy in the electromagnetic spectrum around Chu Feng were unobstructed in front of him. He has already recorded the radio channel just now, and he has also heard the voice of Major Kane. With his Magneto's third-order precise control simulation, it is not a problem, then things will be much easier. Chu Feng directly controlled the electromagnetic force to excite the radio waves of the channel just now, and sent out a synthesized voice of Major Kane. The latest news, the enemy has been surrounded by zombies on the road, and Raccoon City is about to be cleaned with nuclear bombs. 99, I announced the end of the mission, and everyone gathered in the square to prepare to evacuate. Upstairs, in the grass, Major Kane's voice sounded from the headphones of the plastic-armed soldiers in the dark places of the hidden bunkers. Phew. It's finally over. I'm exhausted from being in ambush for so long. Damn it, I thought this enemy was so powerful. I didn't expect it to be wiped out by zombies before it arrived. What zombies didn't the boss say? It's a zombie tide, can those things survive? It makes sense, it's cheaper for them. Let's go, didn't you listen to the commander? This place is about to be leveled, hurry up, gather, don't miss the time. Yes, the damn days are finally over. Ha, when I go back, I will have a good rest for a few days and have a good meal. The plastic-armed soldiers who received the latest order from Major Kane were very happy, and they were not suspicious. They walked out from the upstairs in the grass and from various hidden bunkers and gathered towards the square, preparing to evacuate Raccoon City. They are tired because of Raccoon City. It's finally over. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I also mentioned how powerful the enemy is, how to control metal firearms, and how to fight carefully. Bah, a bunch of weak chickens were killed by zombies before they arrived, causing them to squat in vain for so long. It's all right now, I've finally finished work. I can go back to have a good rest and have a good meal. Because Major Kane said that he would level the Raccoon City, they naturally did not dare to delay and rushed to the center of the square to gather. Damn, who made you gather in the square? In the dying command post, Major Kane stared at the plane outside through the glass, waiting for Chu Feng and the others to throw themselves into the net. It turned out that Chu Feng did not come, and the plastic-armed soldiers he ordered to ambush were all concentrated in the square, and he almost died of anger. Directly opened the communication and asked loudly, Sir, you ordered us to gather in the square. On the square, the captain, who was urging his teammates to line up, was stunned when he heard Kane's endless questioning. What the hell is going on with this officer? The front foot just let them gather, but the back foot forgot. You asked them to assemble themselves and they assembled as required, but instead they were asked, what kind of plane are you doing? What? I ordered you to gather in the square. When did I give you the order? Major Kane was originally dissatisfied with the people who did not obey the order to gather privately. As a result, these people told him that he ordered them to gather and almost lost his nose. But isn't that bullshit? He just stood in the command room to observe the command. How could he not know when the order was issued? Sir, don't make trouble, this joke is not funny. The captain was speechless when he heard that Major Kane refused to admit that he had given the assembly order. I don't understand what happened to the commander today, why he is so forgetful and backsliding. After being with Kane for so many years, can't he still hear Kane's voice? It was the order of gathering good Zhaos from Kane just now. You didn't give an order, it was just an order from a ghost. This joke is not funny at all. Nonsense, military orders are like mountains who are joking with you. I have never given such orders. Seeing that this subordinate insisted that he had just ordered, Kane said angrily. I don't know why Kane has a vague feeling in his heart, and he always feels that there is a problem, but he can't tell the truth. There's something weird about this. Sir, it's really your order. I have a recording. If you don't believe me, listen to it. The captain feels aggrieved. Is this captain going to kill the donkey? He ordered to retreat but wanted to throw the pot on his head. Fortunately, he has the habit of recording, and the voice of Kane's order just now has been recorded by him. So I directly clicked on the recording just now, and Kane's voice came from the other end of the communicator. The latest news, the enemy has been surrounded by zombies on the road, and Raccoon City is about to be cleaned with nuclear bombs. I announced the end of the mission, and everyone gathered in the square to prepare to evacuate. 35 Kane heard the voice, his mind buzzed, and the whole person was stupid. Heck, it was his voice, yes, but definitely not what he said. The entire command can testify. And he didn't receive the news that Chu Feng and the others encountered the corpse tied at all. How could he give such a ridiculous order? No, our communication has been hacked, everyone spread out. Kane's sense of crisis is very keen, otherwise it would be impossible to climb to the current position. The moment he heard what he said was not his own words, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Although he didn't understand why the enemy wanted to gather those people, as long as it was done by the enemy, it would definitely be detrimental to them, and the converse was definitely correct. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered everyone to disperse, yet it was too late. Matt's burly body stood straight out of the bunker, and he was carrying a bazooka on his shoulder. Boom! A rocket fired directly from the bazooka, hitting the crowd with precision. Boom! Before the plastic-armed soldiers understood what was going on, rockets exploded among them. They had already assembled 370 together, and it was impossible to escape immediately. The sudden explosion of the rockets killed and injured a large number of plastic-armed soldiers in an instant. Duh. Then Matt's machine gun fired frantically. Those plastic-armed soldiers who were lucky enough to survive fell down one after another, causing countless casualties. No, damn it, it's the Nemesis experiment, he really isn't dead, and the helicopter put it on me and blast this B***** D to death. 35. Major Kane looked at his soldiers like wheat being harvested by the experimental subject he was most proud of. He was angry, and he no longer cared about ambushing Chu Feng and ordered a heavy weapon to attack. Crack, 99. A helicopter rose from the back of the building and flew directly here. The helicopter was also loaded with a Gatling gun, which was even bigger than Matt's. Bang, 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 the huge Gatling muzzle on the helicopter turned around and shot directly at Matt. With the power of this machine gun, even a boulder can be swept into pieces, not to mention a flesh and blood like Matt. No matter how strong his regeneration ability is, there is also a limit. If he is beaten into a plug, he will die. Buzz. However, at this time, Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field had already unfolded, and with a wave of it, a huge truck turned over and blocked Matt's side. I'm going, what the hell is this? Where did the truck come from? Damn, it's that metal-controlled Oriental power user, 35. The helicopter pilot and the machine gunner looked at the heavy truck, their eyes almost bulging, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. I've seen scary things, but I've never seen anything so scary. A heavy truck. Yours is actually suspended like this. This Oriental ability user is too terrifying. Ding ding ding. 35. The bullet of the machine gun is indeed strong, but it is impossible to shoot through a heavy truck. A large number of machine gun bullets are swept on the heavy truck, and only a large number of bullet holes can be punched. Crack cack. Another helicopter turned out from the other side of the building. The pilot above seemed to know Chu Feng's ability, and without hesitation he aimed at Chu Feng and pressed the missile launch button. Whizzing, the two missiles were ejected directly from the underside of the helicopter and shot towards Chu Feng. The power of these two missiles is very strong, even a tall building can collapse instantly, not to mention people. If Chu Feng was hit, he would definitely die. Of course, if it was Chu Feng who was still in the second rank, he could only slightly change the trajectory of these two shells to make them deviate a little. But the explosion could still reach him, severely injuring him and even killing him. But I'm sorry, now Chu Feng has advanced to the third rank and his strength has doubled on the original basis. He is no longer the Chu Feng who can only slightly change the trajectory. Caffey, drink. Chu Feng opened his palm to the two lasing missiles, and the terrifying electromagnetic force vibrated, directly forming a decelerating electromagnetic force field. The two missiles driven by the powerful thrust actually slowed down continuously and finally stopped in the air. No matter how crazy the thrusters behind the missiles are, they will not be able to move forward at all. Go, Chu Feng made a point with both hands. The two missiles turned their direction in the air and shot at the two helicopters respectively. The pilots on the two helicopters looked at the incoming missiles and steered the planes to avoid them, but they were shocked to find that their planes couldn't move and were held in the air by some kind of terrifying force. Damn it. The two helicopter pilots cursed with despair on their faces. Boom, boom. The two missiles hit the two combat helicopters almost simultaneously. The terrifying explosion almost reflected the surrounding into daylight. The people above didn't have time to escape at all and were instantly swept in by the hot explosion flames, and they couldn't die any longer. Mumble, isn't he only able to lift cars? What the hell is a heavy truck? Horrible, so terrifying that he could stop the missile in the air, it's impossible. 35, it's crazy, can't he just deflect bullets? Why can he even control missiles? How much power is he hiding that we don't know? Two combat gunships, they were bombarded by their own missiles in an instant. God, crazy, either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. No, he's a monster, I don't want to die. Inside the command post, all the commanders looked at the two gunships that had been bombed outside. They had seen the video of Chu Feng fighting not long ago, and they controlled more than a ton of cars, which was already very scary. However, how long has it been? Chu Feng has already been able to control more than 10 tons of heavy trucks. Heavy truck, brother, can that thing be lifted by humans? Simply insane. What's more terrifying is that when fighting with Matt, Chu Feng couldn't even change Matt's small Gatling ballistics much. Now even the missiles can be changed. If it is only a change, then forget it. After all, it is only a deviation. If Chu Feng is not hit, the explosion can also affect him. The problem is, this time Chu Feng actually made the launched missile levitate in the air, then go back and attack their own gunships. This is no longer a matter of simply changing the trajectory, but complete control. Some people even couldn't bear the terrifying deterrence that Chu Feng brought him, so they were so frightened that they threw down their earphones, turned around and ran away. Boom. The gunshot sounded, and a bullet hole appeared between the deserter's eyebrows. His eyes widened, and he slowly fell down. Whoever dares to escape, die. Major Kane raised the smoking muzzle and opened his mouth coldly. The surrounding soldiers who were panicking and wanting to flee stopped one after another, but the fear on their faces did not diminish. After Matt ended all the plastic-armed soldiers, Chu Feng had almost no one to stop him. Chu Feng led the crowd all the way to the apron and quickly brought the entire plane under control. Haha, we can finally get out of here. That is really good. After everyone occupied the plane, they were all excited. After so many dangers, they are finally leaving the hell on Earth in Raccoon City. This puts them in a very good mood. Having Chu Feng leading the team made everyone feel very cool. It was clearly an enemy's trap, but it fulfilled them. An entire army was not enough for Chu Feng and Matt to kill. Being able to successfully snatch a plane under an army is enough for them to brag for a lifetime. I've been waiting for you. Just as everyone was about to get on the plane and take off, Major Kane pushed Dr. Charles out of the command post. Behind him was a wave of heavily armed soldiers. When Chu Feng saw Kane coming, he was ready to hand over the weapons of this wave of soldiers. Kane, however, aimed a gun at Dr. Charles' neck. If I were you, I wouldn't do this, I know your weakness very well, and as soon as I move my finger, the poison will be injected into his veins instantly. When Kane saw that Chu Feng was about to disarm, he said coldly and threatened. As Kane said, he knew Chu Feng's weakness very well. Knowing that Chu Feng has no control over plastic, the entire gun is made of plastic. There is poison inside, and he only needs to move his fingers. This Charles will surely die. If Chu Feng dared to hand over the weapons of the soldiers behind him, then he would do so without hesitation. Dad, seeing that her father was being controlled by Kane, Angela wanted to rush over. He was caught by Jill. Let's make a deal. Kane looked at Chu Feng and said, Deal, do you think I'll be your guinea pig for him? Chu Feng's face was cold. This Kane always wanted to arrest him. Didn't he just want to study him? Just look at Matt, who was being studied. He entered the umbrella company, and when he came out, he was definitely tested so that he didn't even know his own mother. How could he possibly hand over his life at will? No need. 35. I can call the shots and let you join the umbrella and be a part of us. The size of the umbrella company is beyond your imagination. There is endless money, countless women, and even power. We can give you as much as you want. You just ask for a price and there is nothing we can't satisfy. Kane smiled and opened his mouth to invite. Major Kane was a natural lobbyist and his words seemed to possess some kind of magic. The terms offered are also tempting. Chu Feng does not need to be an experimental subject for them to study. More than that, you can join them and become a part of them. They even gave Chu Feng everything he wanted, the money, women, and power that the world pursued. As long as Chu Feng wanted, everything could be said. Hee, how can there be such good things in this world? I joined you and you still sent me so many things. Chu Feng didn't believe a word of Kane's words. Invite him to join, and then wait for money, beauty, and power, such a pie in the sky you won't believe it if you say it. Of course, we only need a tube of your blood for research. How with a single tube of blood you can gain wealth, women, and power that the world can't make in a lifetime. This deal is a good deal. 5 With a smile on his face, Kane continued to speak. Major Kane seemed confident in his offer. Needless to say about the strength of the umbrella. I believe that Chu Feng has seen the tip of the iceberg of the umbrella company and knows the horror of this company. A small tube of blood will immediately let you reach the pinnacle of your life, surpassing the efforts of others for decades and hundreds of years. In this case, only the top executives of the umbrella company dare to make a promise. He believed that Chu Feng was a smart person and would know how to choose. In an instant, Alice, Matt, Jill, and others all looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng has been resisting. It seems that the umbrella company has always wanted Chu Feng to do research. Asterisk. However, now Major Kane promised him not only that he would not be used as an experimental subject, but that he would join in and provide him with all favorable conditions. The price was just a trivial tube of blood research, which was beyond their expectations. This is Jian, and blatantly. The conditions are so favorable that no one can stand it. This made them a little worried. If Chu Feng agrees, what will be their fate? Are you finished? Just when everyone was worried that Chu Feng would give up them for the sake of prosperity, Chu Feng spoke impatiently. What you saw today is just the tip of the iceberg of our umbrella company. You have figured it out clearly. If you stand against us, no matter how strong you are, you will be endlessly hunted down by the umbrella company. Seeing that Chu Feng's attitude was wrong, Kane's originally smiling face froze and he began to threaten. His meaning is obvious: join them, be prosperous and rich, reject him and hunt him endlessly. Humph, if you don't come, I will find you too. After Chu Feng said that, with a wave of his hand, all the guns in the hands of the soldiers behind Kane let go, suspended in the air, and turned towards them. Chu Feng, don't be impulsive, don't forget, I have a hostage in my hand. If you dare to do it, he will die. Kane did not expect that the negotiation with Chu Feng would not go so smoothly, and Chu Feng was not interested in the various generous conditions he promised. Also disarmed his subordinates. Did he really care about the life of Dr. Charles? Aren't you afraid that he will do it now and everyone will die together? Really? Then you do it. 99 Chu Feng looked at Kane as if he was looking at a fool. This guy studied him so thoroughly that he didn't even know how to study the people around him. Don't you know that there is a person with mind power beside Lao Tzu? To die. What? Why can't I move? Damn Chu Feng, what have you done to me? 99 When Kane heard Chu Feng's words, he was furious and was about to pull the trigger. However, the next moment, Kane was shocked to find that his whole body could not move. At this moment, Kane was completely panicked. He doesn't understand. Doesn't Chu Feng only control metal? Why can't he move? How does he know that Chu Feng can't control people but Alice can? Buzz. Alice's power of thought continued to increase, and Major Kane's hand with the gun moved away from Charles' neck and aimed at his own. No, you can't treat me like this. Major Kane panicked and kept opening his mouth to beg for mercy, but Alice didn't pity him at all. She directly controlled his spirit and gave orders to his body. Crack. Kane's fingers were completely out of his own control, and he pulled the trigger directly. The poison needle inside flew out directly, inserted into his neck, and the venom quickly spread in his body. At this time, Major Kane was finally able to move, but the poison had already been injected, and it was impossible to take it out. This poison is really strong, and Kane immediately fell to the ground and twitched. The firearms controlled by Chu Feng also opened fire, and a large number of bullets poured out, directly annihilating the soldiers behind Major Kane. Dad, seeing that all the bad guys were dead, Angela rushed over and threw herself into Charles' arms. It's okay, baby, Dad is okay. Dr. Charles stroked Angela's shoulder to reassure him and then thanked Chu Feng. Chu Feng, thank you. If it wasn't for Chu Feng, he would not have been able to reunite with his daughter at all. It is impossible to live to the present. All thanks to Chu Feng. Thank you, big brother Chu Feng. Angela wiped her tears and thanked Chu Feng. For the thanks to the two, Chu Feng was not humble and accepted it directly. You will all die. Major Kane knew that he was going to die. His eyes were fixed on Chu Feng and he uttered the last curse. He crooked his neck and completely lost his breath. However, before he came out of the command post, he had already given the order to destroy Raccoon City. As soon as he dies, the nuclear bomb will be launched immediately. It is true that Chu Feng can control the metal, but the range of the nuclear bomb explosion is too large, and it is not within the range that Chu Feng can control. The big deal is that everyone will die together. This is his last madness. By the way, Kane gave an order just before he came out. If he dies, he will directly launch a nuclear bomb to clean up Raccoon City. We must leave immediately. 99 Doctor. Charles finally thought of Kane's order and said anxiously, Go 35. Chu Feng also knew that this place should not stay for a long time. With an order, everyone pushed Charles without stopping and went directly to the transport plane. Roar. After this battle, the sound of the explosion attracted all the zombies around. Unfortunately, they came late. Boom! The transport plane lifted, throwing the zombies away, slowly flying and quickly headed out of Raccoon City, when Chu Feng and their transport plane fast-tracked the edge of the city. Whoosh. A nuclear bomb flies in the other direction toward downtown Raccoon. The zombies on the streets along the way did not know what was going to happen and were still wandering around looking for food. In the city, many survivors raised their heads one after another, looking at the nuclear bomb that flew in the sky with a puzzled expression. Boom! The nuclear bomb exploded directly in the air, and a terrifying shock wave instantly rushed out to the surroundings. The glass on the building was the first to withstand the impact of the explosion, starting from the top floor and bursting all the way down. Then came the cement of the high-rise building, the frame, and the whole building shattered. The shock wave was castrated unabated and began to continue to shock outward. With the nuclear bomb as the center, it spreads crazily. All the zombies and houses on the way were instantly destroyed, countless high-rise buildings collapsed, and the dazzling white light almost covered everything. Hold on. Seeing the shock wave coming towards this side, Chu Feng spoke loudly to remind. Boom! The terrifying impact hit the transport plane, causing the transport plane to shake violently. It's over, we're going to die. 35, we can handle it. What if we even survive shock waves? Radiation kills us too. I don't want to die. In the face of such a terrifying explosion, the entire transport plane may crash at any time. Alice, Matt, Jill, LJ, Dr. Charles, and Angela all looked horrified. They did not expect this nuclear level to come so quickly, and they broke out before they left. Even if they dodged the shock, what about the radiation? Such high radiation must be able to kill them too. This wave is dead. Number 99. With a determined face, Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the radiation wave at the center of the explosion appeared in front of Chu Feng. Drink 35. Facing the terrifying radiation energy, Chu Feng's forehead burst into blue veins, and the magneto cells in his body vibrated wildly, and he directly controlled the radiation wave and bounced around. The radiation that could kill them all turned out to be the thrust of the plane, making the plane fly faster. After the blast in Raccoon City ended, a broken plane blew black smoke and quickly fell toward the forest. If you fall at this speed, you will inevitably die. However, when the plane was about to land, its speed suddenly dropped rapidly and finally suspended on the grass and landed smoothly. Everyone is okay. Seeing that the plane finally landed successfully, Chu Feng let out a long breath and asked, I'm fine too. We're all fine, hahaha, we came out alive. Alice, Matt, Jill, LJ, Dr. Charles, and Angela checked each other, and although many of them had minor injuries, they were all fine. One by one, they cheered in surprise. They are finally out alive. The hellish Raccoon City, the terrifying nuclear level, they all held up. This is simply incredible. That's good. Chu Feng was sure that everyone was fine and finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell softly. Sure enough, it was too reluctant to use manpower to carry the nuclear bomb, and he felt that all his mental power had been exhausted. My head hurt so bad I almost fainted. Chu Feng, 55, Big Brother, Ellie 5, 8C, Matt, Jill, LJ, Dr. Charles and Angela stepped forward nervously. Alice reacted the fastest and directly supported Chu Feng. I'm fine, it's just that the mental energy is too exhausted. It's not appropriate to stay here for a long time, let's leave here first. Chu Feng shook his head, made himself awake a little, and said, This is the Umbrella Company's plane. There is no guarantee that there is no tracking equipment on it. Now the physical condition is not good, not suitable for fighting. If you encounter it, you will be in trouble. Alice, Jill and others also nodded in admiration, and everyone quickly got off the plane and started to leave the forest. After a long time, everyone finally came to the road. It's almost time to part here. Chu Feng looked at the vehicles coming and going and felt that it was almost time to break up, so he said, "Thank you, Chu Feng." Charles pushed his wheelchair forward, shook hands with Chu Feng and said his final goodbyes. Angela stood obediently behind Charles and helped push the wheelchair. "You don't need to thank me, we are just dealing." Chu Feng reached out and shook hands with Charles and said, "What are your plans, 55? I will leave the Umbrella, continue to fight with the Umbrella Company, and do everything in my power to take back the T-Virus." Charles spoke firmly. After experiencing this life and death, he has thoroughly seen the nature of the Umbrella Company, and it is impossible for him to work for them again. He will take up legal arms and continue to fight the Umbrella Company until the results of his research are withdrawn. Chu Feng just nodded and didn't comment much. In Chu Feng's view, although Charles developed the T-Virus, it fell into the hands of the Umbrella Company, and it was almost impossible to get it back. But in any case, Charles can make up his mind to continue the struggle. That is also a good thing, at least in this respect worthy of recognition. Charles quickly stopped 20 vehicles ready to get on. Angela suddenly ran towards Chu Feng. The two hugged and Angela turned to leave. "Big brother Chu Feng, you must come to see me when you have time." The car started and Angela was in the car, waving her small hand to say goodbye to Chu Feng. "I will." Chu Feng smiled and watched Angela leave. "How do you have any plans?" Chu Feng turned his head and looked at the other people. "I'm going to publicize the crimes of the Umbrella Corporation. Who of you want to join me?" 35 Jill raised Terry's camera and said, "Add me one." Although LJ was timid, he almost died in Raccoon City and he was the first to join in to announce the crimes of the Umbrella Company. Of course it was him, but the others didn't make a statement. "Why are you not going to join?" Jill was a little stunned, said, "I don't believe in the Beacon Country. I will go back to East Slavia to mobilize people to get more aid from other countries." Matt, who was wrapped in a cloak, spoke up. As an international fighter, he didn't believe that it would be useful to expose this matter through normal channels, nor did he believe in the Beacon Country, so he decided to return to his organization and use other methods to resist. "Chu Feng, what about you? Are you not joining?" Jill looked at Chu Feng, and her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. In her opinion, Chu Feng is a man full of positive energy, full of justice in his heart, and he is also in conflict with the Umbrella Company, so he should be obliged to deal with the Umbrella. Everyone else also looked at Chu Feng. "Sorry, I'm from Kyushu." Chu Feng refused directly. "The Lighthouse Country is dead, and it has nothing to do with him. He is not from this country and has no responsibility or obligation to sacrifice for this country." The reason why he stayed in Raccoon City was just to kill zombies to improve his strength. Wherever a zombie crisis broke out, he would go to upgrade. As for the Justice of the Lighthouse, I'm sorry, he is from Kyushu and really has no such obligation. Forehead. Jill was stunned when she heard the words. She had been with Chu Feng for a long time, and she herself accepted Chu Feng in her heart, even subconsciously ignored Chu Feng's identity. Now the relationship between the Lighthouse Country and the Kyushu Country is not good, and she actually invited Chu Feng to join the Disclosure Umbrella and maintain the Lighthouse Country. "Join me on my side, your ability is special, and the Umbrella Company will not let you study you." Matt opened his mouth to invite. This is his second invitation to Chu Feng. The first time was after the Hive incident. At that time, he wanted to ask Chu Feng to join his organization, but unfortunately he was rejected by Chu Feng. Now that Chu Feng is unwilling to join Jill's side, this is an opportunity. As long as Chu Feng joins him, with Chu Feng's ability, it will be able to be reused. Do your part to maintain world peace. "I will not join any organization, nor will I fight for any faction." Chu Feng also declined Matt's invitation. It's true that he is at odds with the Umbrella, but he doesn't fight for any faction. In the near future, the entire zombie apocalypse will spread to the entire Blue Star. At that time, whether there are disputes between countries or wars between forces, everything will turn to ashes and these will not make much sense. All he wants is to kill zombies, become stronger, and save his life at the end of the day. "Alice, how about you?" Jill looked at Alice and asked. "Chu Feng is not a Beacon Country, so it is understandable not to join, but you, Alice, is a real Beacon Country. Gotta join in." "I have no idea." Alice was a little confused and she didn't know where to go. Originally, she thought that following Chu Feng, she could do something meaningful and fight against the Umbrella. But it seems that Chu Feng doesn't care about this. In his heart, he just wants to kill more zombies and become stronger. On the one hand, she wants to continue to follow Chu Feng. On the other hand, she also wants to join Jill to expose the umbrella. The end is near, you don't have to be embarrassed by me, just do what you want. Chu Feng saw Alice's contradiction and said, the end of the world will eventually come, but the world also needs people to work hard to protect it. Whether it is like Jill who exposes the umbrella, or Matt who embarks on confrontation, they are all worthy of Chu Feng's respect. I join. Hearing this, Alice nodded without hesitation. Then let's say goodbye, I'm going. After Chu Feng said that, he directly activated the Magneto Gene. This time he did not control the metal but directly controlled the gravity of the Earth, forming an anti-gravity field around him, making 370 his body slowly float, and then changing the direction of gravity. SHH. In an instant, Chu Feng flew straight into the distance like a Superman and disappeared from everyone's sight in a short while. Watching Chu Feng leave, Alice felt empty inside as if she had lost something. Maybe she should follow Chu Feng more firmly, maybe. Jill watched Chu Feng disappear into the sky with complicated eyes. Inside the airport, Chu Feng sat on the bench and closed his eyes. We protest, will Pharma get out? 99 on the big screen at the airport, demonstrations against the crowd in the lighthouse are being played. After experiencing the Raccoon City incident, Jill takes the lead and works with Alice and others to uncover the crimes of the Umbrella Corporation. However, as Chu Feng expected, it was of no use at all. The Umbrella directly cooperated with the Lighthouse State and began to cover up the truth of the destruction and falsified all kinds of facts. Their disclosures were not able to play much role. Fortunately, they got off to a good start, and the victims of the Raccoon City destruction also held groups and organized many demonstrations to protest their shameless behavior to the Lighthouse country. Because of the T-virus, the Lighthouse is in turmoil in the country. Ding. The airport gate opened, and a beautiful girl in a white coat came out with her luggage, dragging her luggage. She looked around as if looking for something. Not long after, she saw an old woman from the White Elephant country waving to her. The red-haired beauty stepped forward slowly and said in greeting, "Long time no see, you look good. 55, you look haggard." 35, the old lady of Baixiangyu briefly hugged the red-haired beauty and said, "Auntie, I'm so tired." The old woman was about to continue chatting with the beautiful woman, but the little girl next to her was unhappy, shaking the old woman's hand and complaining. "Oh, I'm so sorry, stay here, I'll try to get the car." 5, can you babysit Renee for me? 9. Seeing that the child was tired, the old woman turned her head to the red-haired beauty with a doting face. "Certainly." The red-haired beauty immediately responded, "I'll be back in a while." After the old woman finished speaking, she left quickly and went to find a car. "All right then. Let's get to know each other. My name is Claire Redfield, you can call me Claire." The red-haired beauty introduced herself to the child. "I'm Renee." The little girl was a little shy. "Nice to meet you, Renee. You have a nice name, come on, let's sit over there for a while." Claire crouched down and shook hands with Renee. "I don't know when the car will come," so Claire led the little girl in the hall to find a place to sit and rest. Boom. Claire was dragging her luggage with her child and just happened to bump into Chu Feng on the seat with her eyes closed. "Oh, sorry," Claire quickly apologized when she bumped into someone. Number, Claire. Chu Feng is closing his eyes and waiting for the outbreak of zombies. Being bumped, he opened his eyes suspiciously. When he saw the red-haired beauty, he was stunned for a moment. The familiar red high-necked shirt with a white coat. Isn't this the classic image of Claire in the movie? Subconsciously, he opened his mouth in surprise, but then he was relieved, as if Claire was in the airport at this time. It was not surprising to meet him. "You are." Claire didn't expect that this Oriental person would call out her name subconsciously. She looked at Chu Feng carefully for a long time, but she couldn't think of having seen Chu Feng at all. She doesn't know many people in Kyushu. If there is a person named Chu Feng, she believes that she will be able to recognize it. "Chu Feng?" Chu Feng replied succinctly. "Chu Feng, right, that do we know each other?" 55, Claire was puzzled that Chu Feng would call out her name and asked, "Do not know." Chu Feng shook his head and said, "Of course, Claire, Chu Feng knows him. After all, have you never played Resident Evil or watched an animated movie? But this Claire doesn't know him." This Claire is the popular protagonist of the Resident Evil series, Chris' sister, a cheerful and curious female college student. Judging by how she looks now, she should have graduated. During the raccoon incident, Chu Feng did not meet her in it and did not know whether Claire experienced the raccoon incident or not. Oh fine, Claire had a suspicious look on her face. What was going on with this person? He called her name the moment he saw her, but when he asked him, he said he didn't know him. "Can you call me by my name without knowing you?" Suspicious, really suspicious. After that, Claire sat down with Renee to rest. "There's going to be a zombie crisis here soon, you'd better get out of here." 99 Chu Feng hesitated for a while but still kindly reminded. He has already calculated the time. Today is the day when the zombies will break out. In a few minutes this place will become a world of zombies, that's why he came. He wants to kill more zombies, raise the level and prepare for the coming doomsday. Zombies here, how is that possible? Claire had always felt that Chu Feng was suspicious, but now that Chu Feng said such words, she felt that Chu Feng was even more suspicious. She felt that Chu Feng was a liar talking nonsense in a serious manner. This is an airport, where did the zombies come from? Besides, it has been so long since the raccoon incident, let alone that the nuclear bomb has eliminated all the zombies. Even if there is a fish that slips through the net, it should have erupted around Raccoon City. How could it have erupted at an airport in the middle? It is estimated that this person did not compare the positions of the two places when he lied. There is no possibility of a chemical crisis breaking out here. Believe it or not. Seeing that Claire didn't believe it, Chu Feng stopped explaining. Chu Feng's reminder is also out of good intentions, and it is someone else's business to believe it or not. He said what should be said, but if people didn't believe it, he couldn't do anything about it. Big brother, are you talking about zombies like that? As soon as Chu Feng's words were finished, Renee on the side pointed to a staggering person not far away and shouted, "Ho ho ho, 35. Not far away, a zombie with a protest sign hanging on its chest staggered, making a strange ho-ho sound and walked towards a fat man. And this fat man is none other than Senator Davis, special advisor to Weir Pharmaceuticals. What the hell is that? Seeing the zombies approaching, Davis was stunned and said with a puzzled look, "Ho ho ho." The zombies continued to approach Davis with their teeth and claws. This time, Davis was a little flustered. Although he didn't understand what it was, the scary face and the scary ho-ho sound made him unconsciously take a few steps back. Did someone make you look like this, or was it your own genius idea? Okay, genius, you have something to say. Let him get away from me. Davis watched the zombies continue to approach and became even more frightened. He hid behind the two bodyguards and warned the zombies. Ho ho ho. The zombie didn't understand Davis' words at all and continued to stagger towards him like a ghost in hell. Claire was shocked when she saw the zombie, combined with what Chu Feng said just now. Could it be that what Chu Feng said is true? A zombie crisis is about to break out here. However, Claire deserves to be a person who can break out of Raccoon City, and he has killed a lot of zombies, and he soon sees that something is wrong. There is a clear headgear mark on the neck of this zombie. In other words, this is a fake zombie. At this moment, Claire has already defined the matter, that is, this person and Chu Feng united to scare them good jows. Rennie, you wait for me here, okay? Claire thought she had seen through Chu Feng's trick, glanced at Chu Feng proudly and walked towards the zombie. No matter what Chu Feng's purpose is to be scary at the airport, she will expose Chu Feng's little tricks. Come on. Claire didn't hesitate, she stepped forward and rubbed the man's hood. The zombie mask fell, revealing a wretched middle-aged man. Enough, you two, one pretends to be a zombie and the other deliberately spreads zombie information. Who are you scaring? Claire held the zombie headgear, glared at the middle-aged man, then turned to look at Chu Feng angrily. Obviously, she felt that Chu Feng colluded with this person to scare her, and this trick was too low. The man was stunned when he heard the words. He heard that Senator Davis would appear here, so he deliberately pretended to be a zombie to scare him. When are the two of you? Aren't you two together? Now it was Claire's turn to be stunned. What the hell, aren't you guys in the same group? I don't know him. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Feng with a blank expression. He didn't know Chu Feng at all. How could he join forces with Chu Feng to deceive you? This is really unfair. And he didn't mean to scare Claire, but to scare that Davis. It's you who are busy with your business. You just knew him, nerve. The middle-aged man was dissatisfied with the trick revealed by Claire, but offended that Davis and continued to stay here. Davis' two bodyguards would certainly not let him go. The middle-aged man left Claire aside and fled directly. Boom. Unfortunately, when he escaped, he just happened to bump into the security guard who came over. The burly security guard twisted his hands behind his back and handcuffed him. Ma'am, are you involved? After the security guard handcuffed the troubled middle-aged man, he looked at Claire and asked. In a sense, there is indirect participation. Claire thought the security guard wanted to thank her for her help and said, she also kindly exposed this person's tricks. To be honest, she really didn't participate much, so don't thank him. Then in a sense 370, you have to come with me too. However, Claire thought too much, and the security guard didn't plan to thank her for her courageous actions at all. Instead, she asked her to go to the security room as well. No, please wait. Claire felt that she was unlucky enough. When she met a nonsense Chu Feng, she bravely exposed the intimidation of the demonstrators. In the end, she had to go to the security room. Please, she did a good job. You security guard can't do this to her. She has to take care of other people's children now, so she can't leave. Security guard. Just when Claire was depressed and wanted to explain, another zombie staggered towards that Davis. That Davis hurriedly called the security to deal with it and arrested the demonstrator. These bastards are addicted to playing. The security guard was a little annoyed at this. These people are not finished yet. Do they have to wear zombie masks everywhere to scare people? He walked directly to the zombie, preparing to arrest the person with the zombie headgear as well. Be careful, that's a zombie. Chu Feng killed too many zombies. From a distance, he could see at a glance that it was a real zombie and quickly reminded him. Yes, he is a zombie wearing a hood. Oriental, you wait for me to cuff Caffey this kid and you will be next. 5. Hearing Chu Feng's reminder, the security guard not only did not thank him, but regarded Chu Feng as a participant, and prepared to handcuff the person before taking Chu Feng back to the security room for detention. This made Chu Feng speechless. Why is it so difficult to tell the truth these days? The security guard ignored Chu Feng's reminder and directly reached out to grab the zombie's head, pulling it hard, preparing to learn how Claire pulled the zombie mask off. However, when he pulled hard, nothing came down. Is this mask so sturdy? With a puzzled look on his face, the security guard stepped forward and wanted to see where the mask was stuck. Roar. However, just as he approached, the zombie suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit his neck. Ah, tilde. The security guard did not expect that this was not a zombie dressed up by the demonstrators, but a real zombie. Yeah, tilde. Where had Renee ever seen such a scene? She was so frightened that she screamed in shock. My God, what's going on here? Davis almost didn't urinate in fear, and while retreating, he spoke in fear. Isn't that a protester? Why did he suddenly bite? In the end, what happened? Ah, tilde killed. Bite. The surrounding people had never seen such a person biting a person, and they all screamed and ran away. Claremont? At the beginning, Chu Feng told her that she still didn't believe that there was going to be a zombie outbreak here. The next moment, a zombie was found. I thought it was a zombie, but it turned out to be a hood worn by the demonstrators disguised as a zombie. So she thought Chu Feng was teasing her again. However, the next moment, the pretended zombie turned out to be a real zombie, which made her directly confused. Who is the real zombie and who is the fake zombie? Back off. Back off. 35. Quick, get out of here. Back off. Stay away from him. A bodyguard was also surprised to see this and hurriedly drew a pistol to guard. He wanted to shoot, but the surrounding was too chaotic, worried that he would accidentally injure passersby, and kept yelling to let the people around him avoid. On the other hand, he kept approaching and issued a stern warning, telling the man to quickly let go of the security guard and stop biting people. If he didn't leave, then don't blame him for shooting. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally leave if he was warned by someone with a gun pointed at him. But this is a zombie who does not know fear. How could he be afraid? For the bodyguard's warning, he didn't care at all and continued to bite frantically. Damn it. 39. The bodyguard looked at the zombie mixed with the security guard and couldn't aim at all. He could only scolded, rushed forward, and pushed the damn lunatic away. Roar. The biting madman was finally pushed away, but he immediately got up from the ground and rushed towards the bodyguard. There is no human appearance in that crazy appearance, like a bloodthirsty beast. Boom! The bodyguard had no choice but to shoot, instantly knocking the madman down. It's too late, he's dead. The bodyguard leaned down and reached out to feel the policeman's pulse. However, where there is still a pulse, the security guard has been bitten to death. Another bodyguard gestured at him. The bodyguard followed the fingers of the other bodyguard and looked at the madman who fell to the ground. In an instant, he was immediately dumbfounded. The madman who was shot down by him just now didn't die. He got up from the ground as if nothing happened. It's impossible. I obviously shot him, hit him. Why is he okay? The bodyguard felt his scalp numb. He was very sure that he was hit by the 2 shots just now, and the 2 bullet holes in his body were still there. But why in the end this lunatic got up as if nothing was wrong? What kind of monster is he? Come on, get out of there. Claire deserves to be someone who has experienced the raccoon incident, but she still doesn't understand what happened here. What Chu Feng said is true. A zombie crisis really broke out here. That's not a lunatic at all, but a zombie. Those who are bitten quickly become zombies, so hurry up and warn, yet it was too late. Roar. The security guard, who was originally dead on the ground, suddenly opened his gray eyes and rushed towards the bodyguard. It bit down on his calf. What? The bodyguard screamed and shot at the security guard. However, the bullet hit him with no use at all. Roar. The zombies on the other side finally got up and rushed towards him. The calf was bitten, and the bodyguard couldn't escape at all, and was instantly drowned by 2 zombies.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.